Good morning, everyone. All right, we are getting set up. Oh, you know what I forgot to do? Open YouTube chat. Silly me. I'll be with you in a minute. But we're all set for the finals. So Fleischer against Masika. How do we pronounce this name? Also. Hey Luna, how to pronounce Masika? Masika. Masika. Okay, hold. I'm trying to decide if this is going to be too loud for everyone. I have an AI lady that's ready to tell me how to pronounce it. All right, here we go.
Masika. Masika.
Masika. Done. All right, should be getting started in just a few minutes. I assume Michael is going to join me once again, and rather than paying attention to the bridge, he's just going to answer emails all day. It's getting on my nerves a little, but that might end up happening. But either way, we'll do our best to carry on for the rest of the set. Then tomorrow, there's a day off for at least VuGraph. But on Saturday, starting at what, like 8 a.m. local time, is the Risinger. So I guess it starts 11:30 a.m. Eastern time. If I get all of my work done, I will be here Saturday to do commentary for that event. Otherwise, I guess the plan would be to work all day Saturday so that Sunday I can do commentary for the finals. But unfortunately, as mentioned in previous streams, the ACBL has no interest in having video commentators for the Risinger. So I will only be on my channels on Twitch and YouTube, which is great for you all, because then there'll be a little bit more chat interaction, I guess. We could also maybe do some single-player kibitzing, which I don't really get to do when I'm trying to provide commentary through BBO. We haven't done that in a while. I don't remember if we actually did it for the World Bridge Games. Maybe for one session we did. But I think for the most part I was just watching all four hands. But I enjoy that a little bit more. I think in the past people have voted, and it seems like the chat does tend to favor that a little bit. But there is a bit of a split on it. I think it's nice to change things up every once in a while. Anyway, should be loading into the finals in just a few minutes. Hey Babs, how am I today? I'm doing all right. It is still freezing, as it has been all week, and it was very windy earlier. I think it's settled down a little bit. I mean, we don't really get any sort of storms in the DC area. There's like no hurricanes, no tornadoes, no... I guess we have like thunderstorms, but you know, there's nothing too dangerous weather-wise. So like whenever there's winds that are making the house shake, it's a very nervous moment. We're not used to that sort of stuff. All right, who do we actually want to watch? Okay, if there's an all-French table, let's watch them. I know that Bassis and Lorenzini are very slow, but I think it would be fun to see all of the French players play against each other. It would be even better if the VuGraph operator gave us a little bit of insight into what's going on around the table. Then again, they'd probably be speaking French. So unless our operator also speaks French, they wouldn't really be able to follow. But yesterday, who was in for the first set? Oh, well, of course, for Team Fleischer, Fleischer's going to sit out. So, yeah, Bassis and Lorenzini will be in. My suspicion is they'll probably play against Volker and Masika. I mean, unless they're like mortal enemies or something and they specifically request to not play against each other. I think it's sometimes more fun to play against your countrymen in big events like this. I know we're into the action. I would just like to get some names. It's fine. Let's go to this table. This will be a new partnership. I mean, Saban and Seguinot. Are these also French players? They are. So Saban and Seguinot would also be a new partnership. But let's head over here. So I guess either way, there's going to be a French pair playing. Okay, I take it all back. Let's head to the other table. Saban and Seguinot. I will see you at the end of the first set, chat. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the start of the finals match between Fleischer and Masika. Actually, quite a few French players in for both rosters playing in this matchup. Saban and Seguinot for Team Masika, and Bassis and Lorenzini. I actually don't know if they're sitting north-south in this room or if they're east-west in the other room, but they're on Team Fleischer, and they will be playing up against their countrymen in this exciting final, I would hope. Both of these teams have had hard-fought roads to get here, fought through some really challenging rosters. Masika came through Rosenthal yesterday with a bunch of the Norwegian players, and Fleischer, of course, came through Zimmerman in stunning fashion. Welcome, Michael.
Hello. How's everyone doing today?
Good, good. Yourself?
Well, I'm doing good too, so glad we're doing all right.
All right, 3-no Trump in the South on the very first board. Looks like Spade Queen on side. I think Declare is going to be pretty comfortable in this contract. Already worked to set up the diamond suit, so eventually we'll be able to get back to the south hand with either club or heart, continue knocking out the diamonds. And I guess probably is just going to try and drop the heart jack, which will work out just fine. So looks like 11 tricks from here.
Well, nothing like an easy board to get everyone started.
Yeah, the club return here actually makes things a little bit easier for Declare. Well, maybe that's not entirely true. The club suit being blocked does mean that Declare still is going to have a guess as to how to make the 11th trick after knocking out the diamond ace, but heart to the ace, couple diamonds, throwing some spades as East gets in, and then we'll see how Declare chooses to handle the end position. It's either going to be 10 or 11 tricks.
All right, like 11 it is.
So 460, and I guess we'll get some nameplates in. Lorian Versace, the Italians at this table. So Bassis and Lorenzini playing against one of Tomas's old partners in Volker, sitting in the other room. East has a wonderful 16 count. Gets to open a diamond in first seat. A lot of the French pairs tend to play a very natural system. I'm just kind of guessing because that's relatively common in their country. So I would be surprised if they have a lot of unusual conventions that they're playing, like transfers over a club, for example, or anything of that nature.
And from what little I've been watching of this pair, they seem to play pretty well, and a nice solid game. My first time seeing them in late stage competition. They, from their pictures, they look very young.
Well, it's good that we got some more up-and-coming talent playing the game then. So a diamond by East, a spade by West.
So interesting. So the takeout double gave East a support redouble. His plan was almost certainly going to be to reverse into hearts and then bid spades later, which is a fairly accurate description of the East hand. I'd have been tempted to actually follow through with that plan, notwithstanding the double. I don't think that reversing into two hearts would deny three spades. They may alter their ranges or the forcing agreement nature of the reverse given the takeout double. I'm not sure, but certainly the support redouble was well, North-South could be in a lot of trouble here.
They definitely could. North vulnerable, decided that with 12 high card points he was kind of obligated to come in with the takeout double and with four hearts, and East has a big hand, so if East decides to go after a no trump, then we'll have to see where North-South end up.
Yeah, I think he'll double one no trump to show his extra values, and he can double hearts and West can double spades, so I don't think North-South are going to recover from this.
Yeah, Versace does just let one no trump doubled go, and so now it's over to East to find a good opening.
High diamond lead much worse than a low one.
Yes. That singleton 10 in West hand could have been a useful defensive asset. Now, in a no trump, the East-West hands don't have great communication. I mean, if we could get over to West's hand to put a spade through, that would be effective, but there's no quick entry to the West hand other than the ace of clubs, which you don't really want to utilize.
I'm surprised Samantha showed the nine of diamonds here. That seems like, I mean, East might have led a low diamond to trick two had he not done that. And East could still lead a low diamond to trick two to try to just sort of start attacking the north-south communications.
Well, I think the whole point is he wants to win the 8 of diamonds in dummy, not the 9 of diamonds in hand. So that he can utilize a dummy entry to do something like lead hearts towards the jack or maybe lead clubs.
I mean, there is a doubleton heart on run side, so north-south can take two heart tricks, playing them themselves. I think they're going to wind up with a diamond trick because the defense is now stopping that. And the club situation is actually fairly favorable to north-south as well.
Okay, jacket club switch comes through. So how's Declare going to handle this switch?
Why?
If you run it around to the queen, well, I guess first thing, if you play the king then as long as you can get to the south hand, which is not so clear, you'll be able to then lead a club to the 9 on the way back, but it might not be so obvious for Declare to do so because East could be leading from Jack 10 third.
Well, if you don't play the king, then West is able to play low, and you're in your hand and then I guess you lead a diamond up, and East pops the king, and East is again feeling kind of end played. Maybe East was supposed to cash the king of diamonds before playing the jack of clubs to prevent that situation from occurring. If East had led a low diamond instead of a high one, and I kind of feel like that's a stronger lead, Declare would have been in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, it's certainly true that on this layout, with West having the singleton 10 of diamonds, the low diamond lead would have worked out a lot better for the defense, but East had to lead something. He decided to take a look at dummy. And he doesn't get a lot of info at trick 1. He knows that it's not right to continue diamonds. Switching to spades away from the ace 10 might not be all that appetizing, and leading a heart away from king 4th also doesn't look all that appealing, but...
You think Samantha knows the hand right now? Looks like diamonds are 5-1. East has 3 spades, and he has enough extra values to double 1-0 trump. But if he had a balanced hand, if he had 3 hearts and 2 clubs, then he would have opened a no trump. So it's starting to look a lot like a double dummy problem for Declare.
Yeah, although the honored doubleton of hearts might not be marked. I don't think...
So East can get out a low spade or the 10. 10 might be more effective as far as keeping communication with West. Depending on the meaning of West's 2 of spades, they might be playing some sort of odd even where the 2 of spades is telling you to continue clubs.
I wonder if East is going to switch to the 9 of hearts. This could be effective if partner has Jack doubleton to start trying to set up some heart tricks. But yeah, a spade switch would be okay here. Declare is entitled to a spade trick. The problem is that East is just going to continuously get thrown in on this hand.
Yeah, I feel like East sort of is regretting his plays to trick 1 and to trick 2 at this point. He would like to have cashed that king of diamonds before playing the jack of clubs, and now really the 10 of spades, I think, is the exit that's going to Declare can win that, can no longer exit spades without letting West in. Although West doesn't necessarily want to be on lead either.
Right. Eventually, East-West are going to have to play some hearts. And
if you play the 10 of spades, North's on lead and has to do something. And North doesn't want to be on lead either. That's pretty, he can't lead a heart, or he blows up the heart suit. He can't lead a club, or that allows, that takes the pressure off West, and then West can continue spades after winning the 10 of clubs. And continuing with spades lets them potentially run the spade suit. So North's options are not great.
It does look like, though, that West has not become keen to the distribution around the table, because West is hoping that East has another club. West has saved all these clubs and pitched a spade. If West believed that East only had the singleton jack of clubs, then West would probably try and start getting rid of those clubs that otherwise he might get end played to lead away from the ace later in the play.
I think it's a tricky ask for the defenders to like get the shape, but I think the clues were out there with if you don't think that East is doubling 1-0 trump on a random 14 count, then I think the inference that West's shape is the actual shape is a valid one to take, and it was available to both North and West. East is the one who's having the hardest time defending, really very much in the blind as far as the patterns around the table.
Yeah, so he does switch to the nine of hearts. I mean, this seems the most reasonable because, again, East knows that at some point his side is going to have to lead hearts on this hand, and therefore it must be better to lead it from his side than his partner's side. So
and this doesn't really give the declarer a trick he wasn't already entitled to, and now declarer is in his hand. I think he's going to continue a heart, because if hearts are 3-3, he can just build a trick that way. Although I think North also knows the pattern around the table, so he knows hearts aren't 3-3.
Right, but ace of hearts and a heart, once again, is going to throw East in.
Yeah, throw East in. So yeah, Samantha, is playing double dummy, of course. So now East can take both the hearts, and now we'll have to lead something helpful for declarer again, which will have to be the 10 or the 4 of spades. He knows he can't lead a diamond, so he's going to have to lead a spade.
Yeah, so ultimately then, how is declarer going to end up? So East-West are going to get 2 more hearts, they're going to get 2 more spades and the ace of clubs, and that's it. So 2 hearts, 2 spades, this will be down 1, which feels like an excellent result for North-South.
Well, the unfriendly, maybe the lie of the cards is friendlier for 4 spades. So when East exits the 10 of spades and North wins it, what does North do?
North can get out a low spade.
Low spade, which allows West to win, and then West is East. Yeah, what he has to do is save his other high spade for the 3rd round to force East on lead to play a diamond for him.
Right.
So this is a triumph North-South to escape for down 1 on a hand where the opponents have, where they could have been down 3 probably on a low diamond lead.
Yeah, now, I mean, it's very possible that East-West do get overboard and could end up going down. It's not as if it's... Would East do
better to lead the ace of spades in a spade? Maybe if West had pitched a club and kept 3 spades, I think he would have. Right? North would be able to take both the king, queen of spades, but then West will... he'll have to lead a club for West, taking the finesse for him, and then West's hands high. But West pitching a spade is fatal.
Yes, that's actually a good point.
So I think they still had a chance for 500.
Yeah, but I do think that West is just hoping that his partner has another club to lead through.
And at this point, I mean, you have to realize partner doesn't have another club. I mean, North showed 4 clubs in the auction. Partner would have led a second club if they had one. It feels like very insulting to partner to think that they have a second club here. That 7 of clubs is not an asset for your side.
Yeah, well, maybe a little bit of tiredness coming through.
Well, it is very early in the morning.
Early in the morning. It's been a grueling 7-day event. Remember, this was a 5-day knockout, but 2 days worth of Swiss before then to qualify. And East now, of course, thinking his partner has kind of given him all of the signals that he needs to make the right decision here. Or a decision, but it turns out he doesn't have one that beats it more than a trick. As long as declarer is... I suppose he doesn't even need to be very careful at this point.
Yeah. Well, I mean, declarer could exit this high spade instead of the low one, or exit a club instead of a low spade.
Right, but that doesn't even matter now that West has failed to keep extra spade length.
Let's say if East exits the 10 of spades and North wins it, then declarer has to play his 8 of spades back, or he loses a trick. All right. Well, now East is doing the ace of spades and a spade thing, and yeah, I suppose if West had kept 4 spades, ace of spades and a spade, right? North is club tight at that point, so it has to take the club finesse for West. That was that was the defense I'd come up with earlier.
Yeah, exactly.
So as North could equally have well in that situation unblocked one of the king or the queen of spades to regain the king of clubs as a trick. I don't know if that would actually gain a trick or not. I think it wouldn't. Not as long as West got spades.
And the 9 of clubs does grow up into the 6th trick for declare, so down 1, minus 200, but Fleischer picks up the first imps of this match, 6 imps. They do bid and make 4 spades in the other room, North keeping quiet at the other table.
All right,
on board 3.
Feel like they had plenty of opportunities to get that at least one more track. But, defense is hard.
So
right,
North-South
North
are playing a
very
weak
good.
no trump here, 10 to 12 in this seat, which I think means South opens a club with this hand.
So interesting. So, this is one of these hands where you're definitely in the slam zone, but you can't make a slam. It sure looks like the North-South would be, even if the clubs were favorable, that you can't swallow that late diamond loser. If the queen of spades was the queen of diamonds, slam would be very good North-South. Meanwhile, it's 16 opposite 9, so they're probably not going to be looking for slam so much.
No, not quite.
If you put the queen of if the queen of spades was in diamonds, then it would actually be a bidding problem to get to the good slam off a key card and the queen of trumps and with minimal values. Reminding everyone that king of trumps is technically not an ace. When the two things you're missing are the king and the queen of trumps, you can miss a good slam through key card. And that's a point that Kaplan wrote about a number of times. Meanwhile, in the normal auction here, a club, a heart, negative double, they might play that as 4 or 5 spades, depending on their partnership agreements. It's very popular now to play that double as 4 or 5, 1 spade denying spades, and 2 hearts to show 6. I've played around with it a little bit. I do think that immediately disambiguating 4 versus 5 spades is very handy if your right-hand opponent's about to bid up the 3 level. If the next player's about to be at the 3 level, really would like to disentangle that. But
Well, so what is South supposed to do at this point, playing the weak no trump to show his extra values?
okay, so you're talking to someone who played a 10-12 no trump for decades. So I know my style. So my style would be to pass with a balanced hand in range, just as I would pass if I was playing a strong no trump and I had a balanced hand in range in the competition, and to just use a support double. If double showed 4 or 5 spades, if double showed exactly 4 spades, then double would just be a takeout double of hearts. Kind of emphasis on the minors and this hand would qualify for that because you kind of want to compete. And on the other hand, I saw Chip and Lou playing a weak no trump. They played that pass showed the unbalanced hand with the minor, and double showed the strong no trump. I kibitzed them when that came up, and they in a situation exactly like this, except the vulnerability reverse, they doubled to show the strong no trump, and the best they could do was let them play it doubled with an over trick for 570. Their alternative was worse by bidding on. So I just feel like passing with your balanced range is just the natural thing to do, even when that balanced range is higher.
Well, all right. South got to 3 no trump here, and West very quickly puts a heart on the table. This is going to sink the contract fast.
Yeah. So this is a hand where you really wanted to play this hand in 5 clubs. Even though that was also going to go down on the foul lie of the cards, it's a much, much better contract. Or no, it was virtually no play. you're going to have to lose the trick in the club suit or the diamond suit on your way to establishing tricks, and the opponents are just going to be able to run, take at least 4 hearts plus whatever trick you let them get. But it's a trick to get there, right?
Yeah, North did quite well to bid 3 hearts.
Maybe South should have bid 3 spades over that to waffle. But I think, I think I know why Versace chose 3-no here. His partner could have queen and 1 heart. Maybe important for him to grab the declarership and no trump.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point, that, the heart overcall and the 2 heart bid actually is a little bit preemptive. And Cementa, his 3 heart bid, he kind of just wanted to establish a game force once South had doubled to presumably show the strong no trump, but that takes up a lot of room, and then North-South lost the ability to investigate.
Wow, seeing the result from the other room, I mean, that's like double dummy to stop in 4 clubs. I'm kind of wondering how they managed that. They had the auction to themselves and they stopped in 4 clubs? North's passive 4 clubs is remarkable and super lucky. The club suit played for 2 losers, and that there was a diamond loser. Wow. There's all that duplication in spades. I'm not a fan of the North-South auction in the other room, but it was successful.
I mean, you can't really argue with success. Versace here looks like he might be going down 2. He's just cashing out all of his tricks. So ace king of diamonds here, and then he'll concede.
He has nothing resembling a trick in either hand at this point. So
No.
Opponents are all out of losers. Both hands are high.
Yeah, so 2 down. That's going to be 6 imps going back the way of Masika. And we'll have a tie match once again through 3 boards. On to board 4.
Okay, well, North-South again are in the game zone. This time 3-0 has the problem that the diamond's spot of the singleton 10, you technically on this lie of the cards can afford to overtake it with 9-8 third coming down, but normally you will just have 2 diamond tricks to go with 3 spade tricks is 5 and a heart is 6, and then 2 clubs for 8. You may choose to overtake the 10 of diamonds with a king, continue 1 more high diamond from dummy, and then switch over to spades. It depends. You want to try to take 5 spade tricks. You think if you're in 3-0, you're thinking 5 spades and a heart is 6, a club is 7, and 2 diamonds is 9. But you may just be gifted a club trick early.
Well, the first thing that needs to happen is North-South would need to be able to find 3-0. And East opens a diamond in third seat. South overcalls a spade. So Cementa has to decide between 1-no and he does bid 1-no.
Yeah, the 2-no may even be artificial for them. I don't know for sure, but 1-no seems sort of normal with so much of your stuff in diamonds.
So I assume South bids. Okay, South tries 2 diamonds.
You see an alert. A lot of European pairs alert sort of on the WBF alerting chart, where 2 diamonds might just be alertable because it's artificial, rather than where I would think here, if it was alerted, maybe it was just showing hearts or something. But if South is really Q-bid, I feel like North owes South more than 2 spades, so there's a chance that 2 diamonds did show hearts. which makes two spades more normal.
Yeah, I guess we'll see if South follows this up with a 2-no bid or something else.
Or even three clubs, to be, if they're trying to really be thorough. They could bid 2-no trump to follow up with an invite. Three clubs clearly shows the pattern better, assuming two diamonds showed hearts. If two diamonds showed extras, I would think South's just going to pass two spades. I wonder what the holdup is from East.
Maybe East is asking questions about the 2-diamond bid. I don't think East is really intent on entering the auction here, but...
It would be ill-advised for him to come in at the 3 level.
No. Alright, so over to South, and... how does South want to proceed, if at all? He does know partners a passed hand. I mean, it is a vulnerable game, but partners 1-no trump suggests the hands might not be fitting well. Looks like he tries 3 hearts.
That suggests to me that maybe two diamonds didn't show hearts, but then why is he bidding again at all?
I do agree that 3 hearts feels like a little bit of an oddball bid, because partner could have bid 2 hearts over 2 diamonds to find a heart fit. But
If you had a secret fit, it was going to be in clubs.
here we are, 3-no. Okay, so we're going to find out if Declare has what it takes to make this. There are a couple of interesting possibilities, I think. I mean, for one thing, East needs to find an opening lead. And now the King-Queen Doubleton of Hearts does not look all that appealing anymore.
Of course, nothing else looks appealing either.
No.
Even vaguely. You may well see the King of Hearts lead just because, like, a spade is clearly out and a diamond is probably bad, so the alternative is a club. Then you have to pick which one to lead. And I could see a case for the King of Clubs. But, I mean, that could easily just blow a million tricks.
Alright, he has decided to go with a heart. So, how is Declare going to handle the play? We were talking earlier that if Declare could get 5 spades, that would be ideal. Play for Queen third on side, which is possible. But if we get 5 spades, we'll probably be making this, because we can set up 2 diamonds, and then we have both of the round suit aces. Is there a way we can make the contract if we only have 4 spade tricks? Forget about the 9-8 third of diamonds for a second. Is there an
so we're
alternative?
thinking we can set up 2 diamond tricks, and we have a heart is 3, and 4 spades is 7, and a club is 8. And I think the Queen of Clubs rates to be the 9th trick. So let's say you win the heart, hoping they're blocked, or that they're 3-3 and lead a low spade towards the 10 and Queen. East wins, and say they can't run the hearts, because if East can run 3 hearts, you're in a lot of trouble. So say they're able to take 2 heart tricks, and then they have to exit a spade. So now you play the 10 of diamonds to the king, and they duck it, and then you play the queen of diamonds. They could win potentially and knock out the jack of diamonds before you get the clubs established. So it's a problem because you're tangled, right? You can't set up a 5th trick for them while you still have to knock out the king of clubs.
Right.
So you could play for the jack of clubs on side and just play a club to the 10, which establishes a club trick while retaining the late entry to the diamonds. That requires a specific card and a specific in the non-opening bidder's hand. Well, see, East is now going to have to lead something for Declare.
Well, you know what I'm going to say? I actually think the Jack of Clubs is marked in West's hand. Because I think East has the Ace of Diamonds, I think East has the Club King, and we're basically hoping East has the Spade Queen. That would give him 14 high card points already.
So if we're thinking that, then maybe the play is to just win the first heart and play a club to the 10.
Yeah, well, it's a little bit too late for that. We've ducked 2 rounds of hearts as declare, and pretty quickly, in fact. So East is in, and it has to find a switch. And I think East is going to switch to clubs.
So then you need to pop the queen to preserve the ace of clubs as a late entry to dummy.
Right, which is not great for our side.
And you have to work on diamonds right away. So you're going to be it's certainly more awkward, right? If you duck, let's say you switch to club and you duck it. Maybe you get a position where East is diamond tight in the end position and has to give you the diamonds anyways. If it goes to the Jack and Ace, you take a spade finesse, goes cover, spade, 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 throwing East in. East exits a king of clubs and a club. That's the... Oh, but they have 5 defensive tricks then. They have 2. You've let them take 2 tricks. If they get a club, a diamond, and a spade, that's 5.
Yeah, I think this might just be hopeless at this point. Well, that with the caveat that the 9/8 third of diamonds is actually falling, so declare might come out on top. But it looks like he might need to play for that, having ducked a couple of hearts.
And I think he's going to need to pop the queen of clubs because he can't afford to let them score a club trick. For sure. So let's say you pop the queen of clubs and play maybe play the ace of hearts and make East pitch something.
Well, yeah, the main point here is on a club switch, if declare ducks it around to his ace, then he no longer has an entry to the diamonds.
He may have run out of entries to the spades also, but what happens if it goes club, queen, and you play the ace of hearts? East has to pitch something useful, right? You can't pitch a spade. He pitches a diamond, it sort of lets you actually overtake take the diamond safely. And if he pitches a club, then he's out of clubs after the ace of clubs. So now you can play the 10 of diamonds and duck it, a club to the ace, and the king of diamonds. And now East wins, and they're stuck with just diamonds and spades. You make it that way.
Yeah, this is actually a good point. The third round of hearts would put pressure on East, so... But the key play, I think, is on a club switch, you got to pop up with the queen, which probably isn't that hard to see.
I think it's a little harder to see that after that you need to play the ace of hearts, but Samantha's been thinking about this the whole time we've been discussing it too. And I think I don't think this is going to take him long to play the queen of clubs. I assume Samantha had been thinking about his play on a club switch the whole time we were discussing it. I could be wrong. I would have expected a fairly quick queen of clubs, and if he'd come to the same conclusion, ace of hearts.
Yeah, does it help us if the 10 of clubs happens to win this trick? It almost feels impossible for the 10 of clubs to win, because I think East with king jack of clubs here, if East wanted to switch to clubs, would switch to the jack.
I think so.
It strongly feels as if, assuming East has the club king, which we kind of need for the opening bid, that you should probably pop up with the queen. But that's the first hurdle declare needs to overcome. And then the second, Michael's suggesting the ace of hearts, which looks like a really clever idea. That is, of course, if Samantha is picturing this exact distribution from East, then the ace of hearts would be somewhat necessary. If East happens to have 4 clubs, then maybe the ace of hearts is less helpful.
Just came in down 3 at the other table. But
wow.
a remarkably small number of tricks to take on what's essentially a friendly lie of the cards. But all right, so the thing about switching the Jack of Clubs with King Jack third, East can't see the 10 of Clubs in Declarer's hand. His partner might hold it, and it's much better. He doesn't want to get end played a second time. Declarer is visualizing East. Declarer can't see the 9-8 third of diamonds in the West hand. It's visualizing East having at least one of those important diamond spots. And that these are the fences that the players at the table are trying to build around their partners and the play of the cards. These are the things that they're worried about.
Yeah, I think the Ace of Hearts is a clever idea. I don't think this is something that would occur to a lot of players single dummy, because it just feels like a very unnatural play to, unless you have a very specific read on what sort of squeeze you're playing for, removing an entry to one of the hands feels a little bit unnatural. So yeah, Declarer does play the 10 of diamonds, and I think he should overtake. He does. East wins the ace. King of clubs. Declarer is not going to have any trouble making the contract from here. As long as he pays attention to West dumping the 9 and 8 of diamonds, he'll realize that he can just cash a bunch of diamonds.
Now, the Ace of Hearts also would let you know whether hearts were 3-3. I mean, assuming maybe you know it from the count or the fact they didn't continue hearts.
Right.
If hearts happen to have been 3-3, you'll be happy that you've played the Ace of Hearts.
Yeah, this is a good point.
Oh, okay. So they're saying Declare revoked in the other room.
Oh, no. That's not what you want to hear.
It's interesting because I think the North player might have revoked in the auction on board 3, passing a forcing bid, and totally landed on their feet.
Oh,
so he's cashing the diamonds, figuring he's hoping for a bunch of spade tricks. But if he notices those 9-8 of diamonds falling down, he's in pretty good shape.
This is the required 5-second pause to make sure that the 7 of diamonds is high. And he pitches a heart, which feels a little bit strange to me. Like, I don't think he's taking a spade finesse here, so it felt a little bit more natural to just pitch both spades and hope the hearts broke. But
match points, he's definitely taken a spade finesse.
Yes,
but
yes. But at
teams, 900 and 930 is 0 imps. If I'm or my part with my handy dandy int chart, yeah, the difference between 900 and 930 is 14 versus 14 imps.
All right, Declarer does claim his 9 tricks, 14 imps to Fleischer, and not exactly the way that they were hoping to win the imps, with a revoke in the other room, but a friendly lie of the cards, and they pick up a nice game swing.
One of the paths to victory was found by Declarer.
Yes.
I don't think it's as elegant as cashing the Ace of Hearts, trying to get that squeeze on East, but okay, so let's see. West has a long bad suit. North is a weak 3 suitor, and no one else has anything really special. North South have a large club fit, but they might never find it.
Yeah, a lot of it's going to depend on what South does in third seat. He is unfavorable, and
yeah, I'd be willing to open 3 clubs if the vulnerability was reversed. Those club spots make it very hard for someone to W unless they have a hand that looks like the North's hand.
Yeah, I do like a 1 club opener in third, and Versace also does. You have both support for both majors, so if your partner bids a heart or a spade, you're pretty happy. You get the lead director in, at least mildly. Heart overcall
so
from West.
Will raise clubs, and East will raise hearts. To whatever level. Okay, well, 1 spade must be some sort of thing, and East let East make a Q bid. I mean, if North had bid 2 clubs, East would have a choice between underbidding with 2 hearts, or overbidding with 3 clubs, or maybe doubling awkwardly. And I think they would have just landed on bidding 2 hearts. but now West follows rule in partner. When you have a normal hand with a 6-4 and partner raises your major, you don't need anything more than that to just bid game.
Yeah, and so as Alice mentions, that if you're playing the negative double shows 4 or 5 spades here, then 1 spade is the catch-all for any hand that doesn't have at least 4 spades. So 0 to 3 spades, just some values. So East-West get to a heart game. It's a pretty good spot. They need is a
pass through the opening bidder or trumps 2-2.
Yeah, and neither one of those come home today. So cement on lead. I assume the 10 of spades is kind of the most natural thing to lead from this hand. Or apparently the singleton jack of trumps. That too.
Boy, you would have hated for Dummy to hit with Queen 10 third and declare to have the ace. Maybe they pick it up anyways, but...
And if there were more entries to the east hand, Declare might actually be able to make this with the defense failing to cash the club ace, because you can pick up the spades for a trick by pinning that 10-9 third, but...
That'd be quite a trick.
Yeah, gonna be pretty difficult with the only entry to the east hand getting knocked out at trick 1. Also, for what it's worth, Declare probably knows that the hearts are 3-1 now, which is going to be pretty disappointing for him. But he still might be hopeful that the King of Diamonds is on side with the opening bidder. I assume you duck this trick. I don't... Wow. He hops up with the ace. That can't be, right? I guess the lead
was from Queen Jack third, then you're pretty happy to have won it.
Okay, that... Fair point. Yeah, if North decided to lead a heart from Queen Jack third, then popping up with the ace of hearts could give you an extra bonus.
So Declare now realizes that he is no longer making the contract with the diamond suit.
Yeah, wow, Samantha ducked the first round of diamonds. That seems dangerous. I mean, what happens if partner had a doubleton and Declare decided not to take a second diamond finesse? I guess his plan was, if his partner had a doubleton, Declare was taking another finesse, he would win the king and give his partner a ruff. But alright, King of Hearts, Queen of Clubs switch, and North will cash out. So we do get a push. 4 hearts goes down 1 in both rooms. We're what, about an hour into the set, and we've played 5 boards? Getting close to it?
At least this one was mercifully fast.
Okay, on board 6, we'll see a couple passes go around to West, who gets to open a club in third seat. North has a heart overcall. And I guess East gets to make a negative double, or possibly a 4 or 5 spade double.
Southwest have a nice club fit, and Northeast have a nice heart fit. And each side has a side fit in the pointy suit. How does spades do North's East-West?
Well, the King of Diamonds is offside, and I think the poor splits in clubs.
They have work to do. If the defense somehow, like especially if it's declared by East, the defense could lead trumps, and it would be bad for Declare. Or Jack of Diamonds lead to get South End to lead a trump.
Well, so first things first, a club, a heart, double by East. South passes. So what do we do with the West hand? Is this good enough to jump to 3 spades? He says yes.
Yeah, I think it is.
And now East is certainly going to raise to the 4 level. So we do get to 4 spades from the West. North on lead probably tries one of his high hearts.
It's not the best start for the defense. I think North would rather start immediately with the Jack of Diamonds before establishing communications. But I think because your Ace of Hearts is going to be your only entry to get in to play 2 more rounds of spades. But it's a little double dominated. Well, North could also lead their singleton club, which could allow South to win and switch to a spade. And
yeah,
ideally, South would actually like to duck the first club, but
yeah, all this would be really nice, but it's really hard to argue for not leading from Ace King Queen 5th
Ace
here.
Queen.
So heart opening lead, and then North's going to be left on lead and has to decide what to do next. And I think there's a couple of sensible options. One, obviously a diamond switch through the Ace Queen. He does have a nice diamond sequence, Jack 10-9. Another option, I think, is to continue a low heart at trick 2. If Declare happens to have Jack 10 doubleton, your partner can ruff and then put a spade through.
You can leave a trump yourself in game 3rd without blowing a trick.
Yeah, and then finally, of course, trump switch. Obviously, the singleton club is a lot less appealing with dummy also has a singleton. So I think there's arguments for all 3 suits that are clubs.
Play the low trump. That's my prediction. Figuring your partner can get in and play second. Well, okay, never mind.
Yeah, Jack of Diamonds comes, so Declare tries the finesse. South wins, and now South knows what to do. The Jack of Diamonds clears up the diamond suit to him, so he knows Declare's source of tricks is going to be in clubs if he has one. Let's switch to trumps, prevent as many ruffs as possible.
Yeah, so now we're going to get 2 rounds of trumps played by the defense, and there's South should duck the 9 of clubs and not even cover it, I think, with the Jack or the 10. There's not much of a chance, I think, that West is going to float the 9 of clubs, but I could be wrong about that.
Yeah, it also might not matter. I think you're right that, in general, just playing low is probably fine. But I think it's probably fine for South to think for a minute, even if he gives away that he has the ace of clubs in doing so. He does spend enough time to ensure that he's not blowing a trick by doing this. But yeah,
So Declare roughs this club, finds out he's not making this contract, has had no chance to make this contract when I guess he was in a lot of trouble anyways on this defense, but
yeah, this is just very strong defense from North-South, and all of the cards were situated poorly. Both of the pointed suit kings were offside. They didn't have to be. Clubs 5-1, obviously a huge problem as well.
I think all the best Declare can do is separate his 3 trump tricks, get another ruff with the Jack of Spades, and that's it.
Yeah, cross ruff for down 3 in 4 spades here. On to board 7. So that was a fast one. South picks up 6-5 in the black suits. Do we preempt this hand?
No trump. I do not. I'm vulnerable. I have the void, a bad suit. It's probably going to go to diamond and no trump. And then we'll see what East does, whether they want to raise diamonds, bid hearts, double 1 no trump. They'd like to do all of those things at once, but they don't. There's no bid that says I've got support, a side major, and I also have enough values to want to defend. Maybe you start with a double. South is going to want to show spades. If East-West are headhunting, then you probably just want to bid 2 spades and then let yourself get pushed. how did North-South do in spades? I guess they have to lose 2 clubs, and the diamonds are very unfriendly if you have to play them yourselves for 2 diamonds, and the spades are unfriendly because you don't, unless you figure out to play for queen 10 third of spades on side, you can easily lose 2 clubs, 2 diamonds, and a spade.
Yeah, it might be the case that you only lose 2 clubs, 1 diamond, and a spade. The defensive diamonds are frozen, and you can set up the 5th club to pitch a diamond from the north hand, eventually roughing a diamond. But
so a
lot of care needs to be taken.
Now, a lot of players will use 2 clubs over 1 no trump here to show both majors, which is basically if you're then using 2 diamonds to show hearts, you're probably playing no trump systems on over their overcall. And apparently everyone just plays no trump systems on here.
Yeah, so 2 diamonds showing hearts is actually really nice for East-West. They find their heart fit. And with South showing spades...
Oh no, hearts are really wedged. Well, they're not wedged, they're 4-up. You have to lose a spade, a heart, a diamond. You still only have 3 sure losers, right? You have work to do.
Yeah, now... so North does just pass out 4 hearts. He has a lot of defense against this contract with the queen 10, 8, 4th of hearts. Bunch of
I'd have been tempted to hit it, given the partner actually voluntarily entered the auction. The partner didn't have to bid over 2 diamonds.
Yeah, and then if North had doubled, South would have a decision to make about whether to sit or pull. But here we are. Ace of Spades opening lead. Not exactly the dummy that North was hoping for. Specifically, that Jack of Hearts card is a little bit uncalled for. He's really hoping that West had that one.
The Ace of Diamonds sitting over your king, he's really liking that he didn't double it. I think right now North's hoping for the swing to come from minus 620 versus plus 790, or 650 versus 990.
Yeah, Ace of Spades opening lead. South's card is suit preference here. But Samantha decides, well, they're going to pick up my trumps anyway, that let's just play the suit that doesn't blow a trick.
Okay, so if you rough 2 clubs in the West hand, you're going to promote a... Well, I guess you're not... North sort of has a natural trump trick anyways, unless they lead them again.
Alright, Jack of Hearts holds. Declare now knows that he has a trump loser. So... the King of Diamonds should be in North's hand.
Yeah, Declare does not want to start diamonds with the ace because North could easily have King Jack third of diamonds. So Declare has to do something. Declare could play a club to the ace and the queen of diamonds. That feels fairly natural.
Yeah, you could do that. You could play a low diamond to the 10 right now as well, which would be equally effective. So club to the ace. Queen of diamonds. North will pop up with the king, maybe. Nope, just kidding. There's the over trick.
All right, well, he played that diamonds for no losers. Well done.
Yeah, North is going to be a little bit sad seeing that jack.
Samantha did not like the look of that trick.
Samantha, of course, hoping that Declare had a guess in the diamond suit. If Declare happened to have, say, Queen Jack 9 4th, then his partner would have 10 3rd. And if he covers, Declare, of course, hooks on the way back to pick up the suit. When he doesn't cover, Declare has a guess about who to play for the doubleton.
So now Declare can just take the ace, king of hearts, and start running the diamonds. North can rough whenever he wants, but the other, he'll be able to rough 1 club and pitch 1 club.
Yeah, exactly. So we're seeing a claim right now for 11 tricks. And North is happy that he didn't double. Although I guess there still is the question about how good a save 4 spades actually is. On to board 8, though. 17 count for West. He'll open a spade. So spade and no trump from East. You don't really want to go around passing partner with queen doubleton of trump, or queen doubleton of a major too often.
Well, I wouldn't be surprised if they did, given, well, I mean, he did bid a no trump, but I wouldn't be shocked for a French pair to pass. They're opening one of a major. They're a little, it's more common in France for them there to be a more strict adherence to point count requirements for responding to opening bids. And it is a 0 control 5 count.
It is quite a poor hand in the East. So West bids 2 clubs. No alert, but it's probably Gazilli. Just kidding.
Yeah, it's and East is like done. If 1-0 wasn't forcing, then 2 clubs is going to imply a 4-card suit a little more often, which makes it easier for East to pass 2 clubs at imps or any form of scoring, really. I like a non-forcing 1 no trump to one of a major. I reserve other bids for invitational hands so that 1 no can truly be non-forcing.
So North on lead, I mean, it looks pretty natural to lead the King of Hearts, which of course is going to blow up the heart suit. Declarer has to decide how to play the trumps.
So he doesn't have to play trumps right away. He could lead the King of Diamonds out of his hand, or he could cross in spades to lead a club towards his hand.
Yeah, I think there's also a third possibility. It's probably going to look like South has 3 hearts, and he could just play back another heart at trick 2.
And that threatens to let his King of Diamonds get away on the 4th heart if the defense is not careful. And you could do that not really caring if the opponents rough it.
All right, King of Hearts goes around to the ace, and we'll see if he
Al
does.
Hollander is wondering in chat whether 2 clubs promised a 4-card suit, and is saying he's skeptical, but it was a non-forcing 1 no trump, so yes, 2 clubs did imply a 4-card suit.
And either way, I think East probably should just be passing 2 clubs, because East doesn't want to hear partner bid again. If East makes a preference to 2 spades and West bids 3 spades or 3 clubs or 2 no, East is pretty upset.
This hand, 3 hearts is what you would have heard this hand. Because East could still have 5 hearts on that option. Unless you're playing a form of Bart.
Okay, well, Declarer decided not to even cross to the Queen of Spades to start pulling trumps. I think this seems pretty reasonable as well. He can kind of count his losers, 2 clubs, a heart, a diamond, and he can afford to give up an extra trick somewhere in the wash.
Yeah, he doesn't want to play another club now because the opponents could play a 3rd round while there's still a diamond loser and dummy, I suppose. Or seems natural to just establish the heart trick.
Yeah, that often is the way to go. If your trumps are a little bit flimsy, you can't really afford to pull trumps immediately. Instead, South definitely covered the jack with the queen there. You have to establish all of your side winners first before you pull trumps.
And that's curtains for the defense.
Yeah, Declarer has done well. He gets to rough this, pull the last trump, and then he doesn't even need the spades to split. He'll have an easy 110 from here.
6 of clubs is in the right spot. There's no over rough. Although South was following suit anyways.
So nicely done. Board 7, we were skeptical about a potential 4-spade contract, and look what happened in the other room. South did preempt the Jack 6th, Jack 5th, and the black suits. East-West were frozen out of the auction, and as such, they weren't even convinced they were missing a game, so they just let 4 spades go undoubled. That contract went down too, but that's 10 imps going the way of Masika.
Well, if you just look at the north-south cards, I would think you're a favorite to make 4 spades. So, yeah, I understand them not wanting to get involved. And I would also think that you're a favorite to beat the living snot out of 4 hearts, looking at just the north-south cards. So, if you look at just the cards of the players involved at the table, everyone made very reasonable decisions for the trick-taking potential. It's just the way things sat made it very wrong. All right, so there's the 10-12 no trump, and East is getting the ball rolling with a double. With a hand like this, my strategy is not to try to sit it out in 1-0 doubled, even if I can play 1-0 just doubled and not redoubled. I'll just show my, as usually I'll show it as a 1-suiter on my 5-card suit when it's good like this. So 2 clubs is not alerted, so it looks like 2 clubs just showed clubs. And West, I would also wanted to show the hearts as West, because however I would do that with systems on, maybe. If 2 clubs is natural.
Yeah, it's pretty normal to play systems on over a penalty double of a weak no trump for East-West, so West probably could have bid 2 diamonds, transferred hearts, if he wanted to do so.
So one slightly complicated thing you can do when it goes 1 on trump penalty double, a lot of players play their pass forces a redouble. And if they do that, then it's very free to play your systems on because you know you'll have another chance. If they don't play that their pass forces a redouble, then you can't get out in 2 of a minor if you're playing systems on. And so I think it's a mistake to play systems on if it goes 1-0 trump double natural pass. I think you need to play them off.
That is a lot of bidding from West all of a sudden. I think West was feeling a little bit skittish about not having bid on the first round of the auction.
Well, he's already passed what he's going to make, and East is likely to raise this. Vulnerable game at stake. I
think a lot of this comes back to what can West actually have for passing 2 clubs and then bidding on the next round, and East does well to pass, but it's a little bit too late. North-South do have the first 5 tricks if they lead diamonds or spades. North leads a club, but there's no harm.
Slower, and the queen jack of spades and the jack of diamonds combined for nothing. The queen and jack of hearts, well, the queen of hearts was useful. The jack of hearts was superfluous. It's sort of like a lot of lower honors not doing any work at all.
All right, club opening lead. So declare can pull trumps and lead spades up towards the queen jack. Hope for a miracle layout in the diamond suit.
Yeah, and it wouldn't be ridiculous for the diamond suit to be blocked. I guess, given that South we have 2 clubs natural, it would be kind of ridiculous for the diamond suit to be blocked. But there's room for South to have two diamond honors. It's a 10-12 no trump after all.
Yeah, it looks like Declare is deciding not to mess around, pull trumps first, and then try and work on the spades. Probably just conceding down 1. I mean, now even if you get the miracle diamond layout, the opponents can just keep playing clubs at you. So you're not going to have enough entries to lead spades up twice. Low spade to the ace. South can switch to the 8 of diamonds.
I may shift to the king. Oh, no, not with the jack and dummy. He's going to shift to the 8.
Wow. Jack of clubs. He's giving Declare a lot of hope, but...
All right, well, they're going to have to get around to diamonds now. That would have felt really bad if partner's diamonds were the queen jack, and I guess partner needs to have a critical honor to make up his opening bid.
Yeah, it's a little bit surprising. I mean, I think the one inference that a lot of experts can take, and I feel like I say this quite often, especially when North might continue the Queen of Clubs here, is that if partner doesn't switch to a suit where it seems obvious that he should, then he should be able to tolerate a lead from you. So I think Samantha probably switched to a low diamond there from ace-queen. And oh my, this is a big hand in the east.
That sure is. You're a 2-club bid over here?
No, I mean, personally, I don't really tend to upgrade to 2 clubs all that often in a standard context. I think that generally 2-club auctions don't go well unless you have a hand that has a clear direction about where it wants to go. Here, I would really like to get diamonds in the picture. I could easily imagine that a diamond contract takes an extra trick and we might make 6 diamonds but only 5 spades.
Yeah. So imagine partner with Queen Jack 4 of diamonds and the Ace of Hearts. And now, like, you have nowhere to park the heart loser on, and if spades are trump, but if diamonds are trump, it can go on the spades.
Yeah, exactly. So East opens a spade, 2 spades by West. East decides to just bid 4 spades, which seems reasonable.
I'm actually surprised. Like that hand, Queen Jack 4 of diamonds and Ace of Hearts, is hardly ruled out after 1 spade, 2 spades.
Right.
I think East should bid 3 diamonds, and then West would bid 3 no trump, and then East would know that the hand is just a game hand, could even pass 3 no trump, given that he has 8 toppers in his hand, and partner presumably has stoppers in both hearts and clubs.
Yeah, that would be a bit adventurous, but it could work out. Maybe
It's
the rising
a better
up.
contract on this slide of the cards, isn't it? Maybe. Yeah, I think it's. I mean, they'll lead the Queen of Hearts on this deal. I mean, you could easily go down if the heart ace is offside in 4 spades,
or in 3 no. Yeah. Well, Jack of Diamonds lead against 4 spades, so Declare has a little bit of work to do. He's going to pull trumps and lead a club up, but he might end up making 11 tricks. South will pop the ace of clubs and probably try a low heart. Declare can fly king. Alright, Jack of Diamonds to the Queen and Ace. Good false card from North.
yes, there'll be an over trick here because the diamonds go away on the King Queen of clubs. Or the hearts go away alternatively. One of them.
Alright, diamond round to the king.
He can't treat a dummy until trumps break. I think he'll play 3 rounds of trumps ending a dummy, cash the King Queen of clubs, pitching hearts because he doesn't know how the hearts lie, but he knows the diamond is establishable.
Yeah, exactly. With spades 2-2, Declare is in firm control here. Spade to that 8, and then a couple of clubs pitching hearts, and we should see the claim in just a second. South gets the 10 of diamonds, but the ace of hearts goes away. So 11 tricks. Board 8, a huge win for Gazillion in the other room because they find the 5-2 spade fit, pick up 2 imps in the part score. Alright, 5 boards to play in this set. So South has what looks like a strong no trump. They're playing the 10 to 12 no trump in this seat. So South will once again open a club, as we've seen before, with the 17 count. I assume West overcalls a spade. You don't really want to bid 2 spades with this hand. The spade suit is so weak. And sometimes 1 spade can be an effective preempt as well. But after club a spade, North gets to make a negative double, I assume, showing his 4-card heart suit. East might even trot out a no trump if that's natural. He has an 11 count, no spade fit. And I guess it's possible East-West could get into a little bit of trouble. They do have a diamond fit. Ah, you know what? South has a 17 to 19 2-diamond opener available, which is just excellent for this hand type. So this has frozen West out. And North with 7 probably does go through Stamen. I guess we'll find out how they get there. Maybe North bids 2 spades as a relay to 2 no trump and then bids 3 clubs. Or just bids 3 clubs directly as a Stamen bid. They'll find the heart fit. And I think North is probably gonna try for the game. He couldn't do both. He couldn't really ask about opener's range as well as go through Stamen, it doesn't look like. So 3 clubs, 3 diamonds, some form of puppet. North bids 4 diamonds to show both majors. South bids 4 hearts. I assume West leads a spade against this. I mean, it's not all that appetizing. You probably blow a spade trick, but sometimes partners roughing this. You know that there's 4 spades in the North on this auction. The no trump opener likely has at least 2, but could possibly have 3 of them. So there is the spade lead. 6 of spades. Probably their natural count card. 3rd from even, low from odd.
We can see could have been beaten very easily, and now let's see whether it will. Still looks pretty bad for Declare.
Yeah, the 4-1 trump split is not great.
The 8 of clubs starts to grow up, possibly.
Alright, let's see what happens at trick 2. So, it feels pretty natural to play 3 rounds of diamonds to start taking heart finesses.
Yeah. If you think spades are breaking, well, and I guess you don't want it. It's just too dangerous to try to unblock the ace of spades and cash the king of spades before, just to pitch a club before taking heart finesses.
Yeah. Actually, I mean, now that you mention it, maybe Declare will try and cash the spade ace. If spades happen to be 4-3, then
right.
You just make it when the king of hearts is on side. That might be your best chance.
Unblock the ace of spades, cross to the ace times king and diamonds diamond rough, take a trump finesse, it holds, shrug, cash the king of spades, and to pitch a club before taking another trump finesse.
Yeah, that's a very simple route to 10 tricks. And, alright, Declare has kind of fallen prey to West's opening lead, but I think this was probably bound to happen.
So East actually has a problem still. East doesn't know that partner's getting a club rough.
Nope.
So he just makes the natural diamond shift.
Yeah, so diamond to the ace.
The club's not going anywhere. We did a club rough with a natural trap.
And Declare knows that the clubs are not splitting well. It's not possible for West to have both the ace and king of clubs and not lead one. So he would have to find some way to...
Well, he can get back to the 4th. If they broke, Declare could take the 10 of hearts, finesse the jack of hearts, figuring the king is going to pop up, then cross back to the queen to cash the king of spades.
Yeah, which is not enough. I think he would need hearts 2-2 with the clubs blocked in some way.
You could play for someone to have ace king double 10 of clubs. That seems wildly unlikely. It would have to be East.
Yeah, but I do think the play is probably now a low heart to the hoping the king pops up, and then if someone has honor doubleton of clubs, you actually could make it, because a diamond switch would give you a rough slough, and a spade from west would allow you to score 2 spade tricks with the king and 9. So I think he's okay if west has a holding such as ace-jack doubleton of clubs, for example. Then he would make it by just playing another heart here. If the trumps were 2-2. Which does seem like the best plan. And I'm sure he sees this. He might be looking around for something else. He also might kind of expect that trumps can't possibly be splitting. Otherwise, East would not have ducked to this Queen of Hearts. There's only one time that you can lead the Queen without the Jack and score a trick in this set, and it's already happened. Something declarers could do in spots like this, if they don't see an alternative, which I think we've identified one, just play a heart and hope that the king pops up on your right, and then the clubs are blocked, is you could lead low from the queen third and dummy in a spot like this, and if you think that it's possible your right-hand opponent has both the ace and king of the suit, it will make it difficult for them to play low, for example. Because if you just have jack third or jack doubleton in your hand, then they play low, you win the jack on the first round of the suit. And I mean, doing so would give Declare a legitimate chance on this layout, but he would have to think that that's more likely than hearts actually splitting. But he is pausing for a second. Like, just as a example line, we lead a low club, East plays the king, West plays the 3 on this trick. Well, for starters, East is now kind of end played into giving Declare an entry back to the north hand. And then secondly, the club suit actually happens to be blocked at this point, so Declare becomes dangerously close to making the contract from that spot. So I don't know if this is what Versace is thinking about, but that would be one thing that would really put the screws to East on this exact lie of the cards. I do think there's a very strong indication that hearts are not splitting, though, which is, once again, that on this Queen of Hearts, if East was down to King Doubleton, East wouldn't know that their partner doesn't have Jack Doubleton. And so it would be very costly to not cover the Queen of Hearts with the King in that position. The only reason that East knows it's safe to duck on the Queen of Hearts is because East started with 4 of them. And there it is, 9 of clubs off the dummy. Oh boy. East probably should have been spending some time thinking about it, but you never really expect this play to be made. So, is he going to find a low club? That would make the defense pretty straightforward from there. Or is East going to pop up with the king of clubs, and then there's a lot of work to be done? I think the defense will likely still come out on top if East pops up with the king of clubs, even if West doesn't unblock the jack. Almost any reasonable defense from East will still allow the contract to be set I mean, obviously East can't go king of clubs, ace of clubs, club. That would be ineffective. But if East, for example, plays back a diamond, giving a rough slough, I think the defense probably comes out ahead. There's still a little bit of care that needs to be taken, but they should come out just fine. He does hop up with a king of clubs, so first question, does West unblock the jack? No. And he does switch to a low heart. This looks like it also works out okay. Wait, no, this doesn't work out okay. Well, it works out okay as long as West dumps the jack of clubs, but
that nine of spades is growing up, isn't it? If West winds up on lead. And I guess West has a diamond to exit, possibly.
oh my. Very, very scary position for the defenders. Versace has done really well on this lie of the cards to put them to this guess. But it looks like they're still going to come out okay. I mean, it is certainly true that if Declare wins the 10 of hearts and leads a low club, well, actually, at that point, East can actually pop up with the club 8. Ooh. No, I guess he can't. East would have to duck around to West Jack, which is kind of an argument for ducking the first club anyway, is that if you're going to have to duck the second one...
afraid the nine of clubs was going to hold.
Yeah.
Well, if they let this contract through, that'll be quite a coup on Declarer's part.
It will be. And again, all credit to Versace for not only seeing the play, but then having the guts to try and pull it off. Because I'm certain that he saw the lie where if hearts were just splitting at that point, he had some real serious legitimate chances to make the contract from there. But he correctly judged, I think, that there's no way hearts were splitting. All right. 8 of hearts. This is an interesting enough spot, and I think West probably should be keen on the fact that this Jack of Clubs is just not a useful card. Let's get rid of it. He sees his partner play the King of Clubs. So he knows that East has the Ace King of Clubs over there. If Declare happens to have the 10 of Clubs, there's no way Declare's misguessing this position. Declare is just going to lead low to the Queen, and the Jack pops up anyway. So the Jack of Clubs would be a nice play for West to make. Less anxiety-inducing than anything else. But I think a lot of players in West's position, you know, might just shrug and say, look, all my spades are losers. Pitch losers, keep winners. I don't want to get end played into leading spades, so let's start getting rid of them. It would be a real shame if Declare happened to have the Jack of Diamonds at this point and West pitched the Jack of Clubs. Declare
Do you think that if West pitches a spade, Declare might try winning this dummy and playing another low club?
Yeah, and that's... Okay, so West pitches a spade. Here we go. So what is Declare going to do? He does try a low club, but this time I really don't think that there's any reason for Declare to, or for East to go wrong here. I mean, East can see that if Declare has the Jack of Clubs, it just doesn't matter. And if you hop up with the Ace of Clubs in this spot, then you're going to look real silly on Vugraph in front of thousands of people. Probably not what East is concerned about mostly, but there's the added bonus that you might make the front page of the bulletin tomorrow for the wrong reason.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we've seen some sketchy plays from well-known players in this event. It's just really grueling to play so many boards at such a high level against incredibly challenging competition, to constantly be trying to keep your concentration going.
Yeah, for sure. And the later you get into these events, you're playing up against teams that are in much better form over the course of the event. So, South, obviously a very strong player on any day of the week, but clearly making it to the finals of this event, making it to the finals of the World Bridge Games a month ago, is always a very difficult opponent, and he's showing why here. He got the perfect read of the hand where, even though it looks like there's no chance for Declare to make it on this lie of the cards, he found a possibility to give the defenders a little bit of work to do. And every once in a while they make a mistake and it pays off. I do think one of the things, and Michael, you had said that these are some young players, East-West. I actually don't know. So East does find the duck. And that's going to be the end of it. West could give a rough slough, but with the clubs not splitting, there's nothing to be done. So down one. Good defense, ultimately, but Versace making his opponent sweat. I was going to say this is actually a relatively common theme, I think. It doesn't come up very often, so that's why I was wondering if East specifically was aware of it or had seen it before in actual practice. But this is something that I think you would be aware of if you played enough bridge at the high level, that this is a technique Declare can try to steal a trick with specifically Queen Third and Dummy, or Queen Fourth, or something like that. And they get it right. So well done both. West opens a diamond, no trump from North. 15 count. Well, one of the downsides of two clubs showing both majors is that you can't bid two clubs with a hand like this on the East cards. So I think East is probably just going to have to pass. Definitely not good enough to double, and not good enough to, I guess, bid three clubs, I don't think. Not when partners open to diamond. So East will pass, and Versace, I guess, has a couple of options available to him. He could just decide to transfer to spades and drop the contract. If he's feeling a bit more ambitious with 5-4 in the majors, he might go through Stamen, planning to bid 2 spades over a 2 diamond bid to show a light invite with 5 spades. I think those are basically the choices available. You wouldn't really want to go through a garbage Stamen auction because your partner will pass 2 hearts with equal length in the majors, and you would possibly play a 4-2 heart fit like you would here. Looks like East is thinking about trying to come in over a no trump. But again, 3 clubs feels like a lot when your partner's not guaranteed to have any clubs for the diamond opener, and just 7 high card points. Not quite good enough to bid higher. I do see a question while we're waiting about whether South can go through Smolin over a no trump. I mean, of course he could, but with only 6 high card points, you don't really expect that this is a hand where you want to be in game unless partner has a fit and an absolute maximum. So it looks like Versace is planning to bid 2 spades here to show a light invite with 5 spades. He's gone through Stamen. I guess he could be... Okay, he bids 2 hearts. So I suspect this is not garbage Stamen variety. It's probably just their way of showing the 5-card spade suit light invite. Oh, just kidding. Well, I take it all back. I mean, now that I've seen this auction, and East hasn't necessarily given up yet, but I suppose Versace's thought process, so East does bid 3 clubs, is if we have a 4-4 heart fit, or a 5-4 spade fit, my hand is worth an invite, and the possibility of getting to a very poor heart fit, it's imps. So if we can find a game, say 10 or 12% of the time, when partner has a maximum with 4-card support for one of my majors, I want to reach for that possibility. Otherwise, here we are. We're in 2 hearts, and sometimes the opponents rescue us like this. So King of Spades lead is going to make things a little bit complicated for the defense. This will block the spade suit. Although Declare might just duck trick 1. I guess that's possible. So how's Declare going to end up? The Jack of Clubs is probably scoring a trick, which means there's going to be 2 clubs to lose, at least 1 spade, at least 1 diamond, at least 1 heart. Probably not going to make it if we're already counting up to 5 losers. Declare can pick off the heart suit, either by running the 9 or by ducking to the King Doubleton North's hand, both of which seem pretty likely to be effective. And of course, we might be able to take a roughing, finesse, and diamonds to eventually pitch the 3rd round of spades from East's hand. So King of Spades holds, and now South obviously has a lot of information about the hand. Queen of Spades. Uh-oh. Well, so much for ditching the spade loser. Now, South has no entry for spade ruff. I suppose not that it necessarily would have helped. North's jack of clubs is likely to get picked off if that happened. So club to the ace. North is on lead. I think he has to get out a club. Oh, this is getting very dangerous for North-South, actually. Is there any chance that Declare actually makes it here? So Declare can stick in the 10 of clubs, which I think he probably will. He knows South has 5 spades. He knows South has 4 hearts at least. And it's pretty likely that South has at least 3 diamonds. So I think the distribution is marked around the table. So I think this means Declare is playing double dummy, basically. What happens if he just wins the 10 of clubs and plays a diamond to the jack? North can win the queen, and a diamond exit is bad. Whoa! King of clubs? Uh-oh. I think Declare is going to go down now. Because now Samantha has an extra exit card, the 8 of clubs, to get out of his hand. It's still a little bit dicey, but I do think the defense should be able to come out on top. As long as they're careful. So, for example, I mean, North will exit the 8 of clubs. He could, I guess, cash the ace of diamonds before doing so, but he decided not to. So 8 of clubs exit. And now Declare can try the effect of leading a diamond to the jack and queen. And Samantha will have to work out to exit a low diamond to get out of hand. It would blow a diamond trick. Well, it would give Declare basically an extra entry to take a roughing hook and diamonds, but at least he wouldn't set up multiple diamond tricks in the dummy. And in fact, now that Declare has pitched a diamond from the dummy, there's really just not much more to be done on the hand. So, actually a really interesting battle. It feels like Declare probably could and should have come out on top there if he was a little bit more careful or diligent about counting out the length in the suits. But he did not succeed this time. And Samantha, for all of his hard work, is rewarded with an 8-card club suit. So do we open this a club, or do we preempt? And if we preempt, what's the right level? I assume 4 clubs would be the right preemptive level. That's probably the most straightforward. It gives partner the ability to judge what to do over 4 of a major.
And it's like the clubs are wrong as they're ace-queen instead of like king-queen-jack. You have the side control. 3-0 is definitely in play. I mean, I could see 4 clubs, but I think 1 club is be the popular choice.
Yeah, he does decide to open at the 1 level, so club, a diamond by South showing 4 or more hearts, a spade overcall from West, 3 clubs by Samantha, doing his best to get in the way of the opponent's auction, but it's a little bit too late now. East-West are off to the races. So they have found 4 spades, and now I guess the question is South going to find a save? Or potentially a five club bid that the defense might need to be a little bit careful? Or is South just going to let this go? South bids five clubs. West bids five spades instantly over five clubs.
That's a little surprising.
Wow.
So, I mean, I guess North-South are right to defend, getting two diamonds and a club, but double, I mean, just looked at the North-South cards, thought we have 10 tricks ourselves for sure. We don't have great play for an 11th. If the 2 and 3 clubs were switched, you might be able to establish that 13th heart for an 11th trick. Here, I mean, if the defense tries to play spade, heart, heart, you have the entries 1, 2 that they give 2. Yeah, you would be able to make 5 clubs for 11 tricks for down 1.
Yeah, the defense would need to be careful, as Michael's pointing out, to beat 5 clubs, but they should be able to do so. Either way, 5 spades is not going to make unless North-South fail to cash a club. And I think Versace is questioning about whether or not he wants to double. I don't believe this is a forcing pass scenario. West has kind of bid strongly, so I don't see any reason why you would believe that North's pass is forcing over 5 spades. So I think he's just curious about whether or not he should be bidding 6 clubs or doubling this contract or passing it. I mean, this actually might make. North is on lead. North might believe that the best route to a set would be to get a heart ruff immediately.
That would be the path to failure to defeat.
And partner did bid hearts, so you know, you don't really expect the ace of clubs to cash on this auction, so it's not like you can lead the ace of clubs and look around and see if you think that you can get a heart ruff after doing so. But wow. Wow. 5 spades is the pressure bid, at least in this position. Board 11, we see 5 more imps coming through. The other table actually decided to treat the North hand as just a garbage salmon hand type over the strong no-trump opener. So a bit of a difference in the no-trump opening range produced that 5 imp swing on board 11. And Versace does double. Now, he's obviously hoping for a diamond lead. That's what he's doubling on, the ace of diamonds. I do wonder if Samantha is now going to be a little bit more confident that a heart lead might lead to a ruff, and he does. He leads a heart. So this is going to be 850.
The play will not take long.
No. It might take.
It's already over.
Yeah, it could be already over. All right, declare wins, pulls trumps, pitches the club on the run of hearts. $11 tricks. So really nice result for Masika there. All riding on that opening lead. Two boards to go in this first opening quarter of play. And then there will be a short break. Players will reconvene, and we'll be right back with you for the second quarter of action. Saban don't think he's going to open 3 clubs in first seat. It feels like an oddly similar hand to board 12, where he had an opportunity to bid 3 clubs over a strong no trump and didn't. So he passes. We're going to get 2 passes around West, who has 18. And they open a diamond with this hand, so North will overcall spade. Which probably passes back around to West. West can balance a no trump. Oh, just kidding. East now decides to come in with 2 clubs. So I guess this is just non-forcing 2 clubs.
Yeah. Even so, West is probably just going to bid 3 no trump, because what does he need? Ace Queen 6 of clubs to make game?
Yeah, exactly. And hope that that Queen 3rd of spades is a stopper, which it will be quite often.
It doesn't have to be. King of Diamonds is a real outlier on the south hand, where all the other cards seem to be between like an 8 and a 5.
Okay, West decides to take things a little bit slower, not just blast 3 now with the potential 5-card spade suit on his left.
I think it's like your partner bid 3 clubs over 2 spades, and you're still stuck bidding 3 no trump because you kind of have to. Maybe he was thinking about slam if partner had a singleton spade in the Ace Queen of clubs.
Yeah,
6, 7, 8, 9, 10 tricks. Still have to find more tricks. There's no roughing in your hand.
Right.
4-3 heart fit's not a bad spot either.
Well, King of Spades opening lead now declares very confident about his chances. Maybe not. Dummy doesn't produce the Queen of Clubs, just Ace Jack 10, but
he'll feel better about it in the near future. I mean, I suppose he could. Well, the spades are going to be established, so he just has to pick up the Queen of Clubs, and he has a late entry to the dummy and the Jack of Hearts, but you can't go to the Jack of Hearts and take a first round club finesse through south. That doesn't help.
All right, tricky spot for North at trick 2. He doesn't want to continue spades. That 8 of spades
shifts, I guess. South has on. He still doesn't have options because South. If he leaves South with an entry in the diamond suit, then he can't lose a club trick to anyone, anyways.
Right. So a heart switch from North, which I mean he might try, would be ineffective. I mean, North basically can count that Declare has 6 clubs and probably has 3 tricks outside. I suppose that actually means that maybe the Queen of Diamonds switch is always safe. Because if South has the Ace of Hearts, then Declare only has 8 cashers, 6 clubs, and the Ace King of Diamonds. So maybe the Queen of Diamonds is actually the safe switch. In which case, once again, Declare probably just wins the Ace of Diamonds and goes King of Clubs club. Hopes to get lucky. Just kidding. Samantha has decided to establish the spade suit. This would work out well if South has, say, the King of Clubs. Alright, Queen of Spades holds. Not much for Declare to do. If he had an extra entry in the heart suit, he might consider taking the club finesse through south, but there's no way to get back to the east hand. So it does look like King of Clubs club. Queen pops up. He might be...
He has tricks, but so he could run the hearts first, I suppose, but really not... You're not going to get any information. You're not going to have a useful end play. It's not like throwing north in with a spade will help you. I suppose you could throw north in with a spade in this position, trying to get a club diamond squeeze against south. The point you play 4 rounds of hearts, you'll figure out that was never happening because north will have too many minor suit cards to make that possible.
Yeah, it's a fair point that yes, if south has queen third of clubs and king queen jack of diamonds, then a spade exit might actually be very effective.
On the other hand, it gives up several over tricks that you're getting on this slide of the cards.
It does, and the squeeze possibility is pretty remote. As well as I would just love to see the look on North's face if North started with 6 spades. It seems pretty unlikely, but... Okay, he does lead the king of clubs to the next trick.
It will speed up in a moment. And he claims.
That's all of them. So 460. Oh, 490. Apologies. We're on to the last board.
There's an 800 in the other room on board 12.
Yeah, board 12, north-south got to 3, no trump. Looks like there was a Liebensaal auction, and North just decided to take a shot at 3 now. It was unsuccessful. But Masika fires right back on board 13. 5 spades doubled making. In the other room, North did open 4 clubs. South bumped to 5 clubs. West threw in a sporting double, and that ended the auction there. They were able to cash their 3 tricks carefully.
I mean, given like the results on board 12 and board 4, which, you know, like 12 bidding misunderstanding that's hard to understand. Board 4, revoke in the finals of a national pair event that costs a vulnerable game. The fact that 27 of those imps to Fleischer sort of just come out of nowhere, unexpected places. They're doing very well to just be down a little. They could easily be up quite a bit.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, 2 passes go around to North, who opens a club in 3rd seat. This is not one of their weak no-trump spots, so this will tend to be a normal 1 club auction. 1 diamond showing hearts.
I prefer that to 2-no, which I know a lot of players would just open 2-no trump with the North hand, but this singleton ace is... It's true, more than half your high card points are in your 3-card suit and your singleton. On the other hand, 5-4-3-1's a suit pattern, and you can show this hand with opening a club and bidding 2 spades, then bidding 3 diamonds, although North with 3 spades next. Which maybe showed that pattern, I don't know.
Yeah, it's really nice when you have a minor and a side 4-card spade suit that you're always going to be able to show your spades at a convenient level. If you have a minor and hearts, sometimes it's a little bit more challenging to get your suits in. But South says no thank you upon hearing partner has club length, just bids 3 no.
Now, I sometimes use a diamond pass. If I open a diamond pass, a heart pass, 2 spades as an artificial heart raise, and just have 1 spade be wide ranging and nearly forcing. So that we're not bidding a diamond pass, a spade pass, something at the 4 level on hands where we're responding on 0.
West gets off to a spade lead. I think this is a pretty reasonable attempt. You normally don't want to lead away from aces into 3 no-trump contracts, but here sometimes South has a pretty weak spade holding. North is known to only have a 4-card suit, and the fact that West has a couple of entries means if East actually has spades, West might be able to cash the first 4 tricks. Like, imagine if East had King, Jack, 10, 4th of spades, they would be able to take 4 spades immediately and the ace of clubs.
Well, also notice there's communications between the North and South hands are really awkward. Like, if North unblocked the ace, king, queen of diamonds, there'd be no entry to the clubs. Once once they take the ace of spades, you can't afford to cash the ace, king, queen of diamonds before knocking out the ace of spades. And even now, like, you have to pick which hand is going to have a late entry to it on the spade back here. So you have to either cash the king, queen of hearts or abandon them. It's going to cash them.
Yeah, this time Declare will cash.
It sets up his 9th, and when the hearts break well enough, he'll know he can safely plan clubs. That didn't happen. There's no way he didn't cash the king, queen of hearts before playing a club, right?
No, this seems reasonable. I mean, you don't want to run into a 5-2 heart split.
Yeah, he has the 10-9-8 of clubs, so he can actually safely do that. Give up 2 clubs instead of doing it the other way.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's a little bit weird, therefore, to unblock the heart ace before doing all of this, because it's like Declare unblock the heart ace to score the king, queen of hearts, and then changed his mind later. But this all works out. So 6:30, that's the last board at this table. Head over to the other room to check out the remaining couple of boards. We'll be back in just a little bit for the second quarter of action.
Take care.
Okay, wait, where are we going? This table. Boom. Done. Hello, once again, everyone. I'm catching up on chat comments. Left-facing Rob has returned. Oh yeah, because like Streamlabs mirrors my thing, and I guess when I'm on BBO it like double mirrors it, which is weird. That feels very inefficient from a software development standpoint, but I guess it's fine. Also, it's like super warm right now in this room. I wonder why that is. It's still freezing elsewhere. Hold on, let me see if I can fix my I'm now sweating problem. Okay, this might fix the problem. I feel scandalous taking my jacket off during the winter. Oh, yep, nope, it's like once again getting cold. I'll probably have to reapply jacket in just a second. So, okay, I want to look at board 12. 2 spades shows clubs. A diamond, a no trump, 2 spades shows clubs. 2 no. Does anyone know Masika? NABC wins. Hold on. Oh, it's just blank. Okay. No results found. Gotcha. WBF bio? Oh my. Okay, I see. Interesting. Wait, country France? Why does he have a US flag? He has a US flag here. What do you mean, country France? Hold on a second. Look at this. Country France. Way to go, BBO. You guys did it. So, he played one event in 2009, and then he's played a few events recently. This makes sense to me, based on what we've seen. Revoke on board 4, and also this board, board 12. I think he's a relatively newer player, is what I think is going on. That's good information if we do end up commentating his table. But yeah, that seems to be the case as to what's happening. Club to the ace club. Well, oh, North is playing again. So just about anything could happen here. Yeah, king of clubs. Spade to the 10 and ace. This is going to give Declare enough entries to actually pitch the clubs on the king, queen of hearts. If Lorenzini had ducked that spade, then Declare would have had quite a bit of work to do. But 11 tricks, 1 up to Masika, and they are back by 6 going into the next set. Okay, where's our daily source of drama? Please, someone on Bridge Winners be complaining about something. Ooh, this could be a good article. Hold. Hold, please. All right, ACBL alert procedures. Recently, in an ACBL speedball, we had the auction, a club, pass, 3 no trump, all pass. Recently in an ACBL speedball, okay, this is where you went wrong, good sir. You were playing ACBL speedballs. A club, pass, 3 no, pass, pass, pass. The 3 no bidder was revealed to have a 6-card heart suit, right? Okay, not the most unusual thing that I've seen in those events. During the ensuing discussion, it became clear that this was actually the pair's agreement. Wait, what? Oh, hold on. The sentence continues. I was like, their agreement is that this shows a 6-card major? I mean, fine. Weird agreement. Okay, that they could go ahead and bid 3 no trump to conceal what was in their hand. Scandalous. No one has ever done that before, have they? As the opponents explained, and were under no obligation to bid even a 6-card major. Okay, yep. I mean, like, you're allowed to make bad bids. Like, there's nothing against making bad bids and explaining your agreements. Now, I mean, it would be weird if it went a club pass 3 no, pass 4 clubs on like a 5-card suit, and then responder bid 4 hearts on the 6-card heart suit, and then it went all pass. That would be really weird. That would be illegal. Okay, I called the director because I am angry, and I'm an ACBL member, and this is my right, and suggested this should be alerted. The director disagreed, citing the new alert procedures. Ooh, wait, new alert procedures. He said any natural bid that is an offer to play is not alertable. Any natural bid that is an offer to play is not alertable. I'm confused about this. Let's say I open 2 hearts intermediate, 11 to 13. Is this alertable now or not? This is no longer alertable? Yeah, Greg asks, does that mean precision 1 major 4 major is not alertable? I mean, I'm thinking even lower depth, like opening bids. Like precision 1 diamond. Non-forcing, not alertable? It's an offer to play 1 diamond? I mean, 1 diamond could be 0, not alertable. It's an offer to play. Okay, this is weird. I wonder where this is coming from. I emailed rulings at acbl.org and they confirmed the director's ruling writing. The alert procedures delineate which calls require an alert and which do not. What a bunch of bureaucratic bullshit. Natural bids do not require an alert unless specifically listed as exceptions to that rule. In this case, the 3 no trump bid was a natural bid with no exception for the fact that it might contain a long major suit, with no exception for the fact that... Dude, I don't understand legal jargon. In this case, the 3... I need to parse this sentence. In this case, the 3 no trump bid was a natural bid with no exception for the fact that it might contain a long major suit, so no alert is required. No exception. I don't understand the phrase no exception. Can someone whose first language is not English explain this to me? Because I'm sure you're going to have a better time interpreting than I will. No exception. Anyway, I'm just going to move on. I don't get that sentence. Though there used to be language in past alert procedures that highly unusual or unexpected bids required an alert, that language no longer exists. And if a bid is natural, even if the agreement is unexpected, and not an exception under the alert procedures, no alert is required. I can't read this alone. It's referring to the sentence above, which is just a bunch of nonsense. Oh, natural bids do not require an alert unless specifically listed as exceptions to that rule. So this was not one of the exceptions to that rule. Gotcha. Okay. Was a natural bid even if it might contain a long major. Was a natural bid even if it might contain a long major. Okay, I think we've parsed it. This is the second bizarre thing I've found in these procedures. Note that doubles are assumed to be alertable unless they are on a list of non-alertable exceptions. Missing from this list was the option 1 club double, 1 spade double as penalty. I was told this penalty double is now alertable. Okay, but this penalty double has always been alertable, right? Wait, hold on. I'm sorry. No, this has never been alertable. Oh, that is weird. That is super weird. That this is alertable. What? My grandma is rolling over in her grave. I don't know why. When I queried ACBL about this, they told me it was an oversight and would be fixed. Somehow, I think we've lost the plot here. I think that a 3 no that is an offer to play and does not promise any specific second suit would not be alertable in any jurisdiction in this world. It's likely to be dumb to just leap to 3-0 with an undisclosed 6-card major, but being dumb is not alertable. I really wish it was. I would do so much better at the bridge table if people just had like a sign posted on their forehead about like what their percentage is on average over their past 4 games. Like if someone shows up with like a 36% sign on their forehead, I would know exactly what to do against them. But if just like a couple of random people show up and start like talking about their 12-bid precision sequence, I have no idea whether or not they're good players. You're gonna pre-alert that you're dumb now? Alright, do we have the tables back up? We don't. I almost exactly said the same words as Chris Gibson, so we're clearly the same person. I don't know. Have you seen us both in the same room at the same time? Checkmate. Greg says being dumb seems like more of a general approach than a specific alertable convention. That's fair. I mean, sometimes you pre-alert different systems. So if you have a dumb system, then maybe you're or is it part of your like overall system is that you're just dumb? Or is it like only in specific instances? Dumb when favorable and smart otherwise? That's probably a pretty good alert. I like that. Well, I hope they resolve whatever issue it was that they were complaining about. Because that would be great. Man, last day of this event. It feels like just yesterday the scores were being reported in the wrong columns. Probably because yesterday they were being reported in the wrong columns. I feel like I have now adjusted to the cold, and I no longer need this jacket. We're gonna roll with it until I start shivering. Or until I go down in a cold contract. What all happened during the set? We had north-south stop. Oh, yeah. North stopping in 4 clubs as well on board 3. In a position where I think, like... I don't exactly remember the hand, but this is the one where there was like a singleton heart opposite ace doubleton, and Versace and Samantha just got to 3-0. In the other room, it looked like North kind of game forced, and South said, I don't want to play 3-0, and North then rolled back his idea about game forcing, which, you know, obviously is not really the way you want to go about playing bridge. And it worked out. They won 6. 5 clubs down 1 would have won 2. 4 spades in the West versus 1 no trump doubled. Yeah, what an amazing hand. I actually kind of like preempting that Jack 9 8 6th, Jack 5th suit, board 7. Jack 9 8 6 the spades, heart void. Was it Jack doubleton of diamonds or 2 small? 2 small diamonds, Jack empty, 5th of clubs. It was what? First seat, both vulnerable. We don't get to see the hand, but I think 2 spades is just a good bid. Loading data, please wait. I know. It's not actually loading the data, though. They could put up a more accurate message in this spot, because, I mean, it's not as if, like, me waiting here for 20 minutes is somehow going to get the boards to come back. They could say, sorry, session time expired. Check the archive. later or something like that. The bridge winners dancing 7 of diamonds would calm your rage. I don't think they have the capability of creating graphics on this site. Those really hadn't been invented by the time this platform was up and running. And there's no way that they can update their software. So yeah, GIFs or anything probably didn't exist back in the Stone Age of computers, like when BBO was founded. When was it founded? Was it like 98, 97? And they're still running the same operating system that they were back then? I'm going to look this up because we have time. When was Bridge Base Online created? 2001. But that's just factually inaccurate. Oh, did Fred create the forums before BBO existed? Aha. There is a Wikipedia page for Bridgebase Online, for what it's worth. Right here. Bridgebase Online is the world's largest bridge-playing online platform with about 11.6 million monthly visits as of September 2024. Look at that. In 1990, Bridgebase Incorporated was founded by Fred Gittleman and Sherry Weinstock and released Base 2, an analytical tool for serious bridge players that ran on DOS. Look at them go. Blah, 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 blah. BBO was first published by Bridgebase Incorporated in 2001 as a Windows downloadable software, offering free online multiplayer bridge rooms for practice and play. So the Deal of the Week archive, which we had been looking through, I thought this started much prior to 2001. So that has to mean that there was some sort of online Deal of the Week thing taking place on some online forum that Fred was keeping up with. Michael played a Deal of the Weekend. Congratulations. Fred refused to publish any of my hands on the Deal of the Week. I sent him a Devil's Coup that I played. I sent him a Undiscovered Squeeze that I had played. Not published. Instead, he just kept writing articles about his friends. What a lame guy. Who even has friends? You know what I mean? All right. On that note, I think we're about ready to get into this thing. So we got Basis and Lorenzini here. I guess let's go to the other table. I don't know. I kind of want to avoid the Masika table. I wouldn't mind doing commentary on a sponsor on my stream, because then I could be a little bit more open about mistakes, but I don't want to do it on BBO's platform. Okay. Yeah, I guess we're going to go to the Bassiste Lorenzini table. It's fine. They're a little bit slower, but here we go. Welcome back, everyone. Just getting underway with the second quarter play in the Soloway final. Fleischer against Masika. Fleischer comes in ahead by 6 after a hard-fought first segment. We have a lot of action here so far.
Yeah, so I think we're seeing the 4 or 5 spade double there by South. North has bid 2 clubs, and South wants to raise clubs in a forcing way, so I had to Q bid first. North, having presumably denied 3 spades with 2 clubs, bid 2 spades on his queen and 1. And South followed through with 3 clubs, and North lacking a heart stopper, but having decent diamond texture, not interested in a high-level club contract. Continue 3 diamonds to see what South wants to do. It looks like what South wants to do is 3-no trump. We'll see if he actually does it.
Yeah, it's a little bit challenging. I mean, he has a lot of excellent cards for a slam. Aces of both major suits. The Queen of Hearts is probably working with the heart overcall. Singleton Diamond is not so bad. So South tries 4-no. I do wonder if this is key card in clubs or if this is just quantitative.
So, if you're not using a Blackwood substitute here, South sequence, set up a force, raise his partner suit, then bid 4-no trump, for me would fall into key card territory because there is suit agreement and it's a jump to 4-no trump. He would rather have it be natural here. The 10 of clubs would make slam at least acceptable in one of the hands. If the Jack of Diamonds fell, you could on this deal you could pitch 4 spades, I suppose, from the South hand and make 6 clubs without the spade suit. If the Jack of Hearts was on side, and it's not so unusual with the 2 heart with the heart overcall, you could take a deep heart finesse to get rid of the spade loser. And 6 clubs is not a hopeless contract.
No, but with everything just kind of not quite working for Declare, it would not fetch on the sly of the cards.
Well, if West leads the Jack... Oh, no, East's on lead. I was going to say, if it was South's clubs, West could lead the Jack of Hearts. And now all of a sudden it's a very good contract. Well, at least a good contract. You just need to avoid 2 club losers. Have some work to do along the way.
All right, they do get to 6 clubs. I mean, South did bid key card 4-no trump, and 5 clubs showing 1. South knows they're off a key card, but that was all in his plan.
I mean, East has the only guard in hearts and the spade. But the problem is diamonds aren't breaking well enough to set them up with a single ruff. Otherwise, I think you'd have a better shot at squeezing East in the majors.
Yeah, lack of entries is also a huge problem between the North and South hands. Trumps is kind of the only communication suit, and it's going to be, in fact, very difficult for Declare to get over to the North hand to start roughing diamonds.
Well, let's say East leads a diamond, which I don't think he will. Let's say East leads a heart. It's a pretty good case for just putting in the 9 of hearts on a heart lead. All right, so East led a 2 of spades.
Yeah, I was going to mention this. I mean, I think this is a pretty reasonable lead. If you're sitting here thinking that Declare might not even have any club losers, but maybe more importantly, you could convince Declare to not take a spade finesse at trick 1 if you think that, or if he thinks that this lead could be a singleton. But as is, I think Declare very much will take the spade hook because he has too much difficulty if the King of Spades is offside. So he's not out of the woods yet. I mean, this is a good start for Declare, but there's still a lot of work to do to make the contract from here.
That's an excellent start for him, though. Amazingly, it's not done yet.
No, and I
Pretty
do.
low club up here.
I mean, I kind of wonder if this trick might even come back, because you never really expect the opponent to lead from King Doubleton. So, like, let's say Declare unblocks the Diamond Ace now to try and set up the Spade suit in the south hand. That would be kind of a simple plan to make the contract. Ace of Diamonds, Ace of Spades, Spade Ruff. East gets to overruff, and then he'll still have a club trick coming. But that line of play would work out great if East started with King Fourth of Spades or King Jack Third or something like that. Then you could use the King of Diamonds to pitch a heart, take a heart finesse, and just play for trumps to be 3-2. Ace of Clubs and a club.
He's certainly not getting eased into the set with a simple problem.
No, hopefully the players are all warmed up. They got to play 15 boards earlier, at least most of them did.
I think a low club is a very natural continuation in this position. Planning on unblocking the Ace of Diamonds, crossing back to the Ace of Clubs, and working on the diamonds. You're not likely to be able to play clubs for no losers anyways, and the spade lead away from king and one is not sure what it indicates, but the auction certainly indicates the king of clubs is probably offside. Probably indicates that the king of clubs is where it is, that he was trying to goad you into popping the ace of spades. That he was desperate.
Well, yeah, we'll see what Declare does at trick 2. I think, as mentioned before, the issue with working on diamonds is you don't have a ton of communication between the hands, but Declare does lead a club to the king. Now a diamond comes to the ace. So what is Declare's plan at this point? It does feel somewhat natural to just hope that the diamonds split 4-3. Or that the jack comes down Doubleton. We could go Queen of Clubs, club to the ace, ruff a diamond, and eventually plan on taking a heart finesse. That's not going to work on the sly of the cards, but that would be one reasonable plan. So Queen of Clubs holds. It's actually really interesting that the spade spots in South will offer Declare
Here, right?
a second approach to the play here. Alright, so he plays a club to the ace.
So if you cash the king, queen, and diamonds, see if the jack comes down, presumably pitching a heart and a spade.
Yeah, or if the suit splits.
Right.
And
pitch the heart here, not a spade.
yeah, he'll pitch a heart here.
And then when this... Okay, now I think he's down with the spade pitch. Unless he guesses the heart.
Wow, West actually pitched a heart, in fact. I didn't even notice that.
And maybe
West
he thought
had
that
to
two
pitch
heart
a heart.
finesses was... I mean, East. There's no way East had king jack, third of spades, and led a low spade, right?
No, he could have had king jack fourth. But I guess it would
I guess
be...
the player had to choose between two heart finesses and or the spade play.
Yeah, actually, I
think
guess
he's
he
going to
can't
Jack of Hearts.
Well, he can't have King Jack fourth because that would give East a 4-card heart suit. So I do feel as if North might have been a little bit hasty in this second discard on the Diamond Queen. It did feel as if he paused to think on the 2 of Hearts discard, but maybe not for as long as he necessarily should have. Although, case in point here, West happened to get squeezed on that 3rd round of clubs, so West actually came down to a singleton heart. Declare has misguessed. Down 1. So, East, very nervous after that 2 spades lead ran around to the queen, but he's very happy that it ends up not costing in the end. I think Declare might want to take that one back and look over it later today. But we gotta focus and move on to the next round. So North has a 16 count here, gets to open strong, no trump.
You kind of hate doing it with 2 suits that are completely unstopped, but the alternatives are just not very good.
South probably just game forces. It's a 9 count.
I think he'll transfer hearts and bids 3 now, and North should correct that back to 4 hearts, given the danger in the diamond suit.
Yeah, and 4 hearts looks like a pretty excellent spot. 1 of 2 heart honors on side is basically all it needs.
Yeah, it's awfully nice that you have the Jack 10, 9, and 8 of hearts to handle things.
Alright, I know 2 diamonds double. East sticking in a 3 diamond bid. Adventurous. Probably doesn't expect Lorenzini to be making these lead directing doubles on only Ace King 10 fourth. Actually, I don't really understand the redouble from North. I guess this is their way to show 3-card heart support. Most pairs would use 2 hearts to show a fit when the opponents double a transfer bid like this. Alright, Ace of Diamonds, King of Diamonds, probably a spade switch at this point, even though I think West knows about all of the missing high cards from the auction. So Ace of Spades, run the 9 of Hearts. Second heart comes, queen pops up, and we'll see a claim for the rest. Clubs can be used to pitch that diamond loser out of South's hand. 420. Good result. Board 16. We were destined for a large swing because in the other room, Fleischer and Martel ended up stopping in 3 no trump.
In a sense, the string is justified because Slam is pretty bad. So the pair that outbid the other pair won the swing. So my sense of fairness is tickled by that. One diamond to pass a spade. East bids 2 clubs, and West has to react to that.
Yeah, West has a 10 count. No supporting honors in either partner's minor suits.
Sure has hearts stopped well.
Yeah, that's an argument for 2-no. Bit of a light invite.
Sure like to have like the 9 or 10 of diamonds or the jack of diamonds, something to help push that suit through. Or
yeah, I mean, one thing. Yeah, so one thing West could do is West could just bid 2 diamonds here, and it might look a little bit silly on this lie of the cards. You'll get to play the 5-2 fit instead of the 5-3 fit, but that is how you would want to keep the auction alive. To allow partner, if they have extra values, they'll bid again. Then with your 10 count, you can offer 3 no trump. In this case, East just lets 2 diamonds go. You get to play the 5-2, but you'll probably get a heart lead on an auction like this, and then your ace, king, queen of hearts can take a few tricks and maybe discard partner spade losers. So that's what Lorenzini goes with. And there is a very favorable lie of the club suit. King, jack, doubleton on side. Wow, South actually gets off to a spade lead instead of a heart. A little bit unusual against this auction. But Declare still gets to win the ace of spades, cash a few hearts, pitching a spade loser. And then he's going to be in a spot where he's going to need to guess whether to play clubs or play diamonds. Clubs offers the most immediate reward. If we can guess the clubs, we'll at least be able to prevent 2 losers in that suit. Whereas even if you play a diamond to, say, the 8, and it forces the ace or king, there's no quick entry back to the West hand to play a second trump. So I think we'll probably see ace of spades, at least 2 rounds of hearts pitching a spade, possibly the queen of hearts cashing, and then a club to the queen. So ultimately, how's Declare gonna end up doing? I mean, at the end of the day, as long as he pulls at least 1 round of trumps, the opponents can take no more than 5 diamond tricks, and he just doesn't have any losers in any of the other suits, given the very favorable club lie. 110 seems like maybe the most likely result. But I guess we'll find out. So spade to the queen and ace. 2 rounds of hearts pitching a spade. So I think Declare probably cashes the heart queen.
I think so, and it's just a trick.
Yeah, if the club finesse wins, then he would be up to 6 tricks outside of the trump suit, well, taking the first 6 tricks immediately, and then he would only need to score 2 trumps, which he might actually be able to do with queen 10-5. So that does seem like the simplest route to 8 tricks. King of hearts pitching a spade, ace of hearts pitching a club. Does feel somewhat natural. Nope, he decides, no thank you. Let's just play a club without cashing the ace of hearts. This, I think, is the play if you're worried about getting tapped out.
Yeah.
And so I think that's...
clubs and find out that he had a lot of tricks available with clubs as trump after playing the queen clubs.
Yeah, so club to the king and ace. I assume we exit a diamond now, and I suppose the question is just which one. He tries the queen. I think I like this play. I mean, for one thing, we might get lucky and pin a singleton jack or 9. But additionally, this also conceals the fact that his diamonds are so weak. Alright, so what South can do? A spade continuation at least forces Declara back into hand, even though it's setting up another extra trick in the West hand. So spade to the jack and king. Declare's getting into a position where it's probably right to just continue playing trumps. If you get to a spot where you have almost all winners in every side suit, then continuing to lead trumps and more trumps is often the right way to go. So he does continue another diamond. South wins, but at this point South is kind of forced into leading a round suit, so ultimately
I guess I'm in the 9 of spades aside too, and I might as well just play another trump. And I guess playing clubs is a guarantee to make 3.
Yeah, but I think you're right that playing a diamond also guarantees that we make 2, even if the trumps are
right. So you still have a club entry in your hand. Yeah. I guess he played a club, so I made 3.
Alright, the defense gets both trump tricks separately, but Declara claims 9. Other table did find the club fit, in fact, with East bidding 3 times. Of course, West did make an invite on his cards. On to board 19. West opens a spade 12 count. So East will bid 2 hearts game force. And I don't think they're going to get much higher than 3-0 on this one. They don't have a major suit fit anywhere. No one has
extras. They're both, one of them is balanced, one of them is semi-balanced. If you played the hand in hearts, I think you'd survive it, probably. Yeah, the defense can try to navigate a spade ruff, but they can't really do it effectively.
Yeah, so 2 spades, just a temporizing bid. Not showing anything extras. 3 diamonds by West probably would have showed extra values. Now West bids 3 diamonds. East can bid 3 spades if he wants, or he could just decide with 5-3-3-2 to try 3-0. He does have a club stopper. I think he'll probably bid 3 spades. And he does. The King Doubleton is an excellent card. If his partner happens to have 5-2, 5-1 shape, then the 5-2 spade fit is probably going to play just fine. And of course, you wouldn't really want to be in 3-no trump if your partner has a small singleton club over there. But now Lorenzini, I think, has a pretty easy 3-no bid over 3 spades. He knows his partner only has 2 spades. He would have raised 2 spades to 3 with 3-card support earlier. And West's hand is about as balanced as could be after that 3-diamond bid, showing the side 4-card minor. So there's 3-no. South on lead, definitely going to get off to a club at trick 1. And then, how is Declara going to do? There are 8 tricks by setting up the hearts, assuming that the suit doesn't split 5-1. But the defense is going to get the club set up. They'll lead a club at trick 1, and then when they get in with one of their major suit aces, they'll lead another club. So I think Declare is probably going to go down because the most natural way to play the hand is to work on the heart suit. And unfortunately, it's just kind of a blind guess as to which major suit ace North has, the player with the long clubs. So Declare could try ducking the opening lead. Would be effective if clubs were 6-2, but not in this case. It just looks very unnatural to play on the spade suit. Your hearts are so much better given that you have the 10. And
Yeah.
Now,
You have sort of like late entries. I think you duck the club in both hands, win the second club, and play the king 10 of hearts.
you know what?
Although you
I
have
have
no
an
entry.
idea. I don't know if I can execute my idea, but I had an idea. If we could get to the east hand and lead a low spade. Okay, I mean, he just obviously wins the club and dummy and tries the king of hearts. I was trying to be clever, but maybe we don't have the answers or the entries for it. So second club comes. Declare ducks. Third
Very
round of
effective lead
clubs.
for the defense. So the hearts don't put North under any pressure.
Wow, in the other room, we actually have a pretty big result for Team Masika. 3 no trump made 4 over there. I'm going to quickly step through the play because
So North's going to have to make 3 pitches. Can't pitch any clubs. He can pitch 1 spade, and he can pitch 1 diamond, and then he's going to be squeezed.
you're absolutely right, actually. Yeah, so diamond to the ace, 3 rounds of hearts. Declare will pitch 3 spades from the west hand. That might not be the match point play, but at imps, you just want to try and make your contract. And yeah, North is getting squeezed on the last heart. Well spotted. Bassis pondering for just a second. I mean, North has done everything in his power to ask his partner to play a spade, or to show the ace of spades. So, yeah, Bassis does work out to play a heart pitching a spade here. So ultimately, it's a 1-imp swing. In the other room, the defense was not quite as strong, maybe, and ends up giving Declare an overtrick. But 2 rounds of diamonds, the 10 of diamonds grows up into a trick. Very well done by Bassis to cash all your side winners before, trying to knock out the last ace. Sometimes an opponent actually does get squeezed out of one of their winners, which was the case here.
Well, he squeezed them to lose an imp. Squeezed them to make his game and lose an imp. That just feels like, oh yeah, I did really well. I made 3 no trump on a squeeze on this board, and your teammates just let the wrong thing, and they didn't have to sweat it at the other table.
Well, 2 passes go around to East. He's got a 17 count. He'll open a no trump, I think. These guys don't tend to upgrade out of their no trump ranges all that often. So I suspect that East is just going to open a no trump, despite good 5-card suit, complete maximum in values, but I guess we'll see in a second. There's a lot of flaws.
Okay, pass, yeah. 8, 10, 16, 17. So if 17's in your no trump range and you have a 5-card major like this, what I like to ask myself is, if I open 1 heart and partner raises to 2 hearts, how would I feel about that auction? Because that's the auction you want to compare with 1 no trump pass. And if you feel like 1 heart pass, 2 hearts, that you probably have a game, then I upgrade out of the no trump range. And if I think after 1 heart pass, 2 hearts, I would feel comfortable passing it, or feel like any game try would be marginal at best, then I open a no trump. Here, it's a lot of losers. Like that queen third of clubs is not a great holding. That jack and a spade is not a great holding. That 8 of diamonds is the wrong spot in the diamond suit. We have a kind of stacked in hearts. It kind of suggests a strong no trump to me more than 1 heart, even though with 17 and a 5-card major, I'm normally one of a major bidder. But if I went 1 heart past 2 hearts, I would think like it's close to passing 2 hearts, and any game try is close.
Well, East-West found their 10-card heart fit pretty quickly, and they bid up to 4 hearts, but this is not a great spot for them.
Queen 5th of hearts, and you have a lot of losers. Like if you go to no trump, partner transfer to hearts. If you want a plus score, you better not super accept it. In fact, you might not even make 2 hearts, right?
No.
Wait, yeah, I guess you have 5 hearts and a rough is 6. A diamond is you could lose 2 clubs, 2 hearts, and 2 clubs, 2 diamonds, and 2 spades. Yeah, this is 1 heart was high enough.
Yes, well, it was an effective preempt because despite North-South finding their spade fit, they did not bid enough spades. They happened to only have 2 losers in a spade contract, the queen of diamonds on side, and you would play opener for the club queen.
You feel like plus 300 here.
Yeah, feels like a pretty nice result still for North-South, assuming they do still get all of their tricks. Club to the queen and king. I think at some point South is just going to play the ace-queen of spades, realizing that partner must have the king. Okay, just kidding. South has found the only suit to give up a trick. Diamond switch. Ineffective. I wonder if North did something to convince him that the diamond switch was necessary.
Well, maybe North should have just over... Well, I guess... What happened? It went... Jack of hearts to the queen, and then it clubs to the queen and king, I see. Alright, well, he saved a trick by getting a diamond lead into the ace-queen.
Yeah, it was well done by Basis. I mean, for one thing, sure, the ace-king of clubs could be in North's hand, so playing towards the queen of clubs a couple times actually could have been effective. But additionally, if you have a finessable position, you want to put the player to your left on lead, and so if he had led a spade, the defense would have worked out what to do by leading clubs.
Maybe with ace jack 10 4th of clubs should have just popped the ace of clubs and shifted himself.
Yeah, hard to do that at the table. North opens a diamond on board 21. Pass by East. South gets to bid a spade.
Diamond pass a spade, and then West is going to feel like they kind of want to get in there, and the vulnerability is right for them to take a chance with 2 hearts, and then East is going to like his hand very much for the auction.
Yeah, exactly. East will probably expect that the club suit is going to be working. 4-card heart support is excellent. So
and if they're bidding 4 hearts on the previous hand, I mean, clearly he should bid 4 hearts on this one. There's actually like a better hand for hearts. Amazingly, this hand has more play than the last one.
Well, yeah, we'll see. We'll see how things go. Speaking of the last board, both tables get to 3 hearts. In the other room, East did open a strong no trump, got a transfer, and super accepted all the way to the 4 level.
Ugh.
Where they ended up...
That's a lot. Really? Who super accepts the 4 level with a balanced hand? Good, wow. All right, well, he is the team captain. He can do that if he wants.
So 4 clubs, fit showing jump by East, as Michael suggested. Bassiste does not want to go quietly on this one with just bidding 3 hearts. Lorenzini feels terrible about the way this auction has gone and is now very distraught about hearing the penalty double on his right.
Yeah, this is not a great game, and they're kind of a little fortunate to escape for down 1 on this. Lie of the cards, but hearts are 2-2, and the diamond finesse is not surprisingly in offside given the 1 diamond opening bid. And if they don't lead spades early enough, you actually can set up a diamond to pitch a spade away. Like if they let a trump, would really, really help you because it knocks out gives you trump control while simultaneously giving you time to play on diamonds. I suppose it could go trump the ace and a spade shift. Still beat you. But.
Yeah, so spade opening lead means that Declare just doesn't quite have enough time to do everything.
Yeah, I mean, I think right now he's actually thinking about damage control. He's worried that hearts are not breaking, and he wants to make sure that he comes to at least 9 tracks. Doesn't want to go down multiples on a hand where he's been doubled.
Right, and it seems pretty likely that North has at least 1 heart, so I think he probably will end up leading hearts towards the king rather than, say, running the 9 of hearts on the first round of the suit, which would be a pretty spectacular way to lose 2 trump tricks on this layout.
Not an impossible way. He really only has the 1 sure entry to the board. He could win the ace of spades to take a diamond finesse. That's another way to lose an additional trick, possibly. With the jack of hearts onside. Like, if the jack of hearts was on his right, the 3rd round of diamonds could get over-roughed.
Right.
If he thinks that this double portends ace-jack 3rd or 4th of hearts, we may see him float the 9 of hearts into the jack, and that is not the path to down 1.
No, I think at trick 1, he'll probably duck. He wants to retain control.
Kind of cool when the penalty double generates a trick by causing Declarer to play you for having a more sound penalty double than you really did.
Yeah, this is true, although, again, I think Declarer will probably work out that North is very unlikely to hold a heart void. Otherwise, North would have 10 cards in the minors, which is possible, but probably somewhat unlikely.
I think the concern is that ace-jack 3rd of hearts you might wind up, like, after a heart to the king, you don't have... I mean, I guess you play a spade and plan on roughing a spade to pull your next heart.
Yeah, I think the plan is going to be duck the opening spade lead. You want to retain control, you're going to have to rough a spade in the east hand anyway eventually, and we also know that North has 3 spades on the auction. Okay. Lorenzini disagrees, so ace of spades, heart to the king. Now a club up.
Okay, so now the defense is going to have to do something productive for you. Well, they're going to play a spade, probably. to play second. Well, they don't want to play second. They're going to have to play a spade.
Yeah, presumably North crosses to his partner in spades. That queen of spades at trick 1 made it very clear that South has an entry in the suit. I'm 0 for 2. So the king of spades takes a trick. A diamond switch?
Well, hold on a second. Now he's in business.
But
North has had a rough set here.
But the whole point of the queen of spades at trick 1 was so North could cross to his partner to get a diamond through. Oh no.
Clara can now make it.
Okay, but, so, important question, because, man, Declare should have put up the jack of diamonds. Declare really should have put up the jack of diamonds. Things would be so much easier if he did. If South has ace-jack third of hearts, well, started with ace-jack third, can we make it from here? We ruff a spade, king of clubs pitching a spade. No, king of clubs pitching a diamond. Diamond, uh-oh. I think he might still go down. I think he might go king of clubs pitching a diamond, diamond to the ace, and try and ruff a spade. Yeah, here comes the diamond pitch. Well, it doesn't matter at this point. Yeah, diamond to the ace, spade ruff. Crisis avoided for North-South. Whew. This was close. Diamond to the ace, spade. North roughs in with the jack. Very fortunate for North-South that that defense did not cost them here. But 1 down, 4 hearts doubled. Not the end of the world for East-West. Certainly North-South weren't making much, but it's not too costly to bid up to 4 hearts on these hands. Maybe they lose a handful of imps, 5 or 6, for a part score difference. On to board 22. We got 12 count here from East. He gets to open a diamond in first seat. West will bid a spade. And I guess North comes in with a takeout double. We got an 11 count, singleton spade. Does have 4 hearts. So East could redouble. 3 spades. And I wonder if South just bids 2 clubs immediately over that. It is his long suit. Just kidding. East doesn't get to redouble 1 spade to show 3. So South probably still bids 2 clubs. I mean, I guess I could get behind a no trump bid just to show some values. And South says yes.
Okay.
This lack of a support double makes things a little awkward for West, but he does try 2 spades, which is going to be successful here. I think this one just ends the auction. There's no reason for South to try 3 clubs. He's 4-3-3. And North, upon hearing partner bid and no trump, doesn't know that they have a big club fit. It looks like Basis might not be done. He does just have this flat 12, but he has 3-card spade support, undisclosed for his partner. Alright, there it is. 2 spades in the west. Pretty good landing spot, it seems. And I think the defense is going to be able to get all 5 of their tricks. Well, just kidding. Oh, okay. I was going to say, if the 10 of clubs lead actually hit the table, then Declare was going to scoop up the jack at trick 1. Maybe. But 10 of hearts feels like a much more normal lead from North's hand. So Declare is just going to pull trumps, eventually lose 2 clubs, 2 spades, 1 spade, just kidding, and a diamond.
It's kind of been a rough stuff for the North-South pair so far.
They've made some... this feels like a bit of a more understandable mistake. From South, if North had had the singleton 10 of spades, he would want to cover, because he had king 9-8, and that would score a defensive trump trick. Well, East-West were just cold for game all along. Okay, this might not be the best match point result for North-South, but from an imp perspective, 170 versus 110 is not going to make or break the match. It's always good to get all of your misguesses on defense out on the same hand. So South with 8 passes in first seat. West gets to open a heart. North has 18. I guess it's a little bit too good to overcall spade, but the spade suit is pretty weak. We'll see if North decides to start with a double, planning on showing this as a power double with spades, or if North just wants to overcall at the 1 level. He does double. So South probably bids a no trump. I guess South could bid 2 diamonds. I mean, king 7, 6, 4, deuce of hearts is not exactly the stopper you're looking for. But he does say 1 no is okay. I mean, 3 no by North, maybe. Conceal the 5-card spade suit if partner really has hearts stopped. He tries 2 spades, though. So what do you do as South? Partner has a big hand.
I think anything you do should be forcing, other than pass here. I think 2 spades is forcing, and maybe, I don't know if it's game forcing. I would bid my diamonds. I've already failed to do that, so I don't see why I shouldn't.
Yeah, it is an interesting question whether 2 no should be forcing, and I think Michael's point is yes, it should be, which makes a lot of sense to me. North bumps 2 no to 3 no, so here we are. Well, West on lead. I don't really think there's much reason for leading a heart on this auction. South frequently is going to have hearts just completely wrapped up, so king 10 9 4th, king 10 9 5th. So a club lead seems a bit more appealing to me, but we'll see what Lorenzini does. He also agrees, leads a club. Good start for the defense, and how many tricks does Declare actually have from this point? That 8 of spades is a pretty big card. But I guess the defenders are not going to be quite in time to set up their club suit. So Declare has 4 diamonds, 2 clubs, 2 spades gets him up to 8, and he will be able to knock out the 8 of spades to get him up to 10, I suppose, establishing 2 extra spade winners in the north hand. Or maybe he'll play the hand this way. I feel like North-South have not necessarily hit upon the right decisions relatively often in this set. Now, all 4 of the players of this table are French, and I do imagine that they've played quite a bit of bridge against each other. But yeah, at this point, East-West have clubs set up. The 8 of spades is not falling. This might have been the percentage play in the spade suit, though. I guess it's a little bit hard to argue with DeClare's idea that if spades are 3-3, it kind of doesn't matter what he does, and if spades are 4-2, East is more likely to have the 10 than West. Very unsuccessful on this lie of the cards, though. So diamond goes around to the 10. West can pitch a heart, or the queen of clubs, and eventually scoop up the last 4 tricks. Down 1. Good lead by Lorenzini, which did not give away the contract. If he had just let a heart at trick 1, DeClaire would have been in control, being able to then just cash 4 diamonds, 2 clubs, the heart, and take the spade finesse. All right, on to board 24. West opens a no trump this time. And East has an 11 count, 4-3 in the majors. He'll go through Puppet Stamen to ask about his partner's major suits, and eventually they'll land in 3-0. And how's that contract going to do? It will look a bit more appealing for North to lead a minor suit. So I think a diamond would be preferred to a club. But if North does lead a club, the defense will be able to cash the first 4 tricks in that suit. DeClaire has 4 diamonds, 3 hearts, and the ace of clubs gets him up to 8. Oh, you know what? South might double 3 spades here. I completely overlooked this possibility. If South doubles 3 spades, then I guess North is going to get off to a spade lead. This may ultimately backfire in an unusual way, because with South being marked with spade length, now it's a lot more likely that North has the 4-card heart suit. As opposed to if North-South had cashed 4 clubs and, say, exited a diamond or a spade, then DeClaire would have to guess the hearts himself without any extra information. So there's the spade lead. But DeClaire will cash 4 diamonds first, and a couple of hearts. And one thing the French players are known for is giving count signals, and usually giving fairly accurate count signals. So I do wonder if DeClaire is going to be able to read what's going on from some of the carding of North-South. Unfortunately, he can't really make a discovery play in the club suit. If he could kind of discover the club count, then he would be a little bit better placed in the end position to guess the heart suit. But here, ace of diamonds, South drops the jack, queen of diamonds, South follows. Couple more rounds of diamonds, force some discards from the north-south hands. And one thing the defenders might be able to pick up on, if they're keen to it, is Declare with ace-third of spades probably would have ducked the opening lead, because then South would be on lead and wouldn't be able to continue spades. So the fact that Declare didn't duck the opening lead should indicate to them that Declare has a real weakness elsewhere, and that must be in clubs. So South pitches a club on the third diamond. We're going to get a fourth diamond now. South pitches another club, as does North. This is excellent defense from North-South, not giving any information away. And now it's to Declare to guess what's going on in the heart suit. I think he gets this one right. And I think he gets this right for the reason that South's two club discards, if we presume that the club honors are split, there's no way South would come down to singleton ace or singleton king of clubs from the opening spade lead as well as the double. Well, just kidding. Lorenzini quickly plays 3 rounds of hearts and ends up going down. Last test for the defense. North needs to win the ace of clubs at some point and put a spade through. But I was going to say, if South has 5 spades, which seems somewhat indicated from the auction and the opening lead, as long as we can count South for 4 clubs, ace fourth or king fourth, then South has already turned up with all 13 of his cards after 2 rounds of hearts. 2 diamonds, 4 clubs, 5 spades, and 2 hearts. It's kind of percentage to play the ace of hearts, not just because from a pure suit combination perspective you would want to do that, cash the top 3 and hope the jack drops. It's like, you know, again, one of these 52 versus 48 chances, but it's also percentage in that if you misguess, as you do here, you only go down 1, whereas if you put in the 10 of hearts as a misguess, you go down 2, so you could lose 2 imps. Alright, jack of hearts. Now a spade comes through. And 3-0 goes 1 down. I would say a disappointing result for Lorenzini there. He probably feels as if he might have been able to do better. But on to board 25. We got 6 more boards to play in this segment. Then the players will have actually possibly a very long break. We're slated to start up the 3rd set of play in about 2.5 hours from now. Pass by North, 16 count for East. He opens a no trump. We'll see a transfer to hearts. And then East-West will eventually reach 3-0. This one I think is going to make. This time we're going to be making 3-0 trump. 5 diamonds, 2 clubs, a heart and a spade off the top. The heart finesse is in fact working. And Declare might in fact end up scoring a spade trick as well. So finally someone's going to have a shot at making 3-0 trump, and looks like Basis is going to be our winner today. Queen of clubs lead.
looks like he'd be hard-pressed to go down in this one.
Yes. Now, he doesn't know the diamonds are splitting. I suppose he'll probably duck the opening lead because there's no hurtful switch from his perspective. A spade switch would set up his queen for an extra trick. A heart switch looks very unnatural looking at that dummy. And maybe in the case that clubs happen to be 6-2, it would actually be really important to duck the opening lead. So the queen of clubs holds. And now what does South want to do? Probably you just continue a club at trick 2. I mean, sometimes your partner has king 3rd, or even king 4th, and you can actually set up enough tricks to beat this thing. A spade switch might look somewhat tempting. Ace doubleton in the dummy. I mean, if North had king, queen, 4th of spades, at least you would be able to set up a few spade tricks by switching to spades now. Then again, maybe you should ask yourself, why is Declare giving you an opportunity to find the killer spade switch if they could have just won the opening lead? South certainly not feeling too optimistic about his chances. I mean, King of Hearts sitting in front of the ace-queen. Not really what you were hoping for. Okay, he does switch to spades. So a spade goes to the king. North has to think a little bit about what to do. He does decide to switch back to clubs. So now Declare actually has plenty of tricks, even if diamonds are 3-1. He needs to be a little bit careful about how he manages his entries, but I think 3-1 diamonds, he'll have an entry in the diamond suit itself. So he should be able to come to 4 diamonds. If diamonds don't split, 2 clubs, 2 spades, and a heart for 9. And
what?
He leads a low diamond. This...
Well, this does manage to find a way to lose a diamond truck.
This will be effective, I think, against every 4-0 break. It looks like Declare does have the entries to pick up 4-0 diamonds with North, and obviously if South had Queen 4th of diamonds, it would also work out. So this was just a little bit of extra care being taken. A vulnerable game. You definitely don't want to go down for no reason. In terms of defense here, once South shows out on this diamond, North really needs to plan his discards very carefully, and it's going to be very important for North to come down to a singleton heart and singleton spade. Otherwise, Declare will have a free finesse of the heart queen at the end of play for an overtrick. Similarly, South obviously has to keep the king doubleton of hearts, so South is going to have to discard all of his black cards on the run of diamonds. Now, at match points, this is going to look somewhat obvious to a strong declarer that the King of Hearts is on side, but it's probably not. In fact, I take it all back. Declarer actually with communication and diamonds, since they've split 2-2, can just take the heart finesse. He has the Queen of Spades to protect a spade continuation, and he knows about the 5-3 club split. So 6:30. All good. Deceased makes the overtrick, putting shame on both North and West, or South and West, for going down in 3 no trump on the 2 previous boards. But 5 boards to go. Board 26. Pass by East, 2 diamonds. Multi by South. So West has a 19 count. Over multi, a lot of pairs will use a defense where a double would show 13 to 15. A 2 no trump overcall would show something like 16 to 18. Looks like that's not what's happening here. So double by West, probably some sort of value showing bid. Takeout-ish. North bid 2 spades, passer correct. East doubles also to show some values. And so now it's over to West. It's an interesting spot. West does not have a spade stopper, and there is no guarantee that they have a spade stopper. And West probably expected after his partner's double that 2 spades was going down. I was wondering if West might just take the plus position and pass 2 spades doubled and lead a trump. But he decides to go fishing for a spade stopper. East does not have it. Now, little do they know the spades are blocked, ace-king doubleton, but there's a 4 diamond bid.
And the 4-3 heart fit's not a terrible spot to play in if you don't look at the north-south cards.
Yeah, so for a similar reason...
Actually, you might make it anyways, right? 4 hearts and 4 diamonds is 8, and 2 clubs is 10, right? Just make it by drawing trumps, and even if they can't even play spade. But 4 hearts is a good spot.
Construct me an auction from here where we get to 4 hearts. And don't be a smart aleck and say West bids 4 hearts right now. I mean, he might bid 4 hearts, but...
He's kind of denied hearts already. All right, I won't be a smart aleck and say the West is going to bid 4 hearts, but...
This is a bit of a masterminding bid. I mean, obviously West would normally have 4 hearts for this type of bid. But he kind of judged he wanted to play in a game, and this was the most likely game to make. So 2 rounds of spades. Since North-South lead ace from ace-king, the king specifically shows ace-king doubleton. Or, I mean, from West's perspective, this could be king doubleton or king-queen doubleton or something, but there it is, 2 rounds of spades. South screaming for diamonds by playing all of his high spades. So that's why we see the diamond switch. Declarer wins. The queen is going to cash a couple of hearts, get the bad news in the trump suit, but then he'll get some good news later in the play.
You know, I think he stops with the trumps. The 8 of hearts could potentially be leveraged. In fact, even on this lie, he can actually take a ton of tricks, right? If he plays diamond, 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 pitching, say, a club. Then plays ace of clubs, king of clubs, club. I guess there's no losers to pitch. North just
Right,
gets his one trump.
But you do make a really important point, because if diamonds were 3-3, then Declare could make on this line of play.
Right. Play ace of clubs, king of clubs, club. North ruffs with the spot. You over ruff the spade with the queen, and then play the last club to score the 8 of hearts. So I think we're going to see him play diamonds, and when South shows out, just continue the other diamond. But
yeah. So because Declare is going to need diamonds, North to follow to at least 2 diamonds, otherwise he can't make it. At least that seems true to me. I could be wrong. He's going to cash 2 diamonds, and then if both North and South follow, then he's going to switch tack to ace, king of clubs, club. In which case, in fact, North would be following to 3 rounds of clubs, so you just ruff with the 8 of hearts simply. But here, when South shows out on the 3rd round of diamonds, then Declare can safely cash the 4th round before playing 2 clubs. So yeah, really well done East-West to actually find a making game. And it turns out that 2 spades, it looks like, probably was going to end up scoring 7 tricks. So East-West do a little bit better than just going plus 200 on their cards. They may kind of stumble into 4 hearts at the other table anyway, but the way this auction timed out, I think East-West judged very well. Lorenzini just putting all the pieces together. So is there anything you can actually do if North has a doubleton diamond, small doubleton? You play jack of diamonds, diamond, North ruffs. Looks like the answer's no. I mean, Lorenzini is working out all of the possibilities in his head. But it does seem like 2 rounds of diamonds is kind of going to be the necessary first step. And then
it's easier for us to be fast when we can see all the hands.
it just has to make sure, are there any other layouts of the cards that I can protect against? Well, board 24, they had the exact same auction to 3 no trump as in this room. So they got the exact same spade lead. And I'm going to quickly look through the play to see if... oh, Fleischer pitched a heart. So that actually marked the heart position. So Declare had an easy time just cashing out for 9 tricks. I do wonder if Volker would have found the right play anyway, though, after this auction. Lorenzini cashes the club ace. Now the jack of diamonds. Now a third diamond, and North follows, and we're home. South shows out. ace of diamonds, club to the king, and 10 tricks. So good result for Team Fleischer in this room, but with that 10 imps on board 24 coming through, Masika is within single digits imps of making the comeback. So club, North can ruff with an intermediate spot and eventually score the 10 of hearts at the end of play. Plus 620. We got 4 boards to play at this table. We're a little bit ahead of the other room. And then, as mentioned, the players are actually going to have quite a nice dinner break before the next set starts. As will we. Board 25, we're kind of expecting that to be relatively flat. Strong no trump offset an 11 count. They'll play in 3-no. Not much difficulty to the play with the diamonds splitting, but Basis did very well to protect against as many layouts of the cards as he could. And then, yeah, huge result for East-West on this board, I think, getting to the 4-3 heart fit. Because I don't think 5 diamonds is going to make. I think it can make, but I don't think it will. It looks like you might need to trump coup North to make 5 diamonds in the 4-3. Much easier playing in the heart suit, despite the 5-1 split. I wonder, does this mean if North had just led trumps instead of cashing the ace-king of spades? You know what? I'll leave that up to someone else to work out. We're on to the next board.
Always had 10 tricks with just 4 diamonds, 4 hearts, and 2 clubs if they figured out to take them.
All right, South passes. West opens a no trump with 17. Again, a nice 5-card suit, but this one's a minor. So East will bid 2 hearts, showing spades. West accepts the transfer. East will try 3-no. And I assume West is going to correct to 4 spades. He's got a doubleton and 3-card spade support. East could be unbalanced for this 3-no trump bid. Generally, it's right to correct when your partner transfers and offers 3-no as a choice of games, because East could be 5-4-2-2, East could be 5-4-3-1. You can't always force your partner to show their side minor suit when they just want to play 3-no trump. So club opening lead. Looks like 11 tricks to me. Ace of hearts is offside. I mean, Declare could try and steal a diamond trick, I guess is possible. But I think he is just going to pull trumps in 3 rounds, cash all the clubs, pitching diamonds. Eventually get back to the east hand and lead hard up towards the king. It's going to be hard to make 12 tricks. Club opening lead goes around to West's spot card. Definitely pull 3 rounds of trumps first. I think this opening club lead could be a singleton, of course. Although then it would be a little bit strange for South to play the 6 on this trick. But this is probably not one of those hands where you want to be spending a ton of time. I guess maybe declare, plays 3 rounds of trumps, pulling them, and then leads a heart to the king. It's going to be really hard for South to hop up with the ace of hearts on this trick and then switch to diamonds to cash their 2 aces. That would be a very unnatural play. So that's probably the safest way to try and score 12 tricks.
No, certainly no danger of them going down here.
No. Alright, we just see a claim. Also quite reasonable. 450. 3 boards to play. Ooh, 6-5 in the minors, opposite 6-5 in the majors, and north-south are flat.
So, East, well, I mean, East is going to bid spades, and West is going to rebid 2 clubs, and East is not likely to have a way to try to bid a non-forcing 2 hearts. He may be able to bid 2 hearts the first time, showing 5 spades and 4 hearts and a weak hand, which I would have started with 1 club with the West hand, but what do I know?
Well, North feeling a bit gun-shy on this hand, decides not to overcall a no trump. 4 triple 3 15. Lots of jacks. East does bid 2 hearts, showing 5-4 in the majors or better, 5 spades, and 4 hearts or better. So West is going to bid 2 spades on stiff king. I mean, what do you do as West? I guess we're about to find out.
I mean, if they're 2, well, whatever you do, if like 3 clubs could wind up getting a 3 diamond preference, which would be really awkward.
Yes. All right, West does bid 2 spades on the stiff king.
Singleton king is good support, I guess.
I think West is not that upset because he kind of feels as if he's stolen from the opponents on this hand. Yeah, suits aren't splitting well for them, but they might make 3-0 north-south.
Certainly have the high card points for 3-0, and when the opponent's hands are distributional like this, it often means the communications between them are really bad, so that they can't, even if they can set up a suit, they often can't run it. Now, the defense might be able to wind up getting enough entries to set up and establish the clubs against 3-0 trump. If that king of spades winds up being an entry, you'd have 2 aces and the king of spades to get in. Meanwhile, north-south don't have enough tricks without letting that happen, I think.
Alright, ace of clubs lead, spade switch to the stiff king. And South actually knows this is the stiff king, so South might spend a couple minutes trying to figure out what's going on. Because West would never play the king from King Doubleton, South is looking at the queen. So South should be able to picture West's hand pretty well at this point. And I think we might see a low heart switch. West with 2 hearts and 1 spade would probably have left his partner, or would probably have bid 2 hearts, left his partner in the 2 heart contract, because East could be 5-5. So I think a low heart switch makes a lot of sense. I could also see South just switching to diamonds. But if Declare's diamonds happen to be king-queen, then he would really want to knock out that stiff ace of hearts entry. So I think South is, well, he is spending some time, and he's probably going to work out that this is pretty likely to be West shape. 6-5 in the minors in some fashion, singleton, singleton in both majors. Low heart would be an excellent switch. Now, North doesn't have the same information, but by the time North has to make a decision, he'll have figured out what's happening. And he'll be able to put the Jack of Hearts through as well. So how bloody is this going to be? The defense has 2 more spades. They can take 3 hearts. And it's very possible that East's hand gets tapped out of trumps, despite the trumps splitting well, in which case the defense might be able to cash a club or a diamond at the end of play as well. So North-South missed their spade partial. They're going to be in 2 spades, defending 2 spades down 3.
That seems quite possible. I think we'll see, whether 3-no trump is going to make. Because I think that's where they're going to wind up in the other room.
Yeah, that is an interesting question. It looks like 3 clubs, 2 diamonds, 2 hearts, and 2 spades is enough. Okay, South switches to diamond. I think this is a pretty reasonable play. Lorenzini actually ducking. That's certainly an interesting take. He might have been able to see the writing on the wall that if he hops up with the diamond ace, then the East hand is getting forced too many times. So he figures, let's duck this. Maybe they return a diamond, and I can actually set up my diamond suit to start pitching hearts, but another spade comes. So North not in on the joke yet. Alright, spade to the queen. So I think South is just going to continue a diamond based on what we've seen. If South didn't want to switch to a heart earlier, it might look as if South still doesn't want to switch to hearts. I think South should probably work out to play hearts. I said it earlier that it does seem very likely that West has a singleton ace here, but moreover, if we swap the ace and king of diamonds, a diamond continuation is very risky. Declare would stick in the 9, force out your partner's ace, and then the king of diamonds is set up for a trick. So I think it's really important to just get this ace of hearts out of Declare's hand. I mean, South could continue a club, but for a similar reason, partner might just have ace-king of clubs, not ace-king-jack. And then Declare plays the queen, forces out partner's king. The jack of clubs is set up for a discard. There it is. Well done by South to find the heart switch. So what is Lorenzini going to do? I mean, he kind of knows if he cashes the diamond ace, he's toast. So he tries the club queen. And I guess he'll exit a spade.
Yeah, what else? I guess I'm up to 6 tricks plus North's on lead.
Not quite 6 tricks. You're counting the tricks the wrong way.
Oh, yes. It gets him up to 4 tricks.
Yeah, something about the defense just isn't quite adding up to declare, which I suppose I understand. It doesn't seem very natural if North has both of the remaining spades to continue playing spades. And it also feels very unnatural for South to win the queen when he could have won the 9 on the previous round of the spade suit. I mean, declare might be worried that the spades are not splitting, but... And he is, so he exits a heart. So North gets to win the jack. And now, is it possible that the ace of diamonds goes away? I guess that's a question. Well, the ace of diamonds or the 5th heart goes away. So if North plays the 6 of clubs through here, I don't know if North is going to work out to do that. That actually feels a little bit too double dummy to me. But if he does...
North plays the jack of clubs.
Yeah, the jack of clubs would at least set up the 9 of clubs in declare's hand. So declare would be able to rough that trick. I guess he would still have to rough 10. Well, he roughs 5. Alright. So South on lead, does play a diamond. Declare gets the ace of diamonds. But at this point, I think he's only entitled to 1 more trick. Oh, just kidding, the 9 of clubs is set up. I take it all back. So he's entitled to actually 3 more tricks. Not so bad. 9 of clubs cashes, the 8 of clubs, North gets to rough, but then East has trumps remaining. So ultimately, only 3 down. Not terrible. I mean... Wait, 6 tricks? Did I miscount? I probably miscounted. 2 down. Feels like a triumph, given the how weak East-West hands were and the fact that they just didn't have a fit anywhere. But we'll see if 3-no trump does make in the other room. Board 26, I do want to call attention to. 12 imps going back the direction of Fleischer for the excellent 4-heart contract reached in this room. 5 diamonds was reached in the other room, and whether or not it can make double dummy, it was never going to make. So that went down 1. 2 boards to play in the set. North opens a spade, South game forces with 2 diamonds, and North has an excellent hand in support of diamonds. Now, will North-South find their way to the grand, I guess is the question.
I mean, if North splinters with 4 clubs, then yeah, probably. And North wouldn't be ridiculous for North to do that. It's imps, right? Splintering past 3-no trump is kind of something you're a little scared to do at match points, but...
Yeah, this does look like a real powerhouse hand in support of diamonds. North decides to try 3 diamonds to establish the fit first. But South is probably just going to bid 3 now. South has both the other suits stopped, clubs and hearts. His hand is minimum. He doesn't have any extra distribution. So without hearing about the splinter from North, South's hand does not necessarily look slammish. It has excellent controls, but it doesn't really have the shape that's necessary to make a slam opposite a minimum opener with some diamond support. So there's 3 now, and now, of course, North is the one that has to...
Bidding past, you should bid past it anyway, so that suggests maybe you should have splintered the last time. That would get South like really visualizing ace of hearts, ace king of spades, stiff club, king fourth of diamonds. That's all the features of the hand.
Oh, for sure.
And 12 tricks only there, but you need to find out 1 more.
Right, and another issue with this sequence that North has taken, I want to point out, is that this 4 club cubid doesn't promise shortness. It could be the king. Right. So if South had a holding like, I don't know, ace, queen, third of clubs or something, South might overvalue that holding later in the auction.
Or king, queen, third of clubs may vastly overvalue.
Yes, yeah, king, queen, third would be vastly overvalued. Exactly.
I feel like if North hearts and clubs were switched, would he have done the same thing? Because then I guess he could have splintered below 3 no trump. But North is bidding key card.
Yeah, so
and now
key card 2 with the queen.
North knows ace, ace, queen, and the king of hearts. He basically knows the South hand, but doesn't know that South has a second spade. South doesn't have 3. If South has a 4th club, then there's work to do, but you could try roughing 3 clubs in the North hand instead of the second spade. You could try a combination of maybe roughing down the queen of spades or roughing 3 clubs. So yeah, North's taking a chance on 7 diamonds. I think that's probably okay. North can see the jack of spades, knows that any other value in South hand is enough.
Right, the queen of hearts would be huge. The queen of spades would be huge. A 6th diamond would be great. So
these cards are as friendly as they could possibly be, with diamonds 2-2 and the spades 3-3 and onside.
Yeah, but Declare is going to do his best to try and be careful against 3-1 diamonds. And
for sure. He's in a
4-2
red grand slam. He's not going to play this quickly.
No.
Now, I like the jack of hearts lead from West to maybe blow up an entry to the dummy, tangle things. I think people overestimate how often it's right to lead a trump against a grand slam. I could also see the king of clubs lead from North. The king of clubs lead is actually very attractive. The ace of clubs is in North, which it sounds like it might be from the auction, and that could potentially knock a late entry off the dummy that Declare would use for running the spades after establishing them.
All right, well, we do see a trump lead, and it is often the case that these trump leads are passive, so I think that's what West is hoping for here. So how's Declare going to end up playing this? Let's say let's just get a few tricks in. King of diamonds, ace of clubs, club ruff, diamond to the ace, club ruff. I guess at this point we can't really make against 4-2 spades. So maybe that's not the proper order, but the problem is if we try and ruff the 3rd round of spades before pulling trumps, we might be risking West over-ruffing.
What about king of diamonds, ace of clubs, club ruff, diamond to your hand, seeing if they're 2-2?
Yeah.
And if diamonds are 3-1, you start on spades right away. And if diamonds are 2-2, then there's no If diamonds are 2-2, there's no rush to ruff the clubs. If diamonds are 2-2, then definitely we can start on spades right away. If diamonds are 3-1, then we still might want to start on the spades right away. But it seems like a good way to start is king of diamonds, ace of clubs, club ruff, diamond. If diamonds are 2-2, the whole hand's going to be a lot simpler.
Yeah, that does seem reasonable to me. I suppose we could also just pull 2 rounds of trumps immediately. Like, we don't need to go ace of clubs, club ruff.
Well, we're short on entries to our hand, so one of the convenient entry to the hand if we want to ruff a second club early is trump. So king of diamonds, ace of clubs, club ruff, diamond to hand, club ruff when they're 3-3. But then, like we said, we can't take advantage of any 4-2 spade breaks in that case. So I don't think we're ever doing that. So maybe we can just play king of diamonds, diamond to the ace without taking any club ruffs along the way. That leaves us the most entries to dummy if we want them. Maybe there could be like a spade situation. What if it was like 9-8 doubleton in the West? Does that help us? I guess not, because East will still have queen 10 fourth. We would like the entries to be able to ruff 2 spades in hand. So let's say spade times 3-1.
Yeah, I suppose if... No, I was going to say, I suppose if diamonds are 3-1 and spades are 4-2, we might do better setting up spades first, but we still need to get 2 club ruffs.
So let's assume diamonds are 3-1 and spades are 4-2, because that's the trouble position, right?
Mm-hmm.
And let's start by the assumption that the 4 spades are in the long diamond hand, so that's at least one favorable thing for us going on.
Yep.
How our lines of play are going to work with that. So if let's say it goes king of diamonds, diamond to the ace, we get the bad news. And now we start on spades right away. Spade, spade, spade ruff in our hand. And that has not established the spade, but we also have not promoted a trump trick for them. Now we play ruff a club.
I mean, we're good if that's what's going on.
Yeah, so we ruff a club, ruff a spade, ruff a club, hearts of the king, draw the last trump, and then dummies has the ace of hearts and a winning spade.
Yeah, exactly.
So that picks up one case where diamonds are 3-1 and spades are 4-2. If the doubleton spade's in front of us with 3 diamonds, we still live on that line of play. If the doubleton spade's in Lorenzini's hand with 3 diamonds, then we go down on that line of play. But I don't know that we can do better. I think that's as good as we can do. So I think you were right with your first thought that we should just play a second trumpet trick too, and then just work on spades no matter how things. To that end, well, there's no way he has Jack 10, 5-4 diamonds and let a trump against the grand final. I mean, technically the 9 of that.
West could have Jack 10 third, so I think it's possible to try and stick in the 9 and see if that holds. Maybe that gives us a little bit extra flexibility that now we can ruff a spade high if necessary.
Yeah. Well, if we know that after 2 rounds of trumps, the next thing we're going to be doing is playing the ace king of spades and a spade ruff, we might as well, check to see whether or not we can win this trick cheaply. Mm-hmm. Since we're going to remove the king of diamonds next from dummy anyways, and we're not playing, we don't need to be in our hand to play clubs. We've determined that. So I think this is okay. So now I do think you need to play a diamond to the king next, because you don't want to ruff a club with a high diamond. Although I suppose you can technically afford it since the 6 of diamonds won.
Yeah, it's an interesting play from Bassis. I think similar along the lines of why would you lead low from a doubleton trump? You just want to protect those high trump spots. Sometimes they can be useful in some manner later in the play. You might be able to over-ruff dummy or prevent a cross-ruff. And this might make Declare think that West actually did lead low from Jack 10 third of diamonds. But yeah, if he does play a diamond to the king, the play is going to speed up considerably, because with diamonds 2-2, now it's really just ace, king, spade, spade, rough, and we're in good shape. Alright, diamond to the king. East follows. Now we're going to see ace, king of spades, everyone follows, and Declare will claim. So very nicely bid to get to 7 diamonds.
As soon as everyone falls the king of spades, the hand's over. All right, well done, north-south. I don't know whether they're going to be in this in the other room, but they did a good thing here.
Yeah, 2140. We'll see how they manage the auction in the other room.
It's not a cold grand, so...
No, but you certainly want to be there. Last board of the set. So, at this time, play is going to resume for the third quarter in 1 hour and 45 minutes from now. But with this last board, Basis gets to open a diamond. So diamond heart, North gets to overcall spade, ace king fifth.
Yeah, I think it's an important position to bid one spade light. You really, really want a spade lead against whatever they're going to be in. Maybe you're on lead, but maybe not. Spades outrank hearts. In some cases, partner can, you can push them to the 3 level or something if it's a partial hand, which I think may be the case here, where partner is going to be able, if they east-west bid 2 diamonds at some point, then north-south are going to be able to push them to the 3 level.
Yeah, so south bids 2 diamonds, spade raise.
West double it?
West could double.
Yeah, so I mean, it looks like East has at least 8 cards in the minors. He didn't make a support double of 1 spade, and it sounds like he has at most 3 spades. So you'd like East to compete in the minors. So I think doubling 2 diamonds is, especially if it shows something in diamonds, is something West wants to do.
That all seems reasonable to me. Yeah, the king third of diamonds, spade shortness, for all those reasons.
So Rob, how do you like to play when 2 diamonds created a force through 2 spades and they double 2 diamonds? How do you like to play your actions by North?
Normally I would say just treat things like fast arrival. I think that's a simple way to play it. So 2 spades would be the weakest hand by North, and passing or bidding anything else would show some extra values, or at least some interest in bidding game.
So Laurentini's passed this. I wonder if maybe he's planning on doubling when 2 spades comes back to him, or just selling.
He'll certainly reopen with the doubleton spade, as you said.
All white is the most tempting position to want to reopen.
Wow.
Could have reopened with 2-0 to try to get partner to pick a minor. But this is a little conservative. So the North-South have 3 hearts, a diamond, and a club. The spade position is favorable for them. They do have to deal with the 4th round of hearts also.
Yeah, but the way the hearts are situated...
And the 9-8 comes into play.
Yeah, it looks like Declare should be able to handle it as long as he doesn't get forced too many times in the process. And with a trump lead, it looks like he's well positioned to... At least the opponents haven't played diamonds yet.
Now, Basis led low from king and 1 earlier in the set against a slam. Is he thinking maybe I should put up on the jack of spades?
That is an interesting point. This doesn't feel like the same sort of scenario to me. where...
No, it's definitely not.
Yeah. So...
Dummy has bid the suit strongly for the opening lead. But I think it's in his head that Deceased made an unusual lead away from an honor in spades, no less, earlier in the set.
Yeah, that's one of the things that makes it actually very difficult playing against some of these players, like Deceased, or... I guess I'm not sure about some of the other players in this match specifically, but Madala and Bilda were playing earlier in the week. I forget which team they were on. That if your opponents are going to be making unusual plays, then you have so much more to consider about what the possible layouts of the cards are than if your opponents always play straight down the middle in terms of their opening leads, their carding agreements, their bids. It makes it much more challenging, and so you're prone to make more errors just because you have so much more to think about. So that's one of the reasons why players like Tomas frequently do very well in these events, because he puts people to guesses. All right, Declare goes after hearts. Heart to the ace. Jack of hearts. So West collects the king, can cash the 10, and can even play a fourth round of parts for his partner to ruff, but...
The club from dummy disappears on the fourth round of hearts as East truffs. Yeah, I suppose Declare over ruff it also.
Yeah, either the defense will be able to score a ruff on this 9 of hearts, or they'll be able to get a club, not both. And this will result in 2 spades making 2.
And a quiet way to end the set. It started with the slam where they underled the king and a spade, and it was a very challenging hand to start with. Now Declare can't conveniently get to his hand to do things, but I assume he's just going to leave a diamond off the board. I suppose he could lead a spade towards his king, and then planning on playing the 9 of hearts. He could cash the king of clubs, play a spade to the king, and then play the 9 of hearts to pitch the other club, not caring whether the queen of spades comes down or not.
Yeah, that looks like exactly what he's doing. So, spade to the king. Now that the queen has popped up, he could just pull the last trump or continue the 9 of hearts to ruff his club loser.
Yeah, I think he wants to demonstrate that he didn't need for the queen of spades to be doubleton.
It is a nice gesture to the opponents to just let them know that you didn't need any good fortune to make your contract, that you were always making it. So plus 110. Head over to the other room to check out the last couple of boards of action in this match. Very close.
Best of luck tonight.
Yeah.
And for the players and for Robin as commentating. And I am done for the week, I think. So thank you very much for your excellent work here, Rob. I always appreciate it. And I'll be listening tonight.
Thanks. Thanks for joining me. See you all in a bit. All right. Chat, I've ordered food in the middle of the set, so I did great. I remembered all of the things I needed to do. Has everyone else gotten food as well? Okay, it's getting cold. I definitely need to put my jacket back on. Was there something we were planning to do during the break? I forgot. Someone can let me know if I promised you something. And depending on whether or not your name starts with B, I might take you at face value or assume that you're joking. I don't know why I have my earbuds in. It's not like Craig is joining me on Discord or something during the break. When's my food getting here? That's always an important question. Oh, let's head to the other table. "10 minutes. All right. That's not bad. So this is the hand, huh? A spade, 2 clubs by Fleischer. Well, that's kind of awkward. 2 spades by North. 3 diamonds by Fleischer. I don't know. Let's just see where they get, because I have no idea what's going on in this auction. I mean, 2 clubs is pretty unnatural, but... Warren is spouting some nonsense in the chat, like, you need 3 spades to make this contract. 7 diamonds. I mean, we can work out the percentages while North-South actually bid. So 2 diamonds, we'll just say 4 spades are better. So that's 2/5 of 84. We'll call it 85 to make things easier. So 34%. Any 3 spade split. I mean, instead of 4-0 diamonds, so save 4-0 diamonds. But I'm just going to ignore 4-0 diamonds. So we'll say any 3 spade split. So that's 36 of the remaining 68. We'll call it 1/3 of the remaining 68. 23 and 34 is 57. And then we have some small extra chances if diamonds are 3-1 and spades are 4-2. We make half of the time, right, when diamonds are 3-1 and spades are 4-2, plus a little bit. Because we'll make whenever East has the doubleton spade, we can just rough through him. And whenever West has the doubleton spade, we'll make it if East has the long diamonds as well. So, I mean, 4-2 spades and 3-1 diamonds are basically like all of the consideration. So I wonder if I just want to call that 50% of the remaining. So where were we at? 57. So half of the remaining 43%. We'll call it 78. I might be off by a few percentage points. Let's be conservative and say 75. So it feels like about a 75% slam, at least on the line of play that we came up with. So grand, 75% grand, which is like barely in the plus, which this is why imps is so dumb. I say this every time, but like, suppose the expected value of the grand making is 75%. We can do a little bit of expected value calculation in terms of imps based on this table getting to 6 diamonds and the other table being in 7. So 1/4 of the time, 7 diamonds will go down and 6 diamonds will make. And that is going to be vulnerable. 16 imps, I think, for 1370 and 100. 1470. $16 okay? So a quarter of the time, you lose 16, right? So that's like -4 on average. But then 3/4 of the time, you end up 2140 versus 1390, which is 750 is 13. So 3/4 of the time you win 13, which is, let's see, 3/4 times 13, 39 over 4, so it's 9.75. So this is a plus 5.75 imp decision to bid 7 diamonds. But in reality, the swing is actually 13 imps, right? So if we could somehow just do an expected value thing and assign that score, that would be a little bit more fair for the results. But of course, that's like infeasible, both because it's really hard to calculate, and of course, like, you have to allow people to make mistakes in the play or something like that for both sides. But anyway, so Masika is down by 1 after that board. What happened on this one? North-South got to 2 spades. That feels like a good result for North-South in the other room. I like how the text commentators in chat are like it's a 59% slam, or grand. Well done, guys. I haven't really been paying attention. I have no idea what they're calculating, but I think that's what's going on at the table. Oh, actual relevant information. Here. Team Masika has 4 players. Aha. Well, I hate to break it to them, but that's gonna make it really hard because the sponsor on the team seems quite weak. So playing against Fleischer and Martel is one thing, obviously a good pair, and it's a little bit surprising that Masika is holding their own. But it's going to be real tough when they sit down against Loria and Versace, or Bassis and Lorenzini in the next set. All right, a diamond past a heart, a spade. So does South get to bid 2 diamonds or 2 hearts or something else to show his support? Two hearts, it looks like. I mean, to me, it kind of looks like 2 diamonds should be natural a lot of the time. When you have 2 cubids below the spade, below your partner's suit, you should use one of them to be the cubid and the other one to just be natural. Oh my god, I can't look at the chat anymore. I'm just here. I'm just like putting my hand up in front of the chat. People are doing faulty math. Well, West does decide to compete. So, are we going to see a new leader? I don't think South is going to bid 3 spades, but if 3 diamonds only goes down 1, then this is actually huge. So this will be a 2-ump swing, and Masika is in the lead going into the next set. Wow. My food will be here in a minute. I'm very excited. This is perfectly timed. I'm honestly shocked that Lorenzini didn't balance over 2 spades. He has a doubleton. He has a 9 count. I mean, the queen of spades isn't great, but... So spade to the king. And I assume Martel switches to clubs. Trump switch does not look all that appealing. So club to the king. Another spade. Another club. And then I guess Fleischer just plays the 3rd club. Not sure what Martel's thinking about. There it is, 9 of clubs. 8 of clubs, then 9 of clubs, so Fleischer knows his partner's not getting a ruff, but you probably just exit a club anyway. I mean, he could get out with the jack of spades. I think that feels a little bit revealing to me. Not that it necessarily makes a difference. Ah, food is here. Alright, I will wait for the end of the play, but then I'll go grab my dinner. So, king of diamonds. Ah, Declare has decided that... Actually, I have no idea what Declare has decided. There's no way he takes this hook. Oh my god. What a clown. I mean, this would be the match point play. And especially because the 7 of clubs is an entry to hand. After Martel unblocked the 9 and 8 on the first 2 clubs. But very funny, Declare. I mean, imagine if Martel won the stiff king and played another spade. Let's just promote another trump trick for our partner. 2 umps. Masika takes the lead. All right. Okay. I will be back in just a minute with some food. We'll figure out something to do during the break. Maybe we'll look at some deal of the weeks. have returned. I would say let's take a look at the bracket, but I feel like it's going to be very unilluminating. Alright. No face cam while I eat. Yeah, let's try and take a look at some deal of the weeks. We'll pull some of these things up. This will be fun, if I can remember how to get there. Let's see. This website. Oh no, where were we? My cookies have been cleared. It's probably this one. Maybe. Is this the thing? Nope. This? Nope. Wait. Yes! We did it. Okay. Oh my god. Here? Does this look pretty? This looks pretty. Alright. Let me get my food ready and then we'll start reading. Alright. Deal of the Week 189. April 24th, 2000. This week's deal was played by Huub Burdens of the Netherlands during the recent 4th Cap Gemini World Top Invitational. The what? The 14th, okay, 14th, I said 4th, 14th Cap Gemini World Top Invitational. Well, that's a mouthful. I really prefer the naming of bridge tournaments nowadays. World Bridge Games. At least you understand what's happening. Although, maybe this means there used to be sponsors before. Like Cap Gemini, I think, is a company, or used to be a company. Anyway. The Cap Gemini has been called the Wimbledon of Bridge for good reason. It is arguably the toughest pairs event in the world. No. Wait, did the Cavendish not exist? I don't understand. What was this event? And why was I not invited? The Cap Gemini is held every year in The Hague, the Netherlands. This is one of the coolest things to me that I've ever seen. The Netherlands has a city called The Hague, and nowhere else on the planet have I seen them use "the" in front of a city name. Maybe I just don't speak enough languages and people do it all the time, but that's not a common American thing. Only 16 of the world's strongest pairs are invited. Burdens and partner Bart Nab have become a force in Dutch bridge in recent years. Their 7th place finish at the 2000 Capgemini was very respectable. Burdens and Nab faced Bulgarians Vladimir Mihov and Ivan Nanev when this week's deal was played. Okay. Let's go. 1 diamond by West Precision. 2 diamonds by North Natural. Mihov West dealt and opened a Precision style 1 diamond, and Nab overcalled with a natural 2 diamonds as North. Do you play 2 diamonds in this sequence as an artificial bid, like a Michael's Cubid, for example? We, like Burdens and Nab, prefer to play 2 diamonds as natural over a nebulous 1 diamond opening bid. Nanev passed, biding his time. Yes, I'm sure Nanev has been primed and ready to come into this auction. And Burdens introduced his longer suit with a forcing 2 hearts. Mihov passed, and Nab retreated to 3 diamonds, doubled by Nanev. Interesting. Burdens tried 3 spades. Man, bridge back in the year 2000 was quite the spectacle. Nab, not liking the whole thing at all, gave an honest preference back to 4 hearts. Passed around to Mihov, who doubled yet again. 4 hearts doubled was the final contract. Okay. Mihov chose to lead the club ace and won the first trick. Yep. His continuation of a small club went to the 8, king, good false card, and ruffed by Burdens. Okay. Well, now what? Burdens continued with a diamond, followed by club. Nanev didn't cover, and Burdens misguessed by roughing in hand. How could he? So for what it's worth, as this is a pairs event, sometimes it could be a good idea to try and get out for down 1 doubled, but only really if the field is going to be here. And it seems pretty unlikely to me to believe that the field is going to end up in 4 hearts, or especially 4 hearts doubled on a hand like this. I mean, it looks like South massively overbid, and North was kind of just along for the ride. No, I mean, how bad is 3 diamonds doubled? Maybe that's an interesting question. How bad is 2 diamonds doubled? I don't know. I don't think North-South and the other tables are going to get to this level. So that argues for trying to play this hand like imps and try and make it. Like, the difference between minus 200 and minus 500 and minus 800 are probably all zeros, or close to it. So, like, how could Declare make if he doesn't score a club trick? Like, you ruff a club, ace of spades, spade ruff, club ruff, spade ruff, king of diamonds. How many tricks is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We're up to 8. Oh. Wait a second. No, but this isn't good enough, right? Because West just plays a spade and his partner ruffs the 4th round of spades. Yeah. So how does running the 10 of clubs work? If we do run the 10 of clubs, it wins. Then spade, spade ruff, king of diamonds, club ruff, spade ruff. Why is it not just the same? Oh, because we have an extra trump. Oh. Yeah. I see. So I guess roughing the 10 of clubs here would work if West had 4 hearts. But running the 10 of clubs works if West has 3 hearts. I don't know. How do you decide what's right? Burton's demonstrated that his play on the 3rd round of clubs did not really constitute a misguess. Burton's had seen a way home that did not depend on the position of the club queen. Oh, interesting. I thought we worked this out, that on the 4th round of spades, East can ruff and take West off an unplay. Let's find out. Ace of spades, spade ruff, king of diamonds, club ruff, spade ruff. Oh, we just played diamond pitching a spade, obviously. Yeah, very simple. And this way, with the ace, queen, 10 of hearts, we always get 2 in the end position. Diamond comes through, 10 of hearts, jack, claim the rest. It is interesting. Can I actually play the cards? I would like to show this thing where, so diamond to the ace, club, ruff, ace of spades, boom, spade, boom, club, boom, spade, yep, king of diamonds. If we ruff with the 10 of hearts, it kind of looks like West gets end played, right? Because it goes jack of hearts, and West cashes the king of spades, and the same end play happens, but the problem is that East can ruff this trick. And this takes their partner off the end play. Then a harder diamond through would beat the contract. So, cute hand, for sure. Well done. All right, let's keep going. Next deal of the week. This week's deal was played by Sue Ostrowski during the semifinals of the Flight A knockout teams at the recent regional tournament in Hyannis, Massachusetts. Sue and partner Daryl Gibson along with Sheila Gabay and Rena Lieberman, defeated the 1 seed in the semifinals and went on to win the event. Sue and Daryl faced 2 of New England's finest, Doug Daub and Frank Merblum, when this deal was played. We would like to thank Daryl for sending us this week's deal. If you'd like to see one of your favorite deals appear as the deal of the week, please email all of the details. I think Fred's about to explain the 50-50-50. Before we get into this week's deal, here's an interesting card combination for you to think about. The correct answer will be given in the introduction to the May 8th deal of the week. That is next week. We'll get there, don't worry. You're declaring 5 clubs. Have no losers outside the trump suit. Your trumps are Ace, Queen, 10, 8, 7, 6, 5. You have 7 of them. Unfortunately, dummy is void. After winning the opening lead, you lay down the club ace and both defenders follow small. How do you continue? Think about that. Brad claims down 1 and goes to the bar. Very optimistic that you don't think they're roughing one of your side suit winners. One heart by West. After Doug opened a heart, and as West and Frank East responded to a spade, Sue was faced with a begging problem. Well, I assume you pass because your hand is garbage and you don't really care about getting a diamond lead. Yep, so that seems automatic. What call did Sue make? Oh, good, we have one of these things. Hold on, I need to turn the volume down so that people don't blow out their eardrums. Never say I didn't give you anything, chat. Boom. Wait, where was the sound? Hello? Hello? There was no sound? Why was there no sound? What? Well, that's rude. The whole thing broke. Wait, you hear the sound? I don't. Oh, because I have my stupid earbuds out. Oh my god. This is the worst. My mixers. No, I had that. Okay. You know what? Fair. Now I want to hear the sound. I'm gonna do it one more time. Prepare yourself. Boom. We got the kissing sound. Perfect. Sue chose to pass, despite having enough high cards and enough diamonds for a 2-diamond overcall. We suspect that Sue would have overcalled had she been dealt stronger spot cards in her long suit. There is no right or wrong answer here, unless you bid 2 diamonds, in which case you were wrong. The requirements for a 2-level overcall are largely a matter of personal and partnership style. As you will see, Sue's judgment on this particular deal worked out just fine. Doug raised to 2 spades, passed around to Sue. What call did Sue make? Interesting question. Boom. 3 diamonds. You know, we talk about when you want to balance with doubles, or balance over the opponent's 2 of a major. When you got shortness, you should probably do it. I guess this is an imp thing. So maybe less clear to balance with 3 diamonds, but probably still okay. I mean, your side could easily have a game. Sue wisely chose to balance with 3 diamonds, which became the final contract. As with all balancing situations, there was some risk associated with this call, but nowadays, back in the Stone Age, most good players go out of their way to balance when the opponents have shown a fit and stopped in 2 of a major. We like the way Sue bid her hand, and we love the way she played it. Doug's opening lead of the King of Hearts won the first trick. He switched to a small spade. And Frank's 10 forced Sue's ace. Sue did well to start the trump with a low diamond towards the jack. Doug ducked, and Dummy's jack was taken by Frank with the queen. After cashing the ace of hearts, Frank's spade return went to Doug's queen and Dummy's king. Okay. Sue ducked a diamond to Doug's ace, marked from the opening bid. Doug was left with a serious problem as to what card to return. As we will see, there was no solution to this problem. Suppose Doug had returned a spade for Sue to ruff. Well, what sort of end position might arise in that case? I do wonder. Frank would be left with the only defensive guard, and the defenders would be subjected to a double squeeze on the run of the diamonds. Diamond pitch a heart, diamond pitch a club, diamond. Doug would be forced to discard a club in order to maintain his heart guard. Sue would discard a heart from Dummy, marked on the auction, and Frank would then be squeezed in spades and clubs. If instead Doug chose to exit with the club queen, Sue could win Dummy's king, take a finesse. A low club from Doug would also be futile. Sue would duck, win the jack with the ace, and then run all of the winners, once again squeezing West in hearts and clubs. Simple squeeze. Doug, therefore, chose to get out with a high heart, which Sue ruffed. Doug had found the most effective defense, making it impossible for Sue to execute either a simple squeeze or a double squeeze. Sue demonstrated that her contract could still be made, however. The run of diamonds produced a considerably more exotic end position, a double guard squeeze. Ooh. Doug had no problem pitching heart when Sue drew the last trump. The second to last trump squeezed Doug in 3 suits. A heart discard would establish Dummy's 9 of hearts as a winner, and a spade discard would leave Frank with the only defensive spade guard and lead to the same double squeeze we've already seen. Doug therefore discarded a club, as Sue pitched a club from Dummy. When Sue played her last diamond, Doug still couldn't afford the 10 of hearts, and a spade discard once again would leave Frank with the only guards in both spades and clubs. Sue would discard Dummy's last heart, and Frank would be simple squeezed between spades and clubs. Doug's remaining choice was to discard another club on the last round of diamonds, blanking his club queen. Sue pitched a heart. Frank could ditch a spade, but now Sue's 10 of clubs was a little bit too big of a card. Club to the queen and king. Club back to the 10. Sue was counting carefully, knew there was only 1 spade outstanding. Doug had shown 3 spades during the bidding, but he had only played 2 spades, so the cards were marked. 10 of clubs. You can now experiment with how the play could go. Nicely done. Double guard squeeze. Zara asks, where did I find a PC running Windows 95? Well, this is the Wayback Machine, where we're able to access some really old content on the internet, archived. All right, is everyone ready for the play problem that Gittleman had asked us about? The ace, queen, 10, 8, fifth of clubs. Here we go. Deal of the week 191, May 8, 2000. This week's deal was played by Vincent Remote of the Netherlands during the recent Politiken World Pairs in Copenhagen, Denmark. Remote and partner Anton Maas finished a strong 5th of the 16 pairs who were invited to play in the 2000 Politiken. Remote and Maas faced the eventual winners, Italians Norberto Bocchi and Giorgio Dubois, when this week's deal was played. The deal has been rotated to make South declare. We'd like to thank Eric Kokish for telling us about this week's deal. Before we get started, here is the answer to the problem that was posted last week. How do you continue? Well, it's a 50-50-50, adding up to 100%. There's no right answer. Complete three-way guess as to whether you should continue with the queen, the 10, or a small club. So your play will not matter if clubs are 3-3 or 5-1, or if one of the defenders had king jack 9/4. All that matters are distributions in which one of the defenders was dealt king doubleton, jack doubleton, or 9 doubleton. Each of the three layouts is equally likely. Each of the three possible plays will pick up clubs in 2 of the 3 layouts. Playing the queen will succeed when a defender had jack and 9 doubleton, fail against king and 1, and similarly. All right. On to the deal. So Dubois' 2-club opening may look strange, but play a bidding system with many unusual elements. One of these is their 2-club opening bid, which is used to show a weak hand with at least 4-4 in the majors. Conventions like this one can be very hard to defend against, but as you'll see, they sometimes backfire by giving an astute declarer too much information about the defender's hands. Very strange to do it with 6-4, but such is life. Remote South doubled to show strength, and after Bocchi and Maas passed, Dubois' 2-heart runout suggested longer hearts than spades. When this was passed around to Maas, he doubled 2 hearts. We're not sure how Remote and Maas play this double, but Remote judged to remove to 2-no. Maas raised to 3-no, which became the final contract. Bocchi led the jack of diamonds, and Remote could not have been very pleased with his contract. There are only 7 top tricks: 2 hearts, 3 diamonds, and 2 clubs. With hearts, diamonds, and clubs all lying badly, it looks like an uphill battle to win 8 tricks, to say nothing of 9. Watch how Remote played brilliantly to overcome these bad breaks. Remote won the first trick with dummy's king. Okay. And cashed the ace. He then exited in spades, Bocchi winning the king. Bocchi could see he did not really want to be on lead, so he cashed the spade ace. Interesting. Fair enough. Before exiting the 10 of diamonds to Remote's queen. Ramon made another series of fine plays by cashing the heart ace, removing Boki's last save exit card. Ah, I see. He then exited in diamonds, putting Boki back on lead. Look at this. Also, why would you exit the 6 and not the 8? That's crazy. This just gives you so much more to think about. Like, what if West wins the 9 and returns the 7? What happens if West wins the 9 and returns the 7? I don't know. This is beyond necessary to think about. You should just exit the 8 here. But we can see what happens, right? East is going to get squeezed. Boki cashes his last diamond winner. It wouldn't matter if he exited club. If he exits a low club, Declare could win the jack cross and then force him to win a second diamond by playing the 8 of diamonds to enact the squeeze. Just FYI. So the 9 of diamonds cashes, but then the jack of clubs, 2 more rounds of clubs, and East is squeezed. Ramon's efforts to lose so many tricks early had the effect of rectifying the count down to the 1 loser that the above simple squeeze needs. Ramon's squeeze could be said to have a suicide element to it, since one of the necessary tricks was lost when Boki cashed his last diamond winner. Ah, very good. At first glance, it may appear that if Boki had exited in clubs without cashing his last diamond, Dubois would not have been squeezed. But after winning the club jack, Ramon could not afford to finish the clubs, but he can exit the 8 of diamonds, and the same thing would happen here. If he did cash the club, Dubois would have a spade to discard. But we're sure that Boki had found the hot defense of refusing to cash. The hot defense. Oh my. The hot defense. SHG says Texas has a city named The Colony. Who is Texas colonizing? Also, why are you on 25-minute delay? Alright, Ramon would have found the winning counter move. After winning Boki's hypothetical early club exit, cash a club, and then exit the 8 of diamonds. Boki down to just clubs would be forced to lead that suit to Ramon's remaining club honor. With the count now rectified, down to a single loser, Dubois would be squeezed on this trick. So, okay. Let's actually look. Wait, we're getting card sounds? So the 10 of diamonds came back, right? And now Declare tried to exit the 6 of diamonds. What happens if West plays the 9? And then exits the set. Wait. Sorry, the Ace of Hearts got cashed. And then exits the 7. Like, how does Declare make it from here? Am I missing something? Oh. Oh, okay, I see. We pitch a heart, and then we play a low club. So this rectifies the count. But, like, why are we doing this? Guys, just, like... This is so dumb. Just exit the 8 of diamonds. You don't have to calculate any of this stupid stuff. Like 6 of diamonds, your opponent wins the 9 and throws you back in. This is unnecessarily complicated. And also, I suppose you could misguess the position if East happened to have the club queen. Yeah, this is dumb. Alright. On to the next one. What was this? May 8th. Boom. This week's deal was played by Bridgebase Incorporated President Fred Gittleman during last week's Cavendish Invitational Teams. Wait, what? Cavendish Invitational Teams? I thought it was the Cavendish pairs. Fred had the pleasure of playing with San Diego's Grant Bays in this event. When this week's deal was played, Fred and Grant faced Michael Courtney and Charles Wigader. High-stakes rubber bridge players from London. Full coverage of the 2000 Cavendish is available. The Cavendish is the only bridge tournament in the world that offers serious cash prizes. I think now there's like the... What is that? There's like a Chinese tournament that has some cash prizes. Is Courtney from London or Australia? I don't know. In 2000, he might have been British. Had the UK colonized Australia by that point? Hold on. The inimitable... What does this even mean? What does this word even mean? Inimitable? Michael Courtney. There he is. That's our boy. Michael Courtney is one of a kind. It would take a book to describe the man, so this piece just covers a bit of trivia about his background and a few snippets of guidance from our eclectic genius. Good or unusual as to be impossible to copy, unique. Michael is regarded as one of the greatest rubber bridge players in the world. He is the only player we know to have played over 1 million hands of bridge. August 14th, 2020. I'm convinced that Mexstroth and Rodwell have played 1 million hands of bridge. Just to give you an idea of how amazing this is, Peter Gill is approaching the 300,000 mark. In the last 5 years, Michaels has increased his focus on Michaels. In the last 5 years, they just randomly added a possessive. Okay, I'm good. Has increased his focus on duplicate, where he's enjoying outstanding results, making the Australian Open team twice in this period, and coming first or second in Australia and New Zealand's biggest team events. Michael's Spanish grandfather was a very strong player and a considerable winner at games of solo, whist, auction bridge, and contract bridge for money. His parents, blah, blah, okay, we need to find out where he grew up, right? That's where we're at. 1976, a group of 17-year-old chess players in Perth, that's Australia. Oh, look at that. Belatedly reached the conclusion that none of them would ever be world champion. Wait, among these was Peter Reynolds. Hold on. Chess background, blah, blah, blah. Okay, I'm going to read quickly. Courtney. Is Michael part of this group? It seems implied. Okay, he's Australian. We figured it out. 1977, he moved to Sydney. Sydney, UK. But yes. Alright, perfect. Let's get back into the deal of the week. This week's deal was played by Bridgebase Incorporated president... Oh, I already read this. Cavendish is the only... blah, blah, blah. World Bridge Productions, the company that runs the Cavendish, did a great job, as usual, with the organization of this year's edition. The Desert Inn made a perfect venue for this tournament, and we hope that Cavendish will return to this hotel in the future. The main event at the Cavendish is the Invitational Pairs. Okay, yeah. In which Fred was playing with his regular partner, Brad Moss. Fred and Brad were sitting fourth going into the last session, but dropped to 10th place, the last position that paid a prize, largely due to the strong play of their opponents. A 10th place finish may not sound like much, but in a star-studded tournament like the Cavendish, with a field of 50 top pairs, it is not bad at all. So why do we think this is not the best pair event in the world? Anyway, there was not much to the bidding of this week's deal. Fred South dealt an open 2-no trump, 20-21, which is passed out. What card do you think Michael led as West? Michael and Charles lead fourth best against no trump. What the fuck? Well, this is dumb and stupid, and I hate all of this. It is a good point that if Michael had just taken a call, he wouldn't have to face this lead problem. Why does this look like it's from 1997? Because, you know, Fred was using some old software in the year 2000 when it was actually published. I mean, I'm pretty sure we're supposed to lead a club. But I hate this so much. I hate everything about this. All right, let's just start clicking on suits. Ten of hearts, third choice. Michael found the lead of the six of clubs. It is usually a good idea to lead from your longest and strongest suit, diamonds here, against no trump. But when a 2-no opening bid is passed out, it is often best to lead passively, especially from a hand with no 5-card suit. The idea is that you should try to avoid blowing a trick on the opening lead. The declarer will usually have a hard time winning 8 tricks without some help from the defense. Charles won the ace and has serious problem as to which suit to return at trick 2. Which card do you think Charles played? Well, I think it's clear to play a diamond, so I guess this one. That is the saddest sound. Like, a club makes no sense. A heart makes no sense. I mean, a spade feels weird. I guess it's true that it's hard to come up with a layout where a spade is wrong, or where a spade loses tricks. But it just feels really... I mean, dummy has queen 4. Like, why are we playing spades? I mean, there's no way he played a spade. Okay. I'm ultra confused. Like, a club is the worst option, so I guess we switch to hearts. I really don't understand the heart switch. A diamond's clearly safe. This is super weird. Charles switched to a heart. At first glance, this looked like a pretty good and brave play. Who are Charles and Michael? Michael, oh crap, who's the guy? Michael Courtney, and Charles, someone that I've never heard of. Oh, they're like supposedly big-time rubber bridge players. That's who they are. They're playing in the Cavendish, though. Diamond return would have been best, which would have been, like, very clear and automatic, and, like, why would East do anything other than return a diamond? Like, maybe they do so well at rubber bridge because they cheat. That's what's happening here. I mean, like, why would you ever lead a heart? That's insane. Alright. As you will see, this return was not as effective as it first appeared. Diamond return would have been best. All 4 suits were returned by players in the Cavendish who faced this problem. See, you know, back in the old days, in the year 2000, when bridge players had no idea how to take tricks, they were just, like, picking random cards out of their hand and playing them. Like, look at this. 2 of hearts. Someone returned the 2 of spades. I gotta let you know, someone returned the 2 of spades. Someone played back the deuce of clubs. What were they thinking? Alright, Fred ducked the heart. The queen held. Michael did very well to continue with the 6 as opposed to the 10. 6, jack, king, ducked. Charles played a third round of hearts, once again still not switching to diamonds. Why are we not playing diamonds? Guys, hello? Alright, Fred had only 6 top tricks. This is true. His plan was to develop a 7th trick by knocking out the club queen, and hoped to come to an 8th trick in either spades or diamonds. He therefore cashed the king of clubs, and surrendered a trick to Michael's queen, as Charles discarded a discouraging diamond. In retrospect, Fred probably should have played the jack before cashing the king, so that Charles would not have had this chance to signal. But we're sure that Michael was never going to switch to diamonds in any case. Yep. Agree with all that. Michael got out with the spade 10, and Fred chose to win this trick in hand. Aha! I see exactly where this is going. Okay. He cashed his other high spade winners, ending in dummy, and learned that Charles controlled the 4th round of suit. Well, look at what happens to East's hand when we lead the 10 of clubs, the winning 10 of clubs. The 4-2 spade break appeared to doom the contract, but when Fred cashed dummy's 10 of clubs, something interesting happened. And Charles had to hold on to both of his major suit winners, and was therefore forced to come down to a singleton diamond, as Fred discarded his last heart. Fred now knew he was in a position to make his contract if he could figure out whether or not Charles' last diamond was an honor or a small card. On the actual layout, Fred could have succeeded by leading the 10, passing the trick to Michael, who's then end played. If Charles was dealt one of the diamond honors, however, this play would fail. Charles would cover the 10 of diamonds, leaving Fred with 2 certain diamond losers. In this layout, Fred would have to play the 7 of diamonds, not the 10, in order to make his contract. Fred would take Charles' honor with the ace, and be able to win a 2nd diamond trick. Leading the 7 would fail on this layout, blah 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 blah. Great. Back at the moment of truth, do you think Fred played the 10 or the 7 from dummy? Well, clearly the 7. You know why? East didn't play a fucking diamond at any point during the play. What the hell is wrong with this guy? What is he doing? The entire defense... Yes, Brad has hit on it. Like, what is East doing? Alright. We're sorry to tell you that Fred played the 7 diamonds and claimed down 1 when Charles followed with a spot card. Fred did make the percentage play, as Charles was roughly twice as likely to dealt honor 3rd in diamonds than 3 small. I'm sure that was the most important consideration, what the a priori odds were of honor 3rd of diamonds. It was a fun hand to play, even though the final result was not very satisfying. Why is no one playing diamonds? Alright. We probably got like 1 or 2 more. Wait. May 15th? May 29th. Oh, I pulled the wrong one. Hold, please. Was the software? It's not a software. It is the archived deal of the weeks from 25 years ago that Fred Gittleman used to have a blog for. And it was actually like a super cool thing. Hey, Rob. Exclamation point bracket should give you a link to the bracket, but Masika is up by 1 at the half. This week's deal was played by Bridgebase Incorporated President Fred Gittleman during the recent Cavendish Invitational Pairs in Las Vegas. Fred's partner was Brad Moss. This week's deal is presented as a declare play problem. You should be warned in advance that we are not sure that we have the right answer to this problem. Just FYI, we might skip over this one because it looks like I've already looked at this on stream before. I know that I pulled a couple randomly out of order, and this is one of them. But we'll see. There are 2 reasonable lines of play, and the odds are very close between the 2 lines. We do know that the winning play was... We do know what the winning play was when this deal was played at the Cavendish, where there were hundreds of imps and hundreds of thousands of dollars at stake. See how you would have done. A diamond to heart. Fred, holding powerful south hand, was pleased to hear Brad open the diamonds north. Fred responded to heart. Brad rebid a no trump, showing balance 12 to 14, possibly with 4 spades. Fred and Brad bypassed 4 card majors to rebid 1 no on all balanced hands, unsuitable for raising partner's major. This approach is not standard, which I think it is nowadays. Craig is one of the lone holdouts for rebidding your 4-card spade suit. Also, that is written wrong. What's written wrong? The advantage of bypassing 1 spade to rebid a no trump. They wouldn't rebid 1 no on a 4 triple 3 19. This is true. You are super nitpicky. The disadvantage of opener bypassing a spade to rebid a no trump is that if responder does not have enough strength to invite game over opener's 1 no rebid, a 4-4 spade fit could be lost. The partnership could play the wrong part score, 1 no instead of 2 spades. If responder has enough to at least invite game, the 4-4 spade fit can still be found via checkback stamen or new minor forcing. Fred and Brad used 2-way checkback after the 1 no rebid. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. 2 diamonds, game force. 2 hearts is 3 hearts and not 4 spades. A 3 hearts slam try. 4 diamond cubid. 4 no key card. 2 key cards, no queen. 5 spades asking for kings. 7 hearts. Whew. Alright, Pard, good bid. West led the 10 of clubs, and Fred became considerably less confident when he saw the dummy. The Grand Slam had reasonable play, but was far from being lay down. That's exactly what you want in a pair game. If the Grand Slam is lay down, everyone's going to be there, which is boring. Then it's just a flat board. Perhaps Brad should have contented himself with 6 diamonds showing the king over Fred's 5 spade king ass. Think about how you'd play before reading on. No thank you. I'm just going to click the button. What card would you play? Man, I'm being quizzed. Well, now I actually have to think about the hand. That was rude. I mean, what good does saving the club queen do? Because we have to ruff a spade. So I don't think there's a squeeze against East in the black suits. Save the queen of clubs as an exit for down one. Yeah, we could do that. I don't think the queen of clubs ever helps. Alright, I'm playing it. Boom, look at me go. You might as well play the queen. It's highly unlikely that West has led from the king, but you never know. If you think about the hand carefully, that is so obnoxious. This guy, 25 years in the past, making me think about his problems. I guess that's why people write books. The club queen has no value as a squeeze threat against the king with East, and if West has the king, you might as well play it now. Exclamation point. Not surprisingly, the queen is covered by East with the king and one with the ace. There are layouts in which it is necessary to immediately start by roughing a spade in order to make the contract. These layouts are quite obscure, however, and roughing a spade in dummy will make it impossible to pick up 4 hearts to the jack in East's hand. Unless you're looking at all 4 hands. Fred thought it was best to test the distribution of the trump suit by cashing a high heart in hand, followed by a heart to the king. Fair enough. Both defenders followed small to the first 2 rounds of trumps. If West had discarded on the second round, Fred would have drawn the rest of these trumps, and hoped to take the right view in diamonds. Hey, Lorian. Yeah, what basically ended up happening was, in the very last segment, Zimmerman came in down by 44, and they tried a couple of swings on the first, couple of boards, and that didn't go well, and then they decided not to save face, and decided to continue swinging, and it got weirder and weirder and weirder. And by the end, they were effectively just, handing imps to their opposition on every hand. So, yeah, it was 100 imps at the end. Three-two trump break certainly helped matters, but the contract still appeared to depend on running the diamonds. Percentage play in diamonds is to play the suit from the top. Diamonds will break 3-3, or the jack will be doubleton roughly 52% of the time. A little more given the 3-2 heartbreak. Can you see a way to give yourself any extra chances if the diamonds do not come down? Of course, we can rough a spade. Fred found an extra chance, but it was not without risk. Fred left a trump outstanding and played a spade to hand. Cashed the spade. Roughed a spade. Phew! Fred was relieved to see both defenders follow. Now a diamond to the queen. Now we run the hearts and there might be a squeeze. Fred's decision to rough a spade proved to be a good move, as you can see by looking at the remaining East-West cards. East was dealt a diamond stopper along with the long spade. When Fred finished his hearts, East was squeezed in spades and diamonds. Boom. 5 of spades is a winner, and Fred claimed the last 2 tricks with dummies ace king of diamonds to make the contract. This is the critical point in the play where Fred chose to give himself the extra chance of squeezing East in spades and diamonds. This proved to be the winning move on the actual lie of the cards. The downside of Fred's line can be seen by giving East one more spade and one less diamond. West with the long heart and only 2 spades could ruff the third round of spades in front of dummy to defeat a contract that could have been made simply by drawing trump and running the diamonds. Fred was aware of this downside, but was not capable of computing the odds of the 2 lines at the table. It felt close. One advantage of the squeeze line was that it would provide a nice deal of the week if it was successful. And I think this is actually a really important point, that a lot of bridge players play for something fantastic to happen, and if it's at all close, as opposed to playing for something that, is much more mundane, but might be slightly higher percentage. Because at the end of the day, well, for one thing, your price tag goes up if you make on a squeeze as a pro player, because then sponsors will be like, oh, look at that guy. He made an unmakeable contract. How could anyone do this? But 2, you want to do something fun and cool and different. And every bridge player, spends a lot of time trying to carefully time out a cross ruff or, whatever else. But it's not all the time that you can make on a cool squeeze. This is not a particularly spectacular squeeze. So who knows why this is a valuable deal of the week. It is a simple squeeze. Well played. Computer analysis has suggested that the odds were extremely close. After both defenders followed to the first 2 rounds of trump, layouts like the one above, where playing to ruff a spade loses and drawing trumps would have won, excuse me, would have occurred about 11.4% of the time. Layouts where it's necessary to ruff a spade and later squeeze east occur about 11.6% of the time. Lucky guess by Fred. Cool hand. Okay, let me clean up my dinner, and then I'll come back and we'll see if we have time for one more. No, you know what? We'll definitely do one more because they're not going to start on time. So let's open it up and I'll let you all look at the deal. Deal of the week 194, May 29th, 2000. Special. There are 2 deals of the week this week. Okay, well, we might not have time for that. We'll see. Both are based on Cavendish, blah, blah, blah. Both weeks are declare play problems. Okay, let's go. Oh, for both of these problems, assume imp scoring. Your opponents are excellent players, so you don't need much help from the defense. Oh, so don't expect much help from the defense. Here we go. We open a diamond, a heart, 2 diamonds, 2 spades. My bid, and my bid is... Dude, what? Wait, there's a good question answer. It's always this. Boom. Done. Difficult problem, blah, 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 blah. Okay. Be normal to try. Okay, yep. 2 no. 3 no. Perfect. Jack of hearts lead. All right. Now you can think about the problem. I'll be back in a sec. I'm back. Alright. This dummy is an example of why 2-no is a poor bid. Okay, has anyone worked out what the solution is? I haven't looked at it. A heart overcall, 2 spades, Jack of Hearts lead. Don't we just assume that the hearts are blocked and we have to guess the clubs or something? Anyway. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, we're complaining about partners bidding. Awesome. King of Hearts wins. Need to knock out the club ace. Okay. Uh-huh. Defenders might not be able to cash many heart tricks. Yup. Assuming hearts are 6-2 is a possible guarantee. Yeah. Queen of clubs. Perfect. Heart to the queen. Spade back. Club to the 10. Wait. Over tricks are not very important at imps, but they do count for something. Now that the contract is safe, can you give yourself any extra chances? Okay, I don't care. 4 rounds of diamonds. West has 6 hearts, 3 diamonds. Followed suit once in both clubs and spades. East must have been dealt either 6 or 7 spades. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. Cash the king of spades. West discards. Club to the 10. Cool, we claim the rest, 12 or 11 tricks. On to the next. Here is the distribution is actually dealt. Notice that the good contract of 5 clubs could well fail, as West could easily come to 2 trump tricks as well as the heart ace. You don't have the luxury of exploring the distribution of the other suits when clubs are trump. Meanwhile, you have made the horrible contract of 3 no trump with 2 over tricks if you played it properly. Bridge can be unfair. Here's this week's second deal. I feel like I'm rushing through this, and we're still going to have to wait 10 minutes. Okay, maybe we'll go slower on this one. We still have like 7 minutes until the official round start time. You're the declarer on 4 hearts. So I am. A spade, 2 hearts, 2 spades, 3 clubs, 3 hearts, 4 hearts. Great. Jack of diamonds lead. Partner puts down a nice dummy. East wins the first trick. Continues a second round of diamonds, which I ruff. Great. Think about how you'd play as declarer before reading on. Well, chat, how are we playing? Are we playing a low heart out of hand? That seems pretty reasonable. See ya, Brad. First glance, the contract looks very secure, as there appear to be only 3 losers at the most. Diamond trick lost, Queen of Hearts, and the King of Clubs. Perhaps you should simply play trumps from the top, in order to prevent the defenders from winning any tricks with ruffs. Whoa! East shows out. Oh no! You can drive out the Heart Queen, but West will force us to ruff, and then when we pull the last trump, we have not knocked out the Club King. Oopsies. It was very unlucky to go down after playing this way, but there was a better line of play available that would guard against this unlucky layout. Can you see how you should have played? We're back at trick 2, where we made the mistake of cashing top hearts. And the key to the steal is to maintain trump control against a 4-1 break. and there is a safety play available that will virtually guarantee the contract. Correct play is to play a low heart from your hand, surrendering an early trick to the heart queen. If West ducks, you win the trick and you're in control. You can now safely cash high trumps, and because we don't have to knock out the queen of hearts to pull a fourth trump, now we can just cross in spades and take a club finesse. West wins the king, draws a fourth round of trumps, but we have the rest. Wouldn't help West to take the queen, because we still have a trump and dummy. Now diamond, we rough and dummy. We could return with a club to the ace. It's probably fine to just hook a club. I mean, West would have led a stiff club. But draw trumps. Try to drop the queen of spades for an over trick. Otherwise, we give up a club. Boom. Well, that's it. Deals of the week. Wait, do we think that maybe we can get one more in? I'm feeling ambitious. I also don't think we're going to start on time. We have never started on time. Special! For this week's deal, you get to be the declarer. Okay, Bridgemaster advertisement. Here we go. You are the declarer in 6 hearts on the somewhat ridiculous auction shown above. 10 of diamonds lead. Okay. Yep. I feel like this might be a actual deal, not deal of the week, Bridgemaster problem. It might be. Hold on, I need to... Oh, this is good. You can't see my BBO. This is perfect. I can now talk to people because they're asking me questions. What was the French pair name? The non-Masika pair? It was Sabenne, Sabenne, and someone? Shit. It was Saban and Seguino. Boom. Okay. Let me write that. Okay. PJ says, think this is a level 5. Yeah, very possible. I think I'm not gonna spend time working it out. I mean, we very clearly need, like, East to have Ace Queen Doubleton of Hearts, and East to also have 4 clubs. So we need to be able to rough a bunch of things in the south hand to shorten ourselves, get to a position where we have King Doubleton of Hearts and a club, opposite Jack Doubleton of Hearts and a spade or something like that. So it's something like Ace of Diamonds, Diamond Ruff, Spade to the Queen, Diamond Ruff, Ace King Queen of Clubs, Club, or Ace King of Clubs, Club Ruff, Diamond Ruff, Spade to the whatever, Spade Ruff Club is the play. Click on the cards. This is gonna break, right? Yeah, it doesn't work. We could play this through in Bridgemaster, but first thing you have to figure out is how it's possible to avoid 2 trump losers. It's impossible to avoid 2 trump losers by leading trumps. Therefore, in order to make, you'll need to find a very specific lie of the east-west hearts, come down to an unusual end position. Oh, things are happening. Here's the end position. Yeah. This is what we said. We lead a club, ruff with the jack, lead a spade, and blah, blah, blah. Okay, we need to ruff a bunch of things. So, need the spade finesse, diamond, ruff, spade to the queen, diamond, ruff, yep, spade to the ace, diamond, ruff, ace, king of clubs, club, ruff, spade, ruff, club, and then we're there, and we've made it. Well played. Okay, hopefully everyone followed that. Now, what the hell is Seb Lionel? What is this? This is not a player on either of the teams. Well, I want to get some confirmation about which pair is where. So Fleischer is still going to be in. Oh, but Masika is playing four-handed, so Masika is still going to be in. Yeah. I don't know who's favored. I mean, I think Fleischer should be on paper, but obviously, I mean, Masika's done well so far to keep up. After the first session jitters, where he revoked and made a couple of other unusual decisions. Maybe if I have French viewers, they can tell me whether or not Masika is a very new sponsor. I mean, I assume. You know, we looked up his World Bridge Game thing. All right, here we go. So we're going to be in this room. Four-handed team won 2 years ago. Yes, but four-handed with no sponsor won 2 years ago. This is very different. All right, chat. I will see you in a bit. I don't know if Craig is joining me. Looks like it might just be me. Welcome back, everyone. We're getting underway with the second half of our final matchup, third quarter of play here. 30 boards to go, and these teams are neck and neck. Masika actually overtaking the lead for the first time in the entire match on board 30 of the afternoon set. Now starting things off for Fleischer. I don't know exactly who north-south are at this table, but they get to 3 no trump. Looks like Declare is well in control on this hand. Has some small chance of scoring an extra trick with a squeeze, but not against this layout of the east-west cards. East can hold on to spades, west holds on to clubs. So he'll end up making 11 tricks. I don't know if I'm going to have a co-caster, so I guess stay tuned. Heart to the king, club to the ace, another heart pitching the spade queen, and hope that the 9 of clubs grows up into a trick. So Al Hollander telling us that north-south is Cementa and Versace for Team Fleischer. East-west are Seguinot and Saban for Masika. And there we go. We got the names all filed in. East, 9 count, passes in first seat. Versace in second has quite a nice hand, 6-4 in clubs and hearts. He'll open a club. West gets to overcall a diamond, and then I guess we'll find out if East-West can get to their spade fit. I think East probably should and will bid spades at some point in the auction. The question is just when. And a lot might hinge on whether or not North sticks in a light one heart bid. But either way, it's very possible that South decides to continue bidding a couple of times. North-South do make 4 hearts, with the trumps coming home. And East-West do obviously have an excellent save in 4 spades, losing just 4 tricks. So 1 club by South. There's the diamond overcall. Is North going to find a heart bid? North says no, and I think this makes a lot of sense. If West had passed, North probably would have bid. I think a diamond, showing 4 more hearts for them, playing transfers. But when West bids a diamond, East or North doesn't really need to come in so late. His partner has another chance to act with a big hand. So 2 spades by East, fit showing jump from the past hand. So he has spades and diamonds. 4 spades by West. Definitely a good decision. Because he's a little bit nervous that the opponents might actually bid to 4 hearts, given South's double. So he's just preemptively saving. Also, sometimes East has a singleton heart or singleton club, and 4 spades actually makes here. But this passes back around to South. I assume if South does anything, he's going to double again, and despite North having both the club and heart fit, I think North might end up letting that go, figuring that he just has so few offensive cards in his hand, he doesn't really expect to be making at the 5 level. His best shot might be to try and go plus on defense. Never mind. Samantha has other ideas. And he would kind of be right if East-West had singletons in some of the round suits, which they very well could. Like 5 clubs or 5 hearts might just be an excellent save. So Versace probably going to bid 5. I assume he should bid 5 clubs, unless he's convinced his partner's offering hearts as a strain. 5 clubs feels like the most practical bid. Whoa! West, kind of happy about the double fit, does take the push to the 5 level. These 5/5 decisions do end up costing a lot of imps, and here it was the wrong thing to do. I think West believed that this was going to be a cheap save, and he's kind of right. It's 300. So it's a good save against 4 hearts, but they had already saved against 4 hearts. Really tough spot for East-West. I mean, it does not impress seeing 5-4-2-2 shape in West's hand. He knows it's not going to be a 100 save, which I think detracts from the save itself. But alright, South knows what to do on defense. 2 rounds of hearts, 2 rounds of clubs. And Declare can claim the rest. So 300, I mean, what looked like an unfortunate decision for North-South actually turns out to net them quite a few imps, I would imagine. The other table got to 4 spades undoubled in the East, down 1. So this is a great start for Fleischer this set, and they once again retake the lead. Alright, we're seeing claim now. So 6 imps of Fleischer. They're up by 5. It was pointed out to me earlier that Masika is a 4-handed team that has made it all the way through the Swiss, through the knockout stage to the finals, but it is draining playing only 4-handed, high-quality bridge day after day after day in an event like this. But they've been on par with Fleischer so far. A very strong Fleischer team. Board 3. Versace has a nice 6-card spade suit, 12 high card points, all up in a spade. Samantha can bid a no trump. And I wonder if East is going to make a takeout double. His hand is kind of the right shape for it, but he does only have 3 hearts. He decides, no, I'm just going to pass. So South will bid 2 spades, which may well end the auction. I think if this were match points, East would be a little bit sad to pass throughout. And if they were match points, I think East probably would have made a takeout double of a no trump. But it teams without a 4th heart, and especially being vulnerable, you really don't want to double and find out that the opponents are just slaughtering whatever contract you end up in. Alright, heart opening lead. So Declare has a couple of heart losers. The spades 4-2, he's going to lose 2 spades. He might expect that. He has the ace of clubs to lose. Which means to make the contract, once the spades turn up foul, he's going to need both the diamond finesse and to pick up the club suit. So probably the diamond finesse and the club finesse. And both happen to be working. 110 feels like a pretty nice result. Alright, 7 of hearts goes to the king. Now this actually gives Declare a little bit of extra help. Although, with the ace of diamonds being knocked out at trick 2, he can't actually utilize it. I was going to say he might be able to lead a heart to the 10 later, setting up the queen for a discard, but not when he switches to diamonds. Yeah, it's actually a really tough spot for Declare here. He might need to do some math. Heaven forbid. But if spades are 3-3, he doesn't need to take a club finesse. He could just play ace king and a spade. And if spades happen to be 4-2, well, he needs to pick up the clubs for 1 loser. But he might be able to do that by leading towards the club king if the ace is on side. Actually, you know what I think is happening? East, having not made a takeout double, has turned up with the ace king of hearts. If East also had the ace of clubs, his hand would probably be very close to a takeout double. And so I think Declare is probably taking this line of play, just expecting that a club to the king will win. So now he can pull some trumps, lead a heart to the 10, establishing the queen of hearts for a discard, and basically hope that he can get back to dummy with the club to the king. And so that looks exactly like what he's doing, which is pretty reasonable. So East is in, and East will have to exit the 9 of diamonds. Oh my, actually, East probably should not have exited the 9 of diamonds, right? Whoa! This may have been a pretty big error. Or I guess it didn't matter. I'm struggling with this hand, but it looks like the players are playing relatively quickly. Yeah, West was always getting end played into playing clubs or hearts for Declare. So plus 110. Nice result for Versace and Samantha, once again, back to back. They are a tough partnership to play against, that's for sure. Alright, on to board 4. Pass by West. We'll see a couple passes going to East, who has actually quite a nice 16 count. 5-4 in the minors. I assume he's going to open a club in third seat, but I guess time will tell if he opens a club or a diamond. It doesn't exactly look like a hand that's good enough where you want to open a club and reverse into 2 diamonds if partner bids spades, but he might choose to do so. Unfortunately, if he wanted to, he would not be allowed to legally open a no trump in third seat in the ACBL. You just cannot do it. Not with the singleton jack. So East opens a club. We'll see a hard overcall from South. West will pass, and North can Q-bid. He has kind of a maximum hand in support of hearts, 3 excellent hearts, 10 high card points. Oh, okay. Well, this brings something else into play. So 2 clubs is 5-4 either way in the majors by South. I forgot that they played this. Now, 2 clubs could be more than just 5-4. It could be 5-5. It could be 6-4. I think. I'm not that familiar with this convention. And Samantha really does have the goods for his partner in the major suits. I don't know if he has a convenient way to make a game try, so instead he just tries 4 spades. And East knows what to do on defense. He can cash 2 clubs, then cash 2 diamonds, and then Declare will be able to muster the rest from there. Well, actually, I suppose after 2 clubs and 2 diamonds, he can play a 3rd club, and Declare might end up down 2. Kind of an unfortunate hand for Samantha. His partner did have the stuff in the majors, didn't have anything helpful in the minors, didn't have any extra trump length, and the spades happened to split badly. So another round of clubs will, in fact, promote a second trick, but Saban misguesses. So diamond ruff, now Declare can cash the ace of spades. Singleton jack from east. And Declare pulls the rest of the trumps. Plus 100. Feels like a decent result for East-West. I mean, they do happen to make a part score in diamonds. Looks like 10 tricks in that strain, but it might have been challenging for them to get there after the one club opening bid. All right, on to board 5. So Cementa, I think, can open 2 diamonds, showing 18 to 19 balanced, which is exactly what he has. East could overcall 2 hearts. I don't think he should, but at these colors it might be tempting just to interfere a little bit with the opponent's system. I mean, a major problem, I think, with overcalling over one of these 2 diamond openers showing 18 to 19 is that East kind of knows if he gets doubled, it's really bad news for him, and the opponents haven't yet bid a game. So if North has a balanced 18 count and South has 4 high card points, the opponents were headed for 2 no trump, or maybe 2 spades or something, and if East sticks his neck out there and bids 2 hearts, and let's say it goes double all pass, or pass double all pass, East could be going for 500 against no game contract, which is really not where you want to end up. So East, I think, does the right thing by passing over 2 diamonds. And Versace will be able to bid Stamen and stick the hand in 3 no trump. 3 clubs is some variant of puppet Stamen. And how many tricks is Declare going to end up taking? Well, on top, he doesn't have very many. He's got 7 tricks. Ace, king of diamonds, ace of clubs, ace of hearts, and 3 spades. And with East having a pretty clear heart lead and heart continuation, it looks like the defense might need to be a little bit careful. But maybe they can manage to beat this. You know, I guess Declare actually might come out on top. So let's say 2 rounds of hearts get ducked, which I think they will. East needs to continue a 3rd round of hearts. Otherwise, Declare can just go ace, king of diamonds, and a diamond. And Declare could then win and play 3 rounds of spades, and then start leading diamonds from the south hand. So 3 rounds of spades, he'll pitch a club, just to score his spade tricks. And West, with queen jack 3rd of diamonds, wouldn't be able to get out of his own way. Now, this might not be the most obvious line of play to Declare, but it is relatively common to try and lead towards an ace-king 5th if you're trying to make an avoidance play to keep East off lead. Usually the way this would occur is if you could cross in spades twice, for example, like spade to the queen, diamond, West plays low, you play the ace, spade to the ace, diamond, and now if West happened to have queen 3rd, West would kind of be pickled. If they play low a second time, you win the king, then you exit a diamond, West is on lead. If they hop up with the queen, you can duck. But because South really only has 1 entry, since all 3 spades are needed for tricks, yeah, 4 diamonds, 1 club, 1 heart, and 3 spades are all necessary for tricks. you can only make the avoidance play once. So you would need West to have both the queen and jack of diamonds, so that when West plays the 7, you can win the ace, cash the king, exit, and West is unable to get to his partner's hand for the hearts. Now, is that the best line of play? I'm not sure. An alternative might be to play West for the king and queen of clubs. So once again, playing West for 2 missing honors. And I do like that East has signaled with his middle heart spot here, the 7 of hearts. Because if East made like a clear signal for the king of clubs, then Samantha would probably have on his mind not to play on clubs. But alternatively, he could just lead a low club now if West has both the king and queen, and it looks like that's what he's decided to go with. Ace of clubs, club, East gets in. Was definitely not obvious to take the alternative line of play. He would have needed quite a few things to go right for him. Not just queen jack third of diamonds, but also spades would need to be 4-3. Well, board 4, with Samantha and Versace getting a little bit too high in the spade suit. At the other table, they did not have this convention, and as such, North was unaware of the double fit throughout the entire auction. They were able to stop at the 3 level in hearts. So 6 imps go back the way of Masika, who once again takes the lead by 1 imp. All right, the defense is cashed out. We're getting a lot of undos. It does look like no matter... We're getting an enormous number of undos. It does look like no matter what happens, West might actually get another trick. With Declara having pitched a club from hand. Otherwise, West would get squeezed in the black suits. I'm a little bit confused about what Declara was playing for by saving all of these diamonds. If Declara had a club remaining, then after cashing the diamond ace king, West actually would be squeezed, and Declara would get out for down 1. And maybe that's actually what happened. Looks like the VuGraph operator may have lost the play a little bit. So if we see a claim for down 1, that's pretty likely to be the case. It does feel like a pretty substantial error for Declara not to hold on to a club in this position. But I guess we'll find out. There is a claim for 8 tricks, so I believe that. So what happened was Declara still had a club, East exited, let's say a diamond, Declara won the ace, cashed the king, pitching the jack of clubs from dummy, and West got squeezed in the black suits at the end of play. On to board 6. East has a big 22 count over there. So it looks like a 2 club opener followed by a 2-no rebid. West sitting on 13 highs, seeing his partner show 22 to 23 or somewhere in that range. So where are East-West going to end up? They have basically everything in the deck. If they get to 7 diamonds, they're going to be pretty disappointed. Okay, East opens 2 diamonds. Looks like this is a multi-opening bid, but also 22 to 23 balanced. Three hearts pass or correct is not what East wanted to hear, but fortunately, East is going to be able to show his hand by bidding 3 now. And so now the auction starts at the 4 level. West, hearing his partner has 22 to 23, certainly is going to be pushing towards a slam, possibly even a grand. The question is, can they uncover that they actually have enough tricks to make a grand slam? The answer is no. But yeah, I think this is going to work out just fine for them because, well, I mean, South might actually have led a diamond against 7 no trump. But it looks like 7 no trump might not actually make on this lie of the cards. Diamonds don't split. The Queen of Clubs is offside. Declare could play for a variety of different types of squeezes, but it doesn't look like any of them work. So you know, I mean, this could be a very fortunate miss for East-West. Obviously, when dummy comes down, I think Declare is just going to face his hand and claim 13 tricks, and the defense is going to say, hold on. But yeah, it all does depend on Versace's opening lead. I mean, a diamond lead would blow the 13th trick immediately. In 6 no trump, there's a lot less pressure on this opening lead. I think he might actually try a club. That would be a pretty simple way to try and score the first 2 tricks. If Declare has a club guess at trick 1, or if Declare has needs to knock out an ace and his partner has the club king. But there's a diamond lead. Declare is going to face his hand and claim. And this feels like an excellent result for Masika on this board. Although I guess we'll see what happens in the other room. Speaking of excellent results for Masika, though, after picking up 6 on board 4, they pick up another 12 on board 5. They get to 3 now. They get the King of Hearts lead, and Declare cashes the diamond ace, but West did not find an unblock of the diamond honors. So 3 rounds of spades, and then a diamond was let up. And so it looks like actually Declare found the right line of play and might have made his contract regardless. Still, not the most testing defense from West, and 3 no trump does make, whereas it went down in this room. So 12 more amps, Masika takes a sizable lead for a match that's this close, 13. All right, 1470. We'll keep an eye to see if Team Fleischer in the other room manages to make it to 7 no trump or 7 diamonds, and whether or not they actually make it. All right, board 7. So South has a nice, pretty nice hand, 15 count. He'll open a spade. I don't think it's Versace's style to open hands like this in no trump, but you definitely could. It's kind of weird with 5-1 in the majors. You might end up playing a 5-1 heart fit as opposed to a 5-4 spade fit. So spade opening, and we'll see how West feels about king 9, 8, 7, 6 of hearts. Probably a 2-heart overcall. You do have 6 of them. You have a couple of aces. 6-3-2-2 isn't the best shape, but your side could definitely have a heart game. And I think if you do, it's kind of your job to get the heart suit introduced. You can't really sit back and wait for partner to make a takeout double. So there's a 2-heart bid. North will pass. I assume North passes just because he lacks a second spade. If he was like 2-3, 5-3, he might actually make a negative double with a hand like this. But with just the singleton queen of spades, pass feels a lot more natural. East offers a raise to 3 hearts. And does Versace feel like he should make a takeout double? He says no, not if partner can't act on the first round of the bidding. So 3 hearts is where things stand. Samantha has a straightforward spade lead. Singleton in his partner's suit. And how's Declare going to end up? He's got 2 spades, a club, a diamond to lose. And a heart. Queen of Hearts is onside singleton, so he'll be able to pick that one off. So it's looking like 1 down. Unless the defense gets all discombobulated and somehow gives a rough slough or sets up the jack of spades. Doesn't seem particularly likely to me. So heart to the queen, king, and low from North. This is a good play. North doesn't know what his partner wants him to do, so he'll wait to win the ace of hearts until he can get a signal. I mean, it also might just be to win the ace of hearts and play back a heart. Assuming he can read that his partner has the king 10 of spades. That would kill the dummy, and there would be no way for Declare to score a spade trick or score a long club in that case. Sorry, heart to the queen and king. What is West going to do? If he plays a spade, he realizes that he's kind of toast. South will win the 10, cash the king, and play another spade, allowing his partner to ruff with the low trump. If he plays back another heart, again, he's never getting back to dummy because Samantha could win the ace and play a third one. Or just switch to diamonds or clubs. Either would work out just fine for the defenders. So it looks like down 1. But the board I'm keeping an eye on is board 6. Because I do think Fleischer and Martel have a serious chance of reaching a grand slam on those cards. And then it's really going to be a question of, I mean, for one thing, who's on lead? And then 2, is South going to lead a diamond? I might be missing something, but it doesn't look to me like if South just gets off to a passive non-minor suit lead, which might be a lot easier said than done, that the contract can make. Because the club length is in West's hand, so even if South gets squeezed down to Queen Doubleton of clubs, North will still be able to protect both clubs and spades, and there won't be a squeeze on North in the black suits. Now, I guess it might depend. If South gets off to a heart lead and Declare rattles off 4 rounds of hearts immediately, South might pitch a diamond. But anyway, that's in the other room. That's for them to worry about. In this room, Declare still hasn't played after heart to the Queen and King. I wonder what he's thinking about. He does play another heart. Cemento will win the ace. And now what does Versace do? It feels like his low spades should be suit preference, so the 3 spades looks like an excellent discard asking for clubs. The defense does need to be a little bit careful. Like, imagine a hypothetical line where North switches to clubs here. South plays the jack, and West ducks this trick. Well, Versace can't exactly go king of spades spade, giving his partner a ruff. That would set up the jack and dummy, and the 10 of hearts would be an entry to discard a diamond loser. So he would need to be a little bit more careful than that. Cemento just completely ignoring partner's club signal. Switches to diamonds, which works out just fine. Diamond comes back. Cemento lets his partner win the jack. And here comes the king of clubs. Just kidding. Uh-oh. This is not good enough. Yeah, once again, if Versace gives his partner a spade, well, it doesn't matter anymore. The jack of spades is set up. But if he gives his partner a spade ruff, then the jack of spades is good for a club discard. Oh boy. Just kidding. Okay, yeah, the king of spades feels like a really weird play. I think the Vugraph operator saw a black king, and it was the king of clubs. That's what I think happened. So we see a claim. Vugraph operator lost the play. Apologies for that. But I do think South switched to the king of clubs. On to board 8. Still keeping an eye on that board 6. We will see a big result coming in, though. 7 no trump was reached in the other room. If it makes, huge swing going the way of Fleischer. If it goes down, big swing for Masika. Pass by West. North will open a spade. 5-5 in the black suits. 11 count. East doesn't have anything to say. South can bid a no trump. Okay, well, we have news. Board 6, 17 big imps going the way of Masika. They're now up by 30. Still a lot of bridge to be played. And Fleischer has come back from worse, but that's a really unfair result, you would think. 7 no trump goes down, not just because diamonds are 5-0, but also the queen of clubs is in the wrong hand, and the opponents didn't make the wrong opening lead. Alright, a spade by north, 3 clubs by south, looks like a invite with hearts. So it's effectively, the auction has gone a spade past 3 hearts, even though north gets to declare it now. Not all that comfortable of a spot for south, because the south could easily expect that spades might be a better spot. But south does let it go. And so how's this contract going to end up doing? West on lead. I mean, presumably a club is going to be the choice. Leading from king jack third to diamonds does not look all that appealing, although it's probably your best source of tricks if you can take a few pretty quickly. A trump from jack third. Unlikely to cost a trick, but probably doesn't really help your side's cause. And leading dummy spade suit is not very appealing either. I could understand a diamond lead. I think it's got to be one of the minor suits. You know, diamonds will look brilliant if partner turns up with ace-10 fourth or something like that. You can cash 3 diamonds and then hopefully sit back and maybe your partner has a good heart. Maybe you eventually score the club queen, or your partner has the king of spades over there. Oh, I apologize. East is on lead. It's been a long week. That's my excuse. Wow, yeah. You know, looking at West's hand, West would be a lot happier to be on lead than East. East was not thrilled with his opening lead choices and decides to lead a trump from queen 10 third. Doesn't end up costing. Declare always would have been able to pick up the hearts if they had something like ace jack sixth in the south hand. And here, dummy has a stiff king. Or not dummy, Declare has a stiff king. So 6 of hearts lead, West should play low, of course. And how is Declare going to end up handling the play? I mean, he could certainly cross to the spade ace and go ace of hearts and heart, just to pull trumps. He does have a lot of diamond losers that he's going to have to deal with, but it's possible the suit is blocked, like it is here. The defense can only take 3 diamonds immediately. But he does not have a ton of tricks. Like, he doesn't have a club that he can set up to discard a diamond loser. He could play for 3-3 spades, but if they turn out to be 4-2, like they are here, he might risk getting over-ruffed on the 3rd round, and that could cost a trick. This is actually kind of a clever idea, rather than messing around by, say, going spade to the ace, ace of hearts, heart, let's just try and score some small ruffs in the south hand. So ace of clubs, club ruff, ace, king of spades, club. I'm a little bit surprised that East roughed in with the 10 of hearts here. I guess it's safe to do so. He kind of knows the heart position. So Declare decides to pitch a diamond loser. East-West can now cash 3 diamonds. And they'll eventually get at least 1 heart trick from there. Probably exactly 1 heart trick, in fact. So it's looking like down 1. This might have been the best that North-South could end up doing after the start of the auction. South deciding to treat his hand as an invite with hearts. It certainly made things a little bit difficult to get back to the 2 level. Alright, Jack of Hearts holds. And West can exit the Queen of Clubs. There's really nothing that Declare can do, though, to try and swindle the opponents into giving him a trick. In fact, West was confident enough about the ace of diamonds in partner's hand, he just leads a diamond to the ace. Diamond comes back. And that speeds up the play considerably. King of diamonds cashes. 3 hearts down 1. Not exactly the result that Fleischer was hoping for on this board. They're going to need to start making some moves, either in the last half of this segment or in the next segment. I think being behind by 30 is probably their largest deficit of the entire event so far, if I recall correctly. So 2 passes go around to South. South has a 21 count, balanced. This feels like a hand that should be upgraded into the 22 to 23 balance range. So however South handles that, I think is pretty likely to be what he chooses. The 5-card suit, all of the honors are really working. The only wasted card, we might say, is the Jack of Hearts. But lots of aces and kings. It's just a very, very, very good 21 count overall. Even the spade spots, the 9-8 of spades, could be incredibly valuable. So I think that probably falls under 2 clubs for South, and yeah, he does open 2 clubs. North will bid 2 diamonds, just waiting. And I suppose we can see if South bids 2 no or 2 spades. He decides to treat the hand as balanced. 2 no. North might just bid 3 no. 4 triple 3. So they don't get to the spade fit, but that's a-okay. They have plenty of stoppers to go around. 5 spade tricks. This suit is not 5-0. Although, with Declare having all of the spots, he could pick it up, even if it was. So 5 spades, 2 diamonds, 3 clubs, already 10 tricks. West, in fact, not wanting to lead away from one of his honors, holding 10 high card points on an auction like this, passively exits a spade. And now Declare actually just has plenty of time to knock out both round suit aces. Not 100% cold for 11 tricks, but he's almost always going to get them. You know, if you play 2 rounds of clubs and the opponents duck both of them, you could risk playing a 3rd round of clubs and running into a 5-2 club split. They set up the long club, and then they get in with the ace of hearts and cash the club. Similarly in hearts, if you play 2 rounds of hearts, they might win the 2nd, play a 3rd, get in with the ace of clubs, and cash a 13th heart. But there we go. West gets both of his aces, and Declare can claim the rest, 460. There are ways to avoid getting to a bad slam on that hand. If you do find the spade fit and go searching for slam, you're going to find you're off 2 key cards, so you'll be able to stop in the 5 level. Feels a pretty likely push. Board 10. Saban, 16 count, so he gets to open a no trump. Looks like he'll probably end up playing there if he does so. Versace has most of the missing values, but nothing good to bid, and neither West nor North are going to take a call. So Versace on lead. A club seems, yeah, so he does lead a club. A club seems likely to be the most attractive lead. You really don't want to lead away from aces, either against suits or against no trump. So he tries Queen 10 4th of clubs, which will give up a club trick. So Declare now has, well, 2 clubs if the defense never plays the 3rd round of the suit, but they might end up knocking out the club king just to establish a 4th round of clubs. Declare is going to play on the heart suit. So king of hearts to the ace. We probably see Versace continue a club. I guess the only question is, will he continue the queen? I think the answer is probably yes. He really doesn't want to be on lead. He wants to get his partner in. So he's gonna unblock the queen and 10 of clubs. Alright, and how is he gonna continue the play? A low heart to the 10 feels a little bit natural, or somewhat natural. I guess he could try the 9 of hearts. That would be a clever play, to try and score an entry to the 10 of hearts if hearts happen to be 3-2. Like, if he goes Queen of hearts and the jack doesn't drop, then he never gets over to the dummy. Alright, Queen of hearts. Samantha has to start making some discards, and that doesn't make him too happy. It feels like a diamond's probably somewhat safe, with Declare not touching the diamond suit. That king 4th of diamonds in dummy looks a lot less scary. You know, if East happened to have queen jack 3rd of diamonds or something, then East probably would be attacking diamonds and not hearts. Well, Versace had a plan to get his partner in with the 4th round of clubs, and just completely Cemento says, no thank you. the heart to the 10, Versace actually allowing Declare to get access to the dummy because he now knows about the 5-card heart suit, so this means for Saban to set up the hearts, he's going to need 2 more entries to the East hand. Spade to the king, Versace wins. And he just returns a spade. This would have been pretty effective if his partner had the Jack-10 of spades, but not today. Heart to the Jack. Versace can exit a spade to set up the 8 in his partner's hand. Declare can cash the 9 of hearts and try a diamond, but the defense will have the rest. Either way, Declare goes plus. And if Versace tries a minor suit here, Declare will end up with some over tricks. Yeah, he does very well to just get out a spade. Alright, diamond to the king. 8 of spades cashes, and this will be plus 90. Another pretty good result for Masika. Board 8, we do see a push. 3 hearts goes down 1 in both rooms. Very similar auction at the other table. They didn't have this cool 3-club gadget, but alright, we get a little bit of operator error here. South actually won the last trick with the Diamond Queen, so it really is plus 90. Looks like the score is just a bit wrong. On to board 11. So we have 5 more boards in this set and then 15 more in the final segment. 20 boards to play. Masika still up by 30. Versace can open a spade. Cementa will game force. 2 clubs. And how's this auction going to play out? Okay, 2 diamonds apparently. Well, over 2 diamonds, South is... Okay, we got a... Operator has jumped the gun on the 2 heart bid a little bit. 2 hearts by South. North has a tricky problem. I mean, 2 no trump kind of stands out. It keeps the auction low. You could bid 3 clubs, and he decides to bid 3 clubs to get all of his suits in the picture. The South bids 3 spades to show the extra spade length. And Cementa actually comfortable just trying the spade game. He knows it's a 6-1 fit, but with his partner being so distributional, he knows that his partner doesn't have a lot of losers in the minor suits. And it might actually be the case that, especially if the opponents don't lead a trump at trick 1, his singleton 10 of spades could be utilized to ruff a heart loser. Alright, Jack of clubs opening lead. So how is Declare going to play this one? He doesn't need to ruff a heart. And it might even be very tricky to do so and still get back to the South hand to pull trumps. So I think he might just play a spade to the 10. Or, well, I think he might win the ace of clubs and lead the 10 of spades. I don't know. The line of play is not so obvious to me. If this jack of clubs is a singleton, which I don't think is very likely, this is an auction where I think if West didn't want to lead trumps for whatever reason, clubs being the last bid suit by North-South seems most attractive. So this could easily be Jack 10 third or something. Even Jack Doubleton, I think, is possible. But if Declare is worried about a singleton club, I mean, maybe he should overtake the 10 of spades with the king. Anyway, 10 of spades is led. Saban thinking on this trick. I'm not sure I understand the tank. He's probably thinking, well, maybe I should hop up with the ace to give partner club ruff and then hope to get in with the diamond ace for another club ruff. But he can quickly count out the hand and realize that if Declare has 2 more clubs, he has no diamonds. So this plan just doesn't work. Additionally, that would only really be necessary if Declare has 7 spades. Because otherwise, I mean, what do you think Declare is going to do? The 10 of spades wins. Declare crosses to hand, plays another spade. You win the ace, you give partner club ruff, diamond to the ace club ruff. So as long as your partner has at least 4 spades, you'll be okay. I mean, the bigger issues on a hand like this, where Declare, I mean, was maybe going to overtake the 10 of spades with the jack, and then continue the king, your partner would have scored the 9 of spades per force. Ultimately, it would not have led to defeat of the contract, of course. It might have just been an extra over trick. With the 10 of clubs falling, Declare is going to have no issue cashing a club eventually to pitch heart loser. But after this ace of spades play, Declare has carefully preserved the queen of clubs entry, so he'll just be able to ruff back in, pull all the trumps, unblock the club queen, and take the rest. This will be 450. Feels like a nice result for Team Fleischer, but again, even if they win 1 imp, that's not exactly what they're hoping for. I feel like maybe Saban could have thought about switching to hearts rather than cashing the diamond ace. He kind of knows about the club position. Actually, I think he does know about the club position. And in that case, he really needs to kill the dummy somehow. Otherwise, dummy is going to be able to overtake the queen of clubs with the king. He can see his partner's Jack 10 Doubleton is going to drop, and then run the clubs later. So, switching to hearts before taking the ace of diamonds would allow him, if his partner happened to have the heart king, to knock out the heart ace. Declare wouldn't have a safe entry to hand to pull trumps, and then he could get in with the diamond ace to play a club, and that would effectively kill the dummy before all the trumps have been pulled. But he cashes a couple of aces, plays back a club, Declare is able to win, sees the spade split, and now he's in excellent shape. He'll just state that he's pulling the last 2 trumps, and take the rest. So after this board concludes, we're going to have 4 more to play in this set. Fleischer picking up an imp on board 9, with 1 extra trick being taken and no trump. Alright, East has a pretty big hand, 18 count. We'll see West pass in first seat. North will pass as well. And East gets to open a spade in third. So maybe a spade, 2 spades, 4 spades. Seems a pretty likely auction. Okay, that is not what happened. We missed a couple of passes. It's okay, there's a lot going on. Yeah, a spade, 2 spades, 4 spades. The question I was going to ask is, will Cementa come in with a pretty light takeout double? And I can see arguments for and against it. I mean, for one thing, he's a passed hand, so it looks like he didn't, because there is a pass. But the argument for it is that because your partner has spade length, your partner might have a hand that either doesn't have a spade stopper. Like, imagine if your partner just has 4 small spades and like a 16 count, 4 triple 3. That we are really struggling here to get the auction in. Yeah, a spade, 2 spades, 4 spades. Alright, Versace on lead. He has to pick between hearts and clubs. Somewhat natural to try the other major, which is going to work out just fine here. So Declare has a diamond loser, a spade loser, and a heart loser. He can ruff the 3rd round of clubs in the West hand. And then just knock out the spade queen. I suppose a little bit of care needs to be taken. We really don't want the defenders to be able to, say, promote a trump trick somehow. So it's probably somewhat important for Declare to exit a diamond to cut communication between the north-south hands. And he does so immediately. I think this is a pretty strong play. So King of Diamonds holds. North on lead. Can play back the 10 of Hearts, which I think he'll probably do. Maybe that's not true. Maybe he'll switch to clubs. He knows about the diamond ace in partner's hand, but he doesn't know about the spade trick or what the club position is. It could be important to play a club through, I guess. I don't know. He does know that if he plays back the 10 of Hearts, that's going to be a trick. So that actually seems just much more important than playing a club. Like, you would hate to play back a club, Declare wins, and then plays another diamond, knocking out your partner's ace, and then your partner tries to play a heart, but Declare wins the ace and plays the queen of diamonds, pitching a heart loser. That would just be devastating. So, from the opening count card that was led from Versace, the 3 of Hearts, North will know that he can establish a heart trick and cash it, which seems pretty important to me. Again, this does not really harm Declare. Declare will still just need to be relatively careful on how he handles the play. And again, Declare has access to the fact that South led a low heart and will follow up the line. So Declare could duck when the 10 of hearts comes back. That would cut communication. Declare could also win the ace of hearts and lead the queen of diamonds to pitch a heart from his hand. But the main objective, now that spades have turned out to be 4-0, is Declare really wants to avoid losing a trick to that 8 of spades. And he has enough trumps to do so. Like, he wants to play ace, king of clubs, club rough, and run the jack of spades. The issue is, if South can get in with the queen of spades on that trick, play a card to North's hand, and then North can lead something where South is void, then the 8 of spades will get promoted into the setting trick. So that's why Declare is being careful by cutting communication and diamonds. And then when the 10 of hearts comes back, he's going to want to cut communication and hearts. And there are a couple of ways to do that. But he is going to have to, put a little bit more effort in than he thought he was going to have to at the beginning of the play. If spades had just split 3-1 or 2-2, he could have cashed the ace king of spades and effectively just claimed at trick 2. All right, board 10, I still believe that plus 90 was made in this room, so that would be another imp to Fleischer. All right, Samantha has decided to switch to clubs, so this means Declare actually just does not have a problem. King of clubs, club rough, run the jack of spades, or run the, jack of spades. And North has no entry anymore. So just picture this, if you're unfamiliar with why Declare played that jack of diamonds at trick 3. Imagine if South could now play a diamond to his partner's king and the queen of clubs comes through. In this specific instance, things would be okay, because Declare could pitch a heart loser on this trick, but North might have a 5th club to play, which he did at the start of the hand. So 420, we got 3 boards to go. At least in this set. So pass by North. East has a 20 count. So I guess I'll open 2 no trump. Which South might think he has that beat, and he would be oh so wrong. Although I guess Declare still has some issues after 2 rounds of diamonds and, say, a heart switch. I suppose 3 rounds of diamonds and a heart switch might be important, but it looks like North might still get squeezed. All right, 2 no trump by East. That's going to pass out. Versace's going to lead a diamond. Important question, do you lead the unblocked card or do you just make your normal lead? I mean, he'll probably figure out what to do at trick 2 no matter what. King of diamonds. You know what's interesting? If South continues the 10 of diamonds here, Is Declare going to do the right thing? Very interesting question. Yeah, there's no way that was going to happen, was there? All right, 2 rounds of diamonds. So even if South finds passive exits, like let's say he plays the ace of diamonds, Declare can pitch a spade, and then he exits the jack of hearts. Declare can just play the king of clubs out of hand. South can win, and let's say he exits a club. Declare can win the queen, run all of the hearts, and North gets strip squeezed. If North ever pitches a club, all of Dummy's clubs are good. So North can pitch a couple of spades, but then North gets thrown in to lead a spade away from the king at the end of play. So Declare should be able to score 5 hearts, a club, and 2 spades on this hand. And I think he'll probably play the hand that way. There doesn't really seem to be an alternative. Especially if the ace of diamonds gets cashed. Because Declare just has to pitch a spade. He can't afford to pitch the 5 of clubs, and he really just needs the hearts to run to get anywhere close to making 2 no trump. Not really sure what the holdup is on the ace of diamonds. Maybe a bit of posturing from Declare, as if he has a serious problem on this trick. Never mind. Wow. That's shocking. I mean, maybe Declare's hope is that by pitching a club, it feigns weakness in spades, and he's hoping that South switches to spades for him. The issue is, okay, so South does switch to the jack of hearts. So what is Declare's plan at this point? He decides to run a couple more hearts first. That seems somewhat reasonable. It actually looks like if he cashes 2 more hearts, he probably comes out okay. Because South didn't switch to ace and a club, North doesn't have a club trick set up in his hand. So if North, for example, pitches 2 spades, Declare can just duck a spade, and then his ace-queen of spades are set up. So therefore, North has to pitch a spade and a club on the run of hearts, and then Declare can exit the king of clubs, South will win, East gets thrown in again, and Declare can then exit a spade to end play North into leading away from the other spade honor. Now, if he does play the king of clubs here, South could win and play back a club, and I think he would. Alright, 8 of hearts cashes. North can pitch a spade on this trick. But now if Declare plays the 2 of hearts, North is under far too much pressure. I believe Versace will pitch the 10 of diamonds. It is never going to take a trick. So Declare throws Dummy's Diamond, which is also never going to take a trick. And now North does come under squeeze pressure. So he pitches a club. Now the king of clubs. South can win, play one back. So it looks like East's ploy worked out just fine. South was unable to find the club switch after the club discard. Kind of understandably so. And with the hearts running, Declare comes out a-okay. He's in a position where he has a little bit of a guess to try and guarantee his contract. If the spade honors are split, he wants to play the honor that South has. So if South has the jack and North the king, he wants to exit the 9. If South has the king and North the jack, he wants to exit the queen. I think he'll get this right. I think he'll place North with the spade king, because if South had the king of spades, South might have just exited a 4th diamond to set up a 5th defensive trick. This is, of course, if Declare has been paying attention to all of the cards that have been played and reconstructs the hand perfectly. If South had the king of spades, South might have just scored 5 tricks while retaining the ace of clubs as an entry, and then eventually got in with the ace of clubs, cashed his diamond, and exited a club, waiting to collect his king of spades at the end of play. So I think for that reason, the king of spades is much more likely to be marked in North's hand than South, which means exiting the 9 of spades should work out. But we'll see what East decides. I mean, either way, with North having both spade honors, and assuming that East has a count on the hand, which I think he does, he knows the opponents are down to just spades, so he'll exit a spade, take a finesse. Looks like he's gone for South holding the spade king. He exits the queen of spades. Kind of disappointed. Oh, okay. Wait. Just kidding. Looks like we have another VU-graph error. So Declare did exit the 9 of spades. North won the jack. And returns the deuce. Declare takes the finesse. Oh, no. I stand corrected. Queen of spades to the king. I assume Samantha just plays back the jack here. That way, if Versace happened to hold the 9, it would be good enough. Okay, we're getting a bunch of undos. It's late in the tournament for everyone, operators included. 8 tricks claimed, plus 120. So well done to read the end position. Well done to cash all of the hearts, to exact that pressure on North. And we're on to board 14. 15 count from Saban. He'll open to no trump. West has 10. He does have a 4-card major. It's 4 triple 3. A lot of queens. A couple 10s. I think it's pretty reasonable to just bid 1 no 3 no with the West hand. You could go looking to see if you have a 5-4 heart fit via Puppet Stamen. It's also not that unreasonable to go looking for a 4-4 heart fit. Lots of options available to West, but queens are really no trump cards. And West decides 1 no 3 no. South on lead. I think Jack 10 third of diamonds kind of stands out.
Why are we letting these invaders conquer us? Congratulations, you played yourself.
But at least Bradybot is here to cover it all. Copium truck.
Well, Versace decides to try a spade, and he selects the 9. An interesting lead choice. You know, he might not have expected dummy to hit with length in the majors on this auction, so that could explain the major suit lead choice. So the 9 of spades will run around to East's king, unless Declare tries to pop the 10, in which case Cemento will cover. How many tricks does Declare have? There are 3 clubs, 3 diamonds, a spade. The hearts are all offside, and the jack of clubs doesn't come down. Although Declare could technically pick up the club suit, he's not going to. So lots of work to do for Declare and 3 no trump. This does feel like it's going to be duplicated in the other room, 1 no, 3 no, or West getting there via Puppet Stamen. I don't think that South in the other room would lead a club, so whether South leads, finds the same spade lead of the 9 of spades maybe, or the jack of diamonds, it feels likely that Declare is going to have his work cut out for him. I guess if South leads the 3 of spades in the other room, Declare actually gets a little bit of a bonus at trick 1 if he plays low. But alright, the 9 of spades runs around to the king. And it does feel pretty natural to play on hearts. I mean, whatever's going on in spades, East might not have a full grasp on what it is, but it doesn't feel as if playing that suit is going to be productive for your side. You can always test the clubs at any point later if you need to, so hearts appears to offer the best source of additional tricks. So heart to the 10 feels like a pretty natural thing to do. Play South for honor jack 3rd in the suit. And I wonder how North plans to defend. So let's say we do play a heart to the 10. North wins the jack. North could play back the jack of spades. I think that might be his plan. He could switch to diamonds. He has 5 of them, so no matter what the diamond layout is, Declare was always going to be able to pick up his partner's diamond suit. Yeah, let's see what Cementa does. Heart to the 10 and jack. He's pretty happy about this development, seeing his king jack 9 of hearts get led into. He doesn't know his partner has the ace, but he knows that Declare is not going to be successful in establishing heart tricks. So jack of spades covered by the king. Versace can win or duck and play back the suit to establish his 8. He is understandably a little bit nervous right now, I think. Because Versace can see that, like, let's imagine he plays the ace of spades and then exits the 3 of spades. Declare knows that hearts are not a source of tricks, but he might be able to cash 3 rounds of diamonds and then exit a heart to Versace, who will then have to lead a club away from the jack. And I don't know if Declare would find that line of play, but that's something that South might be a little bit concerned about here. He does decide to duck. So Declare still has this line of play available. He could play 3 rounds of diamonds right now and exit a spade. The South would get in, cash the 8 of spades, cash the ace of hearts, but he would be trapped. He would have to lead a club away from the jack. It doesn't feel like that natural of a line of play, though. I mean, a much simpler one is, let's just hope the clubs produce 4 tricks. All right, king of diamonds, diamond, third round of diamonds. It's a very big position to exit a spade here. I mean, for one thing, you would have to play South with the heart ace, because otherwise North would be able to get in and cash a few diamonds. Yeah, he just decides to go after clubs himself. Very reasonable to do so. So Versace's jack of clubs is going to set up, and then he'll be able to face his hand and claim the rest. Really nice opening lead. Solid defense. And Declare was never going to be getting this one right. So good result for Team Fleischer. They do manage to beat 3 no trump, but this feels pretty likely to be flat in both rooms. All right, board 15. South has a nice little 2-heart preempt. I think they're playing multi. Multi would make West's life a little bit difficult. I'm not sure how you're supposed to handle that West hand over multi 2-diamond opener. I think we saw this East-West pair playing against multi earlier, and they utilized double as just like a generic value showing double over multi. So West might be able to double to show this hand type. But how do East-West do if they get to, say, 3 no trump? 3 clubs, 3 diamonds, 3 spades. They'll probably score a heart. Looks like a pretty comfortable spot. I mean, 20 opposite 10 is getting close to being in the slam zone, but West's hand is very balanced. East hand also very balanced. They do have a 4-4 club fit, but it might be just difficult to find it. Okay, South opens 2 hearts. So take out double from West. And I don't think East wants to bid 3 no. So he bids 3 clubs to show some values. I actually like this bid a lot. This leaves open the possibility for West to Q-bid 3 hearts, and then East can bid 3 no with his heart stopper. It might be a little bit heavy of a 3-club bid. But among all choices that East could have made, this feels like the most likely to get your side to a plus score. West bids 3 now. West can't stand. He has 20 highs. There was no heart raise. What are the odds that your right-hand opponent has ace, king, queen, 6th? Pretty slim. Oh. Just kidding. Just kidding. Okay. We're backing it all the way up to 2 hearts. I think what happened is South did open 2 diamonds multi. The operator saw 2 of a red card, or 2 red, and West also made the takeout double. We have information. Operator has told us that they're playing the board backwards. So north, south, and east, west are flipped. This is going to be a disaster to follow the play, because the operator has the cards right on their screen, but they're going to have to put in the cards backwards based on the players playing the hands. Okay, so it did go 3 clubs, West bid 3 hearts, East bid 3 no. We get a diamond lead. And yeah, probably just not much to the play of this one. Declare is going to have to decide who to play for the spade queen. It generally makes sense to play the non-preemptor for that card, especially after this diamond lead. So maybe something like queen of diamonds, run the jack of spades. Continue taking spade finesses. Cross back to the east hand and lead a heart up to the jack. Well played. Yeah, I'm not at all surprised, but that would be one line of play for 11 tricks, maybe. Queen of diamonds, jack of spades, 10 of spades, spade, heart. You just knock out the ace queen of hearts from there. You'll score 4 spades, 3 clubs, 3 diamonds, and a heart for 11. I think that's pretty likely. Okay, well that is board 15 at this table. So head over to the other room. Masika putting on a show in this segment. We'll be back in just a little bit for the final 15 boards of the Soloway knockouts. See you then. All right, chat. Ooh, oh yeah, I guess I did know we were going to have voice commentary in both rooms. People asked me. They were like, which table are you going to be at? Tell me. JWK Tiger says, are the cards physically dealt? Seems quick between hands. The boards are all pre-dealt. So someone runs some dealing program prior to today's set and generates boards. Those all get input to VuGraph by, I think manually, by someone else. So that's why we can see all of the boards ahead of time. The VuGraph operator knows ahead of time what the boards are. Yes, security risk. Don't want to talk about it. We're just blowing past it. And so then the players have the boards pre-dealt, so they don't have to shuffle or anything or whatever. When they get to the table, they just sit down and play. Did we get the same thing happening, or is South end played? What do we think? Declare has mistimed the play. If Declare had cashed 2 diamonds before cashing this ace of clubs, South would have been end played. What the fuck, Chip? What is wrong with you? How did you not see this possibility ahead of time? What a disaster. Oh no. Well, that's super awkward. I guess he wants to lead a heart towards the queen 8. That's not gonna work. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Fleischer had a real chance to make 3-0 on this one. I think that would have been very important to team morale. They could have made the comeback. Whoopsie daisy. Yikes, how did the play go? Let's see. Spade lead. Yeah, 3 of spades lead. To the 4. Jack. King. So Martel was much better placed. Heart to the 10. Spade return. Club to the king. Heart to the ace. And now the 10 of diamonds. Huh. I sure do hope Chip thought for at least 5 minutes before playing a club to the queen in this spot. Because there's a lot to think about here. And I think you should seriously consider ace queen of diamonds pitching heart. Well, missed opportunity. 2 diamonds multi. Double. Is this popular or something? Who plays multi? Someone let me know what the best defense against multi is nowadays. I was always playing like the option 2 defense. The one that like the ACBL provided us with. And double was 13 to 15 balanced in that. But I guess no one plays that anymore? Is that the idea? I mean, I know there are like slightly better things to do if you have like a homebrew defense, but I don't know whether or not this is like mainstream now. That double is just like takeout. Takeout of what? Diamonds? So he spit and made 11 tricks and no trump. Oh, look at this. Fleischer is looking at the defensive notes that they have. This was a big thing when I played bridge. Like, this whole, you cart around, so your opponents who are playing multi cart around this, like, giant stack of papers that they hand to you, and they're like, here's how you should bid against our system. And that always felt super weird to me. It's the only thing in the ACBL that this happens. Lorian says double is 13 plus takeout of spades. 2 no's, 15 to 17. $15 to $17 can't be the right range. Just FYI. But yes, I mean, like 2 no is a balanced something or other. Makes sense. Alright, what's actually happening? Are we defending 2 spades doubled? Is that where we're at? How do we do in that contract? 2 spades... Sorry, 2 hearts doubled. So we get 2 spades, a club, 3 diamonds, and a heart. And actually probably 2 hearts. Well... Yeah, actually, I'm not sure. The defense might get this 2. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. No, defense might get this 3. Yeah. Woo! Our boys Fleischer might be back in it if they pass this. Now, I mean, I still don't know what West has showed or what East has showed. So, I'm not sure. But it's like, this is one of these spots where players from, like, my generation do a lot better than players from, like, this older generation. Like the Fleischer, Martel, Nickel, Katz, Mexstroth, Rodwell, whoever, where... Hammond. I'm naming a bunch of US players, but I mean this applies worldwide. Because they'll never be considering double in this spot. Maybe at match points they would, but at imps they would never do it. And in reality, okay, he does pass, but he took like quite a long time to do so. If I was looking at the West hand and like, you know, Bathurst or Cranyak or Grew or Moss or whatever was looking at this West hand and they heard the auction go 2 diamonds double, 2 hearts double, you would just look at the colors and then pass. You have like all of these aces and kings, so this contract is just going down. Take your 200 or 500 or 800. You'd never even dream of like looking for 3 no trump or 4 spades or, you know, 5 of a minor or something. So Fleischer does the right thing. King of diamonds lead. Not a bad start to the defense. I think they are going to take the first 3 diamonds, or at least the first 2 diamonds. They'll take the first 2. And then West might switch to a spade after cashing a high club. So diamond to the queen. Fleischer definitely wants to cash a high club. Let his partner in on the secret that he has a bunch of clubs. So probably the club queen is what you cash. And then you play a spade. They do want to start forcing the dummy, which is south. I mean, it's hard not to. It's not like Fleischer's going to switch to the Jack of Hearts or something. That would be crazy. I have no idea what is taking so long. Alright, well this play is just silly. You're always cashing a club, right? So you should 100% tell your partner what's going on in the club suit before you force them to make a discard on the diamond ace. That way your partner knows what's going on. And I think similarly, you want to clarify what's happening in the spade suit before your partner makes a discard on the diamond ace. So if you lead the jack of spades and it holds, or declare wins the ace or something, then... Alright, so how does declare actually feel? Because if he does go ace of hearts, queen of hearts, he's going to escape for down 2, which would save a ton of imps. That's not such an obvious line of play to find, though. Well, ace of hearts. But the 6 of hearts. I'm not convinced I understand ace of hearts, 6 of hearts. Like, what was he hoping for? I mean, if West has king doubleton, it doesn't matter. You could play the queen just as well. Right? If East has jack doubleton remaining, we're not, like, end playing him somehow. Oh, that's not true. I guess we could lead a diamond in this spot, and East would be unplayed. Well, alright. Anyway. Good news for Team Fleischer, because they collect 800. I do not think the 8 of hearts held this trick. Cool story, though. Yeah, Vugraph operators, I think, tend to just, like, click on the card closest to their mouse when a claim happens. They just ignore the trick completely, and they try and listen in to the table to find out how many tricks were taken. Or Vugraph operator is patiently waiting, and the players have already left the room. They played out the last couple of tricks, and they claimed, and they're just like, they got up and walked away. 4 tricks, 1,100. That is not the right number. Okay. Well, we'll be back in just a bit for the results. We'll see where things actually stand. I'm going to pull up the live score and see if we actually have something. Whoa, look at this fancy website. Hell yeah. They got some cool colors and stuff. This is sweet. Where are we? Finals. What? Hello? Hello? Well, this isn't helpful. Excuse me. I wanted information about the scores. Oops. Alright, one more set. I assume I'm going to be solo once again. Yeah, rest in pieces. So it's 800. Alright, we can do this ourselves. There was another imp to Fleischer on board 10. So Masika... So Fleischer is at 95. But 800 versus 460 is 340, which is, what, 8? Moderator says 1100 is right. Was it? Alright, king of diamonds, diamond, diamond. Club, spade, spade. Club. Ace of hearts. I don't understand why Declare doesn't play the queen. Wait, did I work this out? I've forgotten. So, like, if this is the jack of hearts and this is the king, we lead the low heart, as he did. King of clubs comes back. And so if East has Jack and 1, we could then exit the 10 of diamonds. East would ruff, and then we have the last 2. Okay. So, as it was, we lead a heart. East plays the king, plays a club, we ruff, and then East gets the last trick. Oh, which is 1100. Oh, so this is correct. Okay. I get it. Well played. So there should be one more imp for Fleischer, because board 10 was scored incorrectly. There might be others, although I don't recall which ones. I mean, just imagine if that board 6 is the difference in the match. Fleischer gets to 7 no trump, which is basically on non-5-0 diamonds, or there are still more chances and none of them work. And they lose 17 instead of winning 13. This is a 30 imp swing on this board because diamonds were 5-0. So 111 to 95 is where we think it is. 16 imps is the difference. One more segment to play. How long is our break going to be? The players were very fast yesterday. I think the break was almost like 2 minutes yesterday, which it easily could be. Lorian says, asked about the other day, was there bingo earlier? I've not been doing bingo. No one has asked about it. You're the first. I'm not going to devote my time to putting together a bingo thing. If someone else wanted to take over and make comments in the Discord about it, then I would probably be relatively happy to try and accommodate and put the card up. But yeah, it was a bit of effort for me to do the thing, and I think it was a cool thing to do for the World Championships, but the viewership's a little bit lower for this event as well. And it seemed like very few people were actually interested in it, ultimately. One set to go. Well, good news is we're probably going to end early, which is great for me, because then I can get to work later tonight to do a lot of video editing before I can stream coverage of the Risinger. So hopefully I'll be able to get all of that done either tonight or more likely tomorrow. And if I can, then we'll be back for Risinger coverage on Saturday. I think it's pretty likely I'll be able to have everything done by some point on Saturday. So even if I'm not here bright and early in the morning to do the coverage, I'll probably show up midway through the day to cover the second set or something like that of the Risinger semifinals. And we should be here all day Sunday for Risinger finals. But I'll try and keep people apprised in the Discord. I'll probably drop a message in the stream channel. Also, thank you, Shift, for the TTS donation. That's great while I'm doing commentary. Fortunately, I was like at a point where I could take a break, and that made it a lot easier to take a break and let the TTS read. But I'm happy to have people try and throw me off of my commentary by donating TTS. I think of it as just an added challenge. Try not to pay attention to what the robot voice is saying and continue on with my detailed analysis, which is frequently incorrect. Alright, any minute now. I mean, Fleischer and Martel are going to leave, so there is a bit of a lineup change happening. Bassis and Lorenzini will come in to replace them. And we'll try and follow Saban and Sanguino. Or Saguino? Sabano? I forget what his name is. Sanguino sounds like blood to me. Anyway. Oh, it's getting warm again. Alright, time to get rid of the jacket. Also, I don't know why I'm wearing these things. It's not like Craig is going to join. Craig is a lazy bum. Although this does mean that if I don't have the earbuds in, I won't be able to hear the text-to-speech. So you won't be able to throw me off my game. Take that, chat. Here we go. Last set. Okay, now I'm freezing. Let's... Good try on removing jacket, but it was not effective. All right, we're looking for the not Masika table. They say 111 to 94. I mean, there's no way that's true. But here we go. Last 15 boards. I'm going to look at one of the rooms and see if we can discern a system that is being played. No, I will wait. I will patiently wait until we get some names. Okay, Volker is over here. So yeah, let's go to this table. All right, chat, goodbye. I'll see you on the other side. Welcome on back, everyone. Last chance for both these teams to imprint their name in the record books, winning the 2024 Soloway knockouts. Fleischer behind by 17 coming into the segment. They're going to have a little bit of work to do, but that's one slam swing away. This first board of the set, North having passed originally, does make a 2-club overcall. East-West have found their spade fit. And it looks like they've decided to stay at the 3 level. West made a game try. East didn't really love his hand, opposite the game try in hearts. So North on lead. He does have a singleton in the opponent's suit. He also has the king of spades, which could be an entry. Feels pretty natural to just lead the singleton diamond and get a ruff. So how are East-West going to end up doing if Declare does get this, lose the first two tricks in the diamond suit? Okay, just kidding. It's been a very just kidding day all around. North leads the king of clubs. So Declare has a club loser. He has a diamond loser. He doesn't know about the 6-1 diamond split yet. The 2-club overcaller is pretty likely to have one of the missing cards among the ace of diamonds, king of hearts, king of spades, but just one. Because with the king, queen of clubs, if North had both the king of spades and king of hearts, he probably would have an opening bid in the second seed. Similarly, king of spades, ace of diamonds, he would have an opening bid. King of hearts, ace of diamonds. So the heart finesse is about a 2/3 chance to work if Declare wants to utilize that to get back to his hand. He could try playing heart to the 9, planning to take 2 heart finesses. Certainly his hope is that he just loses one trick in each suit. A spade, a heart, a club, and a diamond to make his contract. I mean, I could definitely see Declare running into some issues. Like, one simple plan is probably to go ace of spades, spade. And this is mostly because clubs look like they're 6-2. If we say play heart to the queen and it loses, North can go queen of clubs club, and South might be able to score a ruff with the spade 10. Now, there's nothing we can do if South has, say, king 10, third of spades. That'll always happen. But if we do play ace of spades, spade, even if North happens to hold the spade king, we're still under this impression that North only has one of these missing cards, king of spades, king of hearts, ace of diamonds. So yeah, that's exactly what Declare does here. And this is going to work out okay, I believe. Because even now, if North does get his diamond ruff, diamond to the king and ace, diamond comes back ruffed, the king of diamonds, well, the queen of diamonds will be set up. Okay, king of diamonds will be set up for a heart discard, and the heart finesse is still going to work. So Declare can just give up this diamond ruff, which is very unexpected. But then he'll be able to ruff a club to get to the east hand, take a heart finesse, and also pitch a heart loser on the king of diamonds. So this is all fine and good to make his 9 tricks. I guess a better question is, given the favorable layout in the spade suit, and the heart suit, I suppose you could say, are 10 tricks available if East-West get to the spade game? Kind of for a similar reason, if North leads a singleton diamond at trick 1, once again, the diamond will set up for a heart discard and Declare will lose 0 hearts. And if North doesn't get a diamond ruff, then the defense only scores 1 trick in that suit. Alright. Queen of clubs cashes a heart switch, just making life as easy as possible for Declare. Plus 140. And we should get names filled in just a second as we move on to the second board. So maybe a potential pickup for the Fleischer team. I mean, when you find a 9-card major suit fit, you need a little bit less in the way of values for a game to be good. It is a vulnerable game. And it does seem like with the King of Spades on side, King of Hearts on side, 10 of Spades falling singleton, it feels like if Versace and Samantha get there, they'll probably end up making it in the other room. We'll keep our eyes peeled. Bassis passes in first seat. So 2 passes go around to south. In third seat, it probably makes a lot of sense to open, and he does open a diamond. We get a spade overcall from Seguinon. And what does Bassis do? He has excellent trumps, but just because you have 5 good spades doesn't necessarily mean you can defeat the opponents at the 1 level. So he was passing. Maybe he was planning to sit for a reopening double. But now that 2 spades comes back around to him, I almost wonder if he should just let this go. He does go after a penalty, and we'll see if this ends up paying off or if he ends up getting punished for it. West has a big hand over there. 14 count, 5-4 in the majors. The only reason West didn't make a game try was because his partner was a passed hand. Lorenzini checks us out. He does have 2 aces. So let's see. We get a diamond lead. Lorenzini might win this to return a low diamond, hoping that his partner's led a singleton. And there are 5 clear defensive tricks, ace, queen, jack of spades, and both aces in South's hand. I think the 7 of spades might grow up into a trick, but North needs to be very careful to avoid getting end played out of one of his trump tricks, which I think easily could happen. So the defense is going to have to be fighting tooth and nail to score plus 100 in this contract. I do believe they're going to be able to do it, but it is not exactly where they wanted to end up, I don't think. Okay, let's think about what happens at trick 1. So assuming Lorenzini goes ace of diamonds, diamond, because for all he knows, his partner has just led a singleton. I'm doing great today. Just kidding. Partner did not lead a singleton diamond. No need for us to win the ace. He sticks in the 9. So how is Declare going to play? I think ace, king of hearts, and a heart ruff is probably the most natural continuation from here. He'll see the queen pop up. And then I think the defense might come out on top, because what can happen is Lorenzini can get in with his minor suit aces and actually play a 4th heart, and this effectively would allow Bassis to shorten himself. The 4-3 deuce of spades are not the spade spots that Declare is hoping for in the dummy. And if Basis ever gets a ruff with, say, the 5 of spades to score an extra trump trick, then Lorenzini can just cash both minor suit aces, exit, and Basis will eventually score the jack of spades via finesse. He can exit the 7 of spades and sit back and wait to collect his ace queen for 2 more defensive tricks. We do have an update from the other room, though. Board 16, Volker, sitting south, ended up getting to 3 diamonds doubled on that first board. And that does not look like a picnic to play. He has a spade loser, he's got a couple of heart losers, a club, and that's before we even get to the trump suit. So 300 or possibly even worse is going to be in the cards for him on that board 1. Not as big a swing as 4 spades been made, but still looks like a good start for the Fleischer team as they begin their hunt. West still has not touched a card at trick 2 here. So maybe there's an alternative to this plan of ace king of hearts heart ruff, because we've kind of identified, and it's not as if Declarer is playing double dummy or anything. He just knows that North has all of the spades in his hand. But he might suspect that ace king of hearts and a heart ruff is not going to work out well. It's pretty likely that South has 4 hearts, or exactly this shape, 0, 4, 5, 4. He doesn't know where the heart queen is. Probably pretty confident that South has both minor suit aces for the opening bid. Alright, he tries the club queen. So Declare's plan is he wants to try and shorten himself, which seems like a pretty reasonable thing to do. If you're trying to eventually end play an opponent into leading trumps into you, you want to shorten yourself as much as possible so that Basis will end up having to ruff, say, one of his partner's winners later in the play and then be stuck with only spades left, leading into, say, king 10, 9, 8 at the end of the hand. So what does Lorenzini do from here? I mean, ace of clubs, ace of diamonds, diamond is somewhat attractive, I think. He gets club count from his partner on the queen of clubs. That 6 of clubs shows an odd number, so he knows about Declare's club count. And I think somewhat importantly is that even if his partner ends up not being able to overruff Declare on the 3rd round of diamonds, his partner can decide to pitch a heart or a club to prevent Declare from ruffing a hardened dummy or ruffing a club in his own hand. So that's why it feels very attractive to win this and go ace and a diamond. I don't think Lorenzini wants to win this and return the jack of clubs, even though that just looks completely safe to do so, because that's just playing into Declare's hands. Declare gets exactly what he wants if he does that. Then he'll go king of clubs, club ruff, ace king of hearts, heart ruff. This is also a nice play. Lorenzini just ducking the club. Now Declare actually can't cross to the club king to get a club ruff. Alright, so now he plays another club. To the 10. Lorenzini overtakes, and now he's going to go ace and a diamond, I'm sure. Just kidding. I was doing so well. Well, after this heart switch, we're getting into territory that Declarer might be somewhat close to making this. So let's say he goes Ace King of Hearts and a Heart Ruff. He's up to 5 tricks. A Club Ruff. He's up to 6 tricks. He leads another heart. North can ruff with the 5 of Spades. Then diamond to the ace and a diamond. Looks like it's just good enough for the defenders, right? Just barely. But that does seem like probably the line of play that he's going to take. So Club Ruff. Lorenzini thinking about hopping the ace of clubs just in case something silly is going on, but it is not. In fact, nothing silly is going on. Uh-oh. Lots of undos. I hate it when this happens. Oh boy. Alright, ace of hearts. We're backing all the way up to South winning the Jack of clubs. That... This did not happen. I don't know what to tell you, but this is not the way the play went. Things were making so much sense earlier, and now they are making no sense. That's okay. Well, we'll see the 5 of clubs get roughed. I mean, certainly South still has the ace of clubs. Don't continue backing up. Just keep playing cards. We were following. We understood what was happening. No. Jack of clubs. We got it. We got it. The heart switch still came. Ace King of Hearts and a heart ruff. A club. Ruffed. Then a heart. North ruffed with the 5 of spades in front of dummy. Played a diamond to the ace. A diamond came through. And North was able to over-ruff with the Jack of spades and exit a low spade. End playing west. There. I hope everyone was able to follow that. We almost got there with the Vugraph operator, but down 1. Honestly, a pretty nice result for North-South. They do go plus. East-West not getting overboard is also a huge win. On to board 18. South opens a spade. North gets to bid 2 no trump, limit or better, with 3 spades. I think Lorenzini is just going to bid a game. He's 6-4. Okay, pass is not what happened. We're having some real issues with getting the bids in. But yeah, 4 spades makes a lot of sense. 6-4, you just hope that your partner fits your hand a little bit better. And Bassis has about the worst possible hand for us. Queen Jack opposite our doubleton. Singleton opposite our King Queen. Only 3 spades. Ace Queen Jack of hearts. Alright, Jack of clubs opening lead. So, East might spend a minute at trick 1. Just kidding, once again. Ace of clubs. I mean, he's got to go ace and a diamond now. Anything else feels almost suicidal, looking at those hearts and dummy. You know about the king, queen of clubs in Declare's hand, or at least suspect. Jack of clubs could be from king, jack 10, but it's somewhat unlikely. And by the way, if East doesn't switch to ace and a diamond, Declare is going to get this right. Alright, a diamond comes through to the king. West can return the suit. Yeah, if West doesn't cash another diamond, Declare will pick off the king of hearts. It might look like he has a guess about whether to take a roughing finesse or to take the hook through West, but East is marked with the ace of diamonds from the opening lead. West with ace king of diamonds would have led that suit. So East can't have ace of diamonds, ace of clubs, and the king of hearts and not have opened bidding in first seat. Favorable. Diamond to the ace. Well, the king of spades is offside. Not great news for Declare. I mean, he might try and drop it singleton, kind of for a similar reason that East can't really have the king of spades, ace of diamonds, ace of clubs, and have passed in first seat. So I guess I'll probably rough with the 7 of spades here, and then maybe just cash the ace of spades. Planning to rough a club to the north hand to take spade finesses. I guess you could also pitch a club. The thing about pitching a club is you might go down extra tricks in doing so, which is not really what you want. Like if East has singleton jack of spades and 4 diamonds, West has king 3 deuce, you pitch a club, West roughs with the deuce and you're down 2. But if you rough with the 7, you'll go down 1. Can't do much if West has the stiff king of spades and only 2 diamonds. This is just promoting a trump trick. Well, board 17, they pick up 2 more imps for Team Fleischer. So now they've hit the 100 mark. They're back by 11. 2 spades went undoubled in the other room. On the exact same auction, in fact. North just not brave enough to stick in a double. Yeah, so he does rough with the 4 of spades. I think he'll play the ace of spades next, hoping for that singleton king, the miracle that he really needs. There it is. So I think this is a really well played hand by Lorenzini. Unfortunately, he does not get what he was hoping for. King doubleton of spades offside. Very close. Very close to making this one. But alas, he goes down 1. It's possible this will be duplicated, but I would be very nervous north-south about this result because the South has an 11 count. He has 6-4 again. And North really is kind of borderline, but more so, North only had 3 spades. If North shows the hand as a 3-card limit raise, maybe you make an argument that South shouldn't be bidding game. Board 19. Yeah, 13 count in the South. He gets to open a club. West can overcall heart. Unless he's a little bit nervous about what happened the last time he overcalled one of major. That time he had a 14 count. You don't have to overcall with this type of West hand. It's kind of nice for the lead directing value. You might expect the opponents are well on their way to a spade contract, possibly declared by North, and then you're okay with a diamond lead, but a heart lead's probably preferable. He does decide to pass. So, spade by North, 2 spades by East. Here we go again. Lorenzini decides to bid 3 clubs, though. He's had enough. And Basis, I think, does quite well to pass. He's aware that his partner's bidding on shape with the spade void. So even though, had the auction gone a club, a spade, 3 clubs, uninterrupted, North might have some interest in bidding to a game. This time, North knows that his spades are completely useless. So spade opening lead. Woo! Well, you know what? Board 18, big win for Masika in the other room. They get to spades from the other side. Samantha opens a 10 to 12 no trump with a 9 count over there in first seed. And South able to show spades in a conventional way. They get to 4 spades, but East on lead tried heart. Pretty natural from his 5 small. That allowed Declare to pitch a diamond loser. And he ends up making an overtrick in that contract. So 13 big imps coming through. Getting back to our club contract at this table. Spade opening lead to the king, ruffed. Declare would love to lead diamonds up towards the queen jack a couple times, but he doesn't really have the entries to do so. He may try the queen of diamonds out of hand, or the jack of diamonds out of hand. If East had honor 4th of diamonds, this would kind of be an effective way of actually playing the diamond suit out of your hand to eventually rough out the king 3rd and West, or possibly lead through East's ace later in the play. So that might be a sensible thing to do. I guess alternatively, he could cross to the heart ace and lead a diamond to the queen, hoping East has ace 3rd. The thing about doing that so early is that you definitely expose yourself to heart ruff. Like, even if East has the king of hearts, they might still get a heart ruff by doing so. But where are 9 tricks coming from? I mean, even with the clubs friendly, Declare has 7 clubs. The ace of hearts. He does have a diamond ruff coming because the clubs split. But he does need to get an extra trick somewhere, and I guess that could be by leading a heart to the queen if we play East for the heart king, or it could be trying to pick up the diamond suit. So what's Declare's plan? He's been thinking for quite some time. I guess guess ultimately heart to the ace and a diamond to the queen might make the most sense. East with the known 6-card spade suit is much more likely to be short in diamonds. So if you can lead through that honor third, you'll be able to rough it out later. And our alternative plan of East having the king of hearts could still hold up. If clubs happen to be 2-2, we'll be able to rough the third round of diamonds and lead a heart towards the queen later in the play. So that seems like a pretty sensible approach. As mentioned, I mean, there are multiple other approaches. He could just lead a diamond honor out of hand. I'm a bit surprised by this approach. Okay, he cashes a club and then leads a diamond. Interesting. This is equally effective against this diamond layout. So once again, he can use his one entry to the ace of hearts to lead a diamond towards the queen. And if East hops up with the ace, he'll have a roughing finesse. If East doesn't hop up with the ace will rough out on the next round of the suit. So once again, this is going to be an effective plan. And I guess Declare does a little bit better on this layout. Well, at least he gives the opponents a chance to go wrong, for one thing. So heart to the ace, a diamond comes back, and Declare is going to be very pleased to find out that the ace of diamonds roughs out. So this is actually a really well-played hand, once again by Lorenzini. West might even concede an overtrick here if he switches to the king of hearts, but he just exits a spade. Not much for Declare to do other than, I guess he could try pitching a heart here. Okay, that cannot possibly be the card that he played. Yeah, pitching a heart makes some sense. Roughing is also probably just perfectly fine. Alright, diamond rough. Ace of diamonds falls. And Declare has 3 more tricks. He can even lead a heart up to the queen for an overtrick. So plus 110. Another really well-played hand by South. And just a little bit unfortunate for Team Fleischer that board 18, they had a bit of a system loss in the other room, getting to 4 spades from the other side. But 24 imps for Masika. They're well on their way to winning the Soloway knockout. I think this would be the first time for many of these players, although some of them have earned other titles, either in their home country or at the NABCs. West opens a heart. East bids a no trump. West will bid 2 clubs. West will definitely bid 2 clubs. There's no chance that I believe West has passed out a no trump with 5-5. Okay, East bids 3 clubs, which is actually a really interesting bid. A lot of pairs would play what's known as the impossible spade, where if East had bid 2 spades, it would show kind of a maximum club raise. And that's kind of what East's hand has. Now, I do wonder, how good of a contract is 5 clubs? It looks like it makes today. Diamonds 3-3 and clubs 2-2. Declare will be able to set up the diamond suit. And there's plenty of entries to the East hand, both in trumps or heart ruffs. So I think if you're a Fleischer fan, you're probably pretty happy that East-West have managed to miss this one. Opens up the door, but kind of finishing the thought about the impossible spade bid, 2 spades by East can't really be natural in this sequence because East with 5 spades or 4 spades would bid a spade over heart. So the only real use for the bid would be to show excellent support for one of opener's suits, and the normal preference is for it to show clubs. So I'm a little surprised that East either didn't have that available or didn't choose that bid with this particular hand. It feels about as good as could possibly be. 4 more imps coming through for Fleischer on board 19. Lorenzini's careful play in 3 clubs at this table, giving himself all the chances to make it, ends up paying off because the other declare did go down at the other room. All right, in 3 clubs, declare doesn't really have any issues whatsoever making this contract. He might still end up with 11 tricks. I mean, it feels pretty natural to set up the diamonds. So diamond to the ace, diamond ruff. Now we can pull another round of trumps. Continue roughing diamonds. I suppose the only real question is king of clubs first, heart to the ace, club to the queen. Looks like declare has decided heart to the ace. Diamond ruff with the 10 of clubs. Diamonds have split. Now we play the king of clubs, pull trumps, clubs split. So I guess at this point declare just has 12 tricks. He can pitch the spades and even ruff a spade in the west hand. You know, writing plus 170 on the scorecard never really feels great at imps. It feels a lot worse if you're playing in a minor suit than in a major suit. So I do think a real opportunity for Fleischer to make a bit of a comeback on this board. We'll see what happens in the other room, though. I know that the Italians don't necessarily play yeah, they don't necessarily have a way to get clubs in the picture all that easily. They would be playing a Gazilli auction, and so that makes things a bit complicated for West. But alright, here we go. Board 21. East-West have another big club fit. But South appears to be the man of the table. So East with 13 will open a club. And Lorenzini, I guess, has to decide if his hand is too good for a 1 spade overcall. He could start with double, or if he should just start bidding his suits. I think he might defer to bidding a spade first, figuring that the auction's not going to end here, and then he can at least get both of his suits in play, possibly all 3 of his suits in play. Whereas if he starts with a double, he might only be able to show spades. It will at least convey the power of his hand, but not necessarily allow him to find, you know, a potential diamond fit. And his spades aren't like all that great either. Ace 9 fifth. So he does overcall a spade. We get 3 clubs from West. Maybe a little bit heavy, in fact, for the 3 club bid. Ace Queen Jack 10 6, the singleton in the opponent's suit. Could be a mixed raise. We don't see an alert from the ViewGraph operator, but with all these guys being friends, they might even just throw the ACBL alert procedure out the window when they're playing against each other at the table. Most important is that you give full disclosure to your opponents as opposed to necessarily following all of the rules to a T. Alright, South balances with a double. Basis is going to show his spade support. I suppose the question is, will Basis try 4 spades, or will he just bid 3? Queen 10 fourth, excellent support. He didn't bid 3 spades over 3 clubs, so he almost can't really have much more. But you don't really want to bury partner for balancing on auctions like this. Counterpoint, they came in down 17 imps in this set, and he might not feel like they've made that up yet. So maybe now is as good a time as any to give his partner a chance, especially because he's been watching. He's seen his partner play these hands really, really well. Board 18, board 19, back to back. And if your partner's playing Declare great, sometimes you put them in what you think might be a little bit of a difficult contract and see if they can make it. As we can kind of see here, 4 spades has no issues whatsoever. But it looks like Basis is mulling it over. He's trying to construct some hands for his partner. I think a lot of the times his partner's going to have a 6 spade for this bid. Alright, there's the 3 spade bid. Lorenzini surely is going to either raise or possibly even continue looking for a slam with... He didn't raise 3 spades. No. No way. Has he been paying attention to himself declaring well? Uh-oh. Bad news. Bad news for Fleischer fans. Well, 2 diamonds opening lead. Might make Declare a little bit nervous for a second if he was in the game. But there is no diamond ruff coming. So ace of diamonds and a diamond. Declare can win. And he'll just go ace and a spade. Eventually he can pitch a couple of hearts from dummy and the queen 9-5 of diamonds and ruff a heart. So this will be 10 tricks. That really does not feel great for North-South. So I wonder if Lorenzini expected his partner to bid 4 spades with a hand like this, or if he thought that his best shot was to actually go a little bit low. Well, tough spot. Board 20, we do see 3 clubs reached in the other room. Also, they did have a Gazilli auction over there, and I'm not sure exactly what was shown, but Cementa decided not to move over the 3 level. So, an opportunity missed. And if Masika bids that spade game on 21, things are going to be looking real dire for the Fleischer team. But we're on to board 22. East has an 11 count. He'll open a diamond. West gets to bid a heart. North can come in with 2 clubs. Seems pretty natural. I guess there's a chance North comes in with double, just to get the 4-card spade suit in play, which, oddly enough, is not going to work out in his favor. It'll pick off the opponent's spades. But as North, you probably expect that there's some chance your side has a game, and it's pretty likely to be in spades if your partner has a fit. We'll see what Basis does over a diamond to heart. He does double, getting spades in the picture. South will bid 2 clubs. I mean, I assume South will bid 2 clubs. There it is. So West has options. I think East Pass denied 3-card heart support. West decides to just make a takeout double of clubs. I think Basis is going to raise. He does. You know, frequently South is going to have 4 clubs for this bid, but this is really sticking it to West. I think he's backed into doubling again. Had he known that this was going to be the way the auction developed, he probably would have just cubed 3 clubs to establish a game force immediately and asked his partner if he has a club stopper. So where are East-West going to end up? West balances 3 spades. I think East might try 3 now. East, never mind. Looks like East-West are on the same page. West has hearts and spades. So how is this contract going to do? There are 2 clubs off the top that North can take. He might not, though. He might lead a singleton diamond. It's probably somewhat risky to do so, but... So, ace of clubs. Basis has decided, let's lead my ace, look at dummy, and then we'll figure out what to do. So what happens on 3 rounds of clubs? Declare can ruff. And let's say he tries the Queen of Spades covered. Queen of Spades, King Ace. He can play back a diamond to his hand to continue the 9 of Spades. North could cover that with the 10 to block the spade suit. But it looks like Declare ends up making 10 tricks. He'll be able to win the jack, play a spade back to the 8, then lead a diamond towards the king, queen, jack. And if North ruffs, he ruffs his partner's winner. If North discards, Declare gets to access dummy to pull the last trump, run the diamonds, and cash the heart ace. So I think on 3 rounds of clubs, Declare's line of play is going to be pretty clear and straightforward. But I also don't really see what else North can do. So king of clubs holds. He might not have been expecting that one. And if he doesn't play a club now, then, like, let's say he switches to a singleton diamond. Well, declare can win the ace, lead the queen of spades, cross in hearts, or with a club ruff, take another spade finesse. This line of play kind of gets marked just because of the takeout double from North. Well, I think Tomas knows exactly what's going on in this hand. West must have the diamond ace, heart ace, and spade queen. And so no matter what his partner's spade spot is, it's not going to be good enough to help him promote more than one trump trick. I think he's worked out this plan that jack of clubs, declare ruffs, queen of spades, cross to the ace of diamonds, nine of spades. That's not going to lead to defeat. What if partner has the heart queen, though? Like, what if we switch to the king of hearts? Imagine South has the queen of hearts instead of the jack. We switch to the king of hearts. Okay, he's decided to play a diamond. So diamond to the 9, or maybe the ace. Declare is going to give this a little pause to make sure that he doesn't need to unblock the ace of diamonds. Looks like he's worked out that it's safe to play the 9. So now queen of spades. Ducked is interesting. 9 of spades. This has gotten a little bit awkward for Declare. Yeah, he tries to unblock the diamond ace, so North gets to rough in. But that's just going to be the last trick. Club back gets roughed, Declare pulls the last trump, and then he has the ace of hearts. Alright, 620 for Seguno. Nicely bid, nicely played. Board 23. Fortunately for Fleischer fans, board 21 is a push, which has kept the match within striking distance. Board 22 looks like a good result for East-West, but I think is likely to be pushed in the other room. So 2 passes will go around to North. He's got a 15 count. He'll open a no trump. Saban. 11 count. Kind of a ragged 6-card diamond suit. It's not really the hand you want to be coming in over a no trump, so he just lets it go. Lorenzini has one of these hands where if your partner has the right fit, 4 hearts could be making. And I think being behind in the match, this is one of the ones where you actually want to press a little bit. So he does go through Stamen. His partner's going to deny a major, and he's going to try 2 no trump and just hope that his 5-card club suit provides tricks. Man, Tomas might bid 3 now. I mean, I know it's only a 15 count, but he has, again, kind of a similar feel. And this just goes to show, well, he hasn't bid 3 no yet. He's thinking about it. All right, he does pass. But this kind of goes to show that if 2 players both are being aggressive on the same hand, this fallacy of vulnerable at imps, we have to push for a vulnerable game. So South pushes a little bit, and North says, well, I don't really have extras, but I like my hand. Let's also push. You get way too high. Diamond opening lead from East. This is pretty likely to set up the Jack of Diamonds in Declare's hand. West will win the king and return the suit, I think. And so East is probably going to assume that he should just try and cash out 6 diamonds immediately. So if he does that, Declare is going to score a diamond. He has 3 spades, a club, and a heart. That gets him up to 6. All of the hearts are offside. All of the clubs are offside. I mean, I think he might end up going down a ton of tricks. Because he might just go Ace of Clubs club. And then East will be able to get in with the King, Queen of Clubs and cash out all the diamonds. So how many tricks would that be for the defense? 5 diamonds and 2 clubs is 7. I guess Declare gets back to the same 6 he started with. Okay. Seguin no switches to spades, and this doesn't hurt West's chance to score a bunch of diamonds, but Declare probably will go Ace of Clubs club. And once he finds out about East's long clubs and East tries to cash out diamonds and is unsuccessful, he may well end up end playing West into getting a 7th trick. But I guess time will tell on that. Declare could try and cross in hearts in some fashion to lead clubs towards the Ace-Jack. I think the fact that West won the King of Diamonds and didn't continue the suit might clue Declare into the fact that the diamonds are actually splitting very poorly. Right, he tries the 9 of clubs. This is kind of an interesting play. One thing that really strong declarers will do is they'll often try and conceal their high card strength, especially when they've opened no trump, because their values are so narrowly ranged that if Basis had played Ace of Clubs club, the defense would know about the entire Ace of Clubs in his hand, and they would have a much easier time placing all of the missing high cards. Whereas playing the 9 of clubs here, North might have 3 small, or 3 to the Jack. So East doesn't know where the club ace is. If he had a slightly different hand, he might, say, switch to hearts, trying to kill the dummy. And if he switches to hearts, I mean, it's not as if Declare is going to make it, but he'll probably fly the Ace of Hearts and then knock out the King, Queen of Clubs. Ace of Hearts, club to the Ace, Jack of Clubs. East can still cash 2 diamonds and then put a heart through, but Declare would then be able to avoid East setting up and running the diamonds. Now, what East does have going for him is it looks like from this play, Declare is intending to try and set up clubs, and East knows that even if Declare has ace-fourth, that's not going to be very effective. Well, a spade comes back to the ace. He does go ace of clubs and a club now, just because he kind of has to test and see if the clubs split 2-2. They don't. So jack of clubs to unblock the suit. And he's done relatively well for himself. I mean, if the king of hearts was on side, he would be making it at this point. East could cash 2 diamonds. Wow, East cashes the ace of diamonds. I mean, this is getting dangerously close to Declare actually making this. If East plays the diamond queen, Declare will make this. What an effort by Basis. I think East knows about the diamond position. If West had king 10 third of diamonds, he would have just won the king at trick 1 and returned the 10. Same with king jack third. He would have won the king and returned the jack, or a low one. So it feels like Declare has the jack 10 remaining. Which means queen of diamonds, Declare pitches a heart. You play a heart through, Declare can hop up with the ace. Play 2 clubs, shutting the heart from hand, cross to the spade queen, and the diamond is good. So East is mulling this over, and he does find the heart throw. Really important. Now, Declare might not think he's out of it yet. He can stick in the 10, for example, or the queen. West will be in, and West will have to play a spade back. Tough position for Declare on this trick, because he knows if he takes a heart finesse and it loses, he's going to go down 3. So is he going to work out that diamonds were 6-2? He hasn't seen West show out, but very well done by Basis in the end position. Not to get overeager trying to make his contract. 2-no trump down 1. But it's really not what they were hoping for. Lorenzini was a bit aggressive with the south cards, and I think in the other room they might end up playing 1 no trump, north-south. They could even go down in that contract. All right, board 24, so we're about halfway through the set. We got 7 to go. Masika still up by 21. We'll see a couple passes go around to East. He is in 3rd seat, and he could make a lead directing opening of either a heart or a diamond. Again, I think it's generally important to do so. Take advantage of the 3rd seat draw that you can open anything and your partner won't bury you. So we'll see if East decides to open in 3rd. He does. He chooses a diamond. I think there's arguments for both a heart or a diamond. Lorenzini has a nice hand, 16 count. He could overcall no trump or 2 clubs. I think those are probably the only 2 options he has. He might defer to a no trump given the state of the match as well. That a 2 club overcall, well, He tries 2 clubs. He would, of course, prefer his partner to declare the no trump. He doesn't really have stoppers that need protecting. So negative double by West. Basis does raise to 3 clubs, and Lorenzini has just a complete maximum. So is he going to bid 3 no trump himself with ace and a diamond? He says yes. And West is on lead. All right. Can West find a killer lead of some kind? Is there a killer lead? A heart opening lead would allow them to establish 3 heart tricks, but declare can just lead a club up to the queen. Ace of clubs and a club. 5 club tricks, a diamond. The heart that the defense would establish for him, as well as 2 spades, would get him up to 9. Spade opening lead, also going to be ineffective from West, as long as declare calls for the jack from dummy. He does. Alright, one more hurdle for declare to overcome. He could try the queen of clubs. Lorenzini has been on point this set with every single decision as declare. Queen of clubs would be effective if we think that East has club length. Because if East has king jack third of clubs or king 10 third of clubs, we need to lead the queen on the first trick to pick up the suit for one loser. And, you know, importantly, this negative double from West is starting to sound as if East does have club length. You might expect that West probably has 5 hearts, but no, Lorenzini is on top of it. Club to the ace, club back, and he just has his 9 tricks. West even switches to hearts now. Goes around to the queen. If he cashes the ace of hearts to play another heart, or plays a spade back, declare can even knock out the ace of hearts, establishing his 10th trick, and he has plenty of communication to the south hand to be able to later cross in clubs, cash the king of hearts, get back to south's hand to run all of the tricks. He's making an over trick in this contract. This may well be duplicated, but this feels like an excellent result for Basis and Lorenzini in this room. So declare can claim the rest. Very nicely done as declare. But still, this is a non-vulnerable game. If it's missed at the other table and they still go plus, it's only going to be a handful of imps. Fleischer being down by 21, they're going to need some more of that. All right, Basis has a 17 count. Earlier in the day, we saw Basis upgrade hands with 17 and a 5-card major out of his no-trump range. We'll see if he decides to do so once again. This hand, I think there's a really strong argument for it. 5-4-2-2, lots of aces and kings. The spade suit is very strong. So I think we'll see a spade opener from North. And South with 8. I guess it feels a little bit like a mixed raise and also a little bit like a limit raise. strong trumps, a good side card 5 suit, or 5 card side suit. So South does decide to treat the hand as a limit raise. And I don't know exactly what sort of system North-South are playing over this. Presumably North is going to start asking some questions to get a little bit of clarification from his partner about whether or not they could have a slam. But with Lorenzini having a complete dead minimum for this action and not really a slam suitable hand, 0 key cards, he's going to be content to just sign off. So 3 clubs probably asking maybe for shortness. 3 diamonds probably denying shortness. North may still make one more try. I mean, he has a really nice hand. He definitely needs some filling cards. Queen of Spades would be nice. Ace of Hearts would be huge. Obviously a diamond control. And some help in the club suit. But he's probably worth one more try to see if his partner really does have just the best possible fit. And they can slide on into a slam. In the meantime, discussing the play in 4 spades, there's probably not going to be much to it. East on lead. I think he'll lead a black suit, probably a spade. But Jack 10 third of clubs is also somewhat attractive. And I think Declare probably goes after diamonds immediately. You could try and rough 2 clubs in the south hand, but that kind of runs the risk that the 3rd round of clubs might get over-roughed. If you just play on diamonds, it looks pretty straightforward to set up the 5th diamond. Even if diamonds are 4-2, you can rough the 3rd round with a high trump in the north hand, and then still pull 3 rounds of trumps. Getting back to the south hand, rough the 4th round of diamonds good, and then you might lose 2 hearts when the ace of hearts is offside, but you'll have a club rough to get back to the south hand to cash the 5th diamond. So that's kind of what I expect. Ace of spades, diamond immediately. Assuming that holds, club to the ace, diamond up again. Alright, West wins the ace of diamonds instead of ducking. Has to figure out what to switch to. He tries the queen of hearts to the king and ace. A heart will come back. Now a club through to the ace. But kind of as mentioned, Declare is in firm control here. Diamond to the queen, diamond rough with the ace of spades. Pull 2 more rounds of trumps. And then if necessary, rough the diamonds good. I guess he's just trying to be a little bit careful. He can probably pull 1 more round of trumps before doing this. Spade to the queen, just in case the spades are 2-2. That would make things very easy. But yeah, now the spades are 3-1. Queen of diamonds, diamond rough high. Spade to the queen, diamond rough low. I don't believe for a second he roughed that with the 3 of spades. There is 0 chance that's what happened on that trick. But well done. So kind of a straightforward plan. Diamonds being 3-3 made Declare's life very easy, so even less careful lines of play would have worked out. But we got 5 boards to play in this room. East has 12. He gets to open a club. Lorenzini can overcall heart. Seguino if they're playing the sequence, a club, a heart overcall, a spade by West denies a 4-card major, this is kind of a perfect hand for it. But otherwise, West is probably going to have to just raise clubs. Look at that. He has an excellent hand. So this denies as many as 4 spades. It's 0 to 3 spades. And it's basically like a no-trump bid, but without a heart stopper. So East will know his partner has more or less both minors and can act accordingly. Well, speaking of having big fits, North has 4 hearts, a club void, not much in the way of values. But North kind of has enough defense where opposite his partner's even minimal 1 heart overcall, the opponents probably aren't making a game, given that they don't have a spade fit anymore. Yeah, they could have a big club fit, but getting up to 11 tricks is pretty difficult. So I was wondering if Passis might just be a little conservative with his hand. Instead, he jumps all the way up to 4 hearts, figuring that sometimes we just make this contract. And I think he's right on this hand. Everything is working for Declare. Finally, right? If you're a Fleischer fan, finally, you can say. They've had a lot of hands with some pretty unfortunate bad luck. But this time, Hearts 2-2, the king on side, king queen of diamonds on side. The ace of clubs roughing finesse actually happens to work, although I don't think Declare is ever planning to try it. The 9-7 doubleton of diamonds fall. So in fact, all of the diamonds and dummy just set up. Now, Declare has a lot of work to do. Just to be completely clear, it's not like he has made this contract yet, but I think ultimately, especially with the way Lorenzini has been playing this set, he has been kind of on fire with every decision he's made as Declare. Sometimes you just get on a roll and everything you do is correct. Speaking of, oh my, board 24 we were looking at, North-South in the other room did not bid further than the 2 level, and it actually allowed East-West to find their heart fit. So East at the other table was able to declare 2 hearts on board 24. That earns 11 imps for Fleischer, and we're back to a 10 imp match. If 4 hearts comes home on this board, that could easily swing the match in Fleischer's favor. But okay, first things first. Declare still has a ton of work to do on this hand. I'm not surprised that Lorenzini has been thinking for a few minutes at trick 1. To a lot of players, it might look very natural. Let's just win the diamond ace and either play back a diamond or start taking trump finesses. But he's going to be a little bit worried. What if that 9 of diamonds doesn't fall? What if hearts are 3-1? So ace of diamonds. What's his plan at trick 2? Is he going to take a heart finesse? Is he going to just play a diamond back? If he returns a diamond, let's say the 9 doesn't show up. But the important thing by returning a diamond is he almost forces the opponents to cash 2 spades. And this will allow him to start cross-ruffing the black suits, or cross-ruffing diamonds and clubs. So that might help him pick up a potential 3-1 heart division. It's like diamond to the jack and queen. The defenders play 2 rounds of spades and then exit a trump. He could win the trump in the North's hand, lead the 10 of diamonds. East would be forced to ruff this trick. Declare could over-ruff, ruff a club, ruff a diamond, ruff a club, ruff a spade, take a ruffing finesse and clubs, maybe somewhere along the way. It looks like he might be getting close to making it on that line. But the much simpler plan, of course, is to just hope that hearts are 2-2. So he leads the queen of hearts, it gets covered. And now what? Now is it time to play the jack of diamonds? We don't want to start ruffing clubs prematurely. If we ruff too many clubs in North's hand, we might lose all access to the 10 of diamonds and dummy. So I think Lorenzini is going to play the jack of diamonds now. He's going to be thrilled to see the 9 of diamonds pop up. I mean, at that point, the hand is all but over. But yeah, he has a lot to think about. There's so much work to do on this hand if you're trying to guard against 3-1 hearts or 4-2 diamonds with West having king, queen, 9. I just don't think you can really do all of it. I mean, as in, I think Declare might need the hearts to be 2-2, or a very favorable diamond position like he gets here. Alright, he plays a heart to the jack. He's very pleased to see the hearts split. Now it's time to play a diamond to the jack. Oh no. Not another one of these. Okay, he plays the 10 of hearts. Hearts is split. Now the jack of diamonds, the queen pops up, the 9 from east, and now the hand's just over. 2 rounds of spades. Declares thrilled. And now the claim. 4 hearts bid and made. Looks like a pretty nice result for North-South, although I will caution everyone that I think this is somewhat likely to be duplicated. When South overcalls a heart, North's 4-heart bid feels like the most natural thing to do with the void and 4 trumps. But 4 boards to go. I mean, you certainly can't be that disappointed with the results on boards 25 and 26 for Fleischer, but you still have a lot of work to do. Board 27. So South will pass in first seat. West has 12. Gets to open a diamond. North has a bit of an awkward hand. I think a no trump is probably the most natural thing for North to do. But Basis actually decides to pass. He's hoping to make a takeout double of hearts later. East kind of obliges by bidding a heart. West bids a no trump. Now is he going to double? He does. So this is basically a takeout double of hearts. I mean, it should show a very good hand for North to bid this way. And also tends to imply primary diamonds. So there we go. A no trump doubled it is. And wow, East cannot be happy about the way this auction has timed out for his side. If he knew a no trump doubled was passing out, he might have tried 2 hearts on his jack fifth. But okay. North has to find an opening lead, and there's not a ton of attractive options. A diamond from King Empty Fifth is not exactly what he wants. Singleton Ace of Hearts is out. But it doesn't necessarily look all that appealing to lead a spade or a club either. So he does elect to lead his 5-card diamond suit. And how is Declarer going to do from here? He can win the Jack of Diamonds and immediately start on the heart suit. Fortunately for Declarer, the 10-9 doubleton of diamonds actually allows him to take 3 diamond tricks on this layout. Not that he knows it, but I think it's very likely that Lorenzini gets in, and the first thing he does is put the 9 of diamonds on the table. Again, North's double in this position generally shows primary diamonds. This is about the weakest diamond suit that Basis could hold for this type of an action. So let's say Declarer does play a heart to the 10. Seems somewhat natural. I mean, you have the King Jack 10. No matter where the ace and queen are, you'll always be able to set up at least 1 trick in the suit that way. North wins the ace and gets no more information about what to do at trick 3 than he had at trick 1. I do see a comment about whether or not East should bid over partners opening 1 diamond bid. I think 20 or 30 years ago, the tendency was to pass a lot of opening bids when you didn't have enough values, but the more modern style of bridge tends to be respond to partner's opening bid with almost every hand, and that puts a lot of pressure on the opponents. Every once in a while you get doubled in a contract like this, but I mean, you could have been doubled in a diamond for all we know. But sometimes you just steal the opponents and you get to play a no trump and they never find out that they have the values for game. Well, alright. Heart goes to the 10 and ace. Basis switches to the king of clubs. And continues the queen of clubs. He got all the information he needed from his partner. Now a 3rd round of clubs. South can win the ace. Be pleased that he can cash the 5. So West has to make a discard. A spade seems pretty natural. Alright, this is the 5th defensive trick. There's 2 more spades to take, gets north-south up to 7. They can always lead a diamond through, getting themselves up to an 8th trick. And as long as they're careful about managing the play... Oh, West pitches heart. What? Why? I mean, the heart to the 10 forced the ace from north, so West knows the queen of hearts is onside. Now South can just exit a heart, setting up a heart trick. Also putting Declare on lead. No, this couldn't possibly be what happened. I mean, South might still play back the 9 of diamonds. Look, when your partner takes this action, which is a very unusual action, by passing the opening bid and later doubling a no-trump, he's showing diamonds. Okay, but Lorenzini, like, scratches his head and decides, let's just safely exit a heart. Well, that's a head-scratcher. So the Queen of Hearts is set up. Declare is now in his hand. I guess he can exit the Diamond Queen. And, you know, he'll be rewarded with the 9 of diamonds dropping. I mean, first things first, Basis has to find a discard on this trick. I'm not sure why he's holding on to his diamonds anymore. You know, I get him pitching a spade earlier on that 13th club because he's kind of hoping that his partner had 9 doubleton of diamonds, for example, remaining. Then a diamond through would have set up just a mountain of tricks in his hand. Yeah, so he does pitch a diamond. Yeah, at this point he realizes that his long diamonds are just never going to be set up. So West should definitely exit the Queen of Diamonds. West knows where the King of Diamonds is. This is a good play. And he does get lucky in this case. So Diamond exit. Declare can cash a couple of tricks in that suit. South will come down to King and a Spade and the Queen of Hearts. And the defense take the last 3. So this will be 3 down and 500 points going the way of Fleischer on this board. Board 25, we see the push board coming through. But this feels like an excellent result for North-South. I don't think it's at all clear that they could bid and make 3 no-trump their way. And that may well be the contract in the other room. 3 no-trump in the north. So we'll keep an eye on that one. Board 26 was a push. So that was an opportunity for Fleischer to pick up some imps, much needed imps. But not today. But 3 boards to go. West opens a strong no-trump. 16 count. East has 14. Decides to go through Puppet Stamen, looking for a major suit fit. Tricky position for East-West. West 3 diamonds probably denies a 5-card major. East will bid 3 spades to show 4 hearts. And West will bid 3 now. And I think East is just going to let this go. 14 ups at even 17 is not necessarily enough for slam. If East knew about the 5-card club suit, it would be a different story. Then with a big club fid and East having a ton of controls, they would be pretty close. And slam is not so bad, especially if it's declared by West. You have the option of trying to set up the hearts for a diamond discard, and otherwise you can just fall back on a 50-50 finesse in the diamond suit. So I think it's really tough after the strong no trump to be able to get there. Now, with that said, in the other room, Samantha and Versace at these colors will be playing a weak no trump. So West will open a club, although that comes with its own difficulties because they play transfers over club, so one club might just be a balanced, well, a strong no trump, basically. Any high card range. Or any length in the minor suits, I mean. Alright. Declare wins the 10 of spades at trick 1, opening lead in 3-0. He's going to have absolutely no trouble setting up some hearts. If it wasn't for the fact that I think North can't really have 4 clubs, the club suit is a suit combination that is actually well worth learning if you're interested in improving your declare play technique. You can pick up 4-0 clubs only in the North, and to do so you would want to start by cashing the Queen of Clubs. Most suit combinations where you have honors in both hands, you want to start by cashing the honors that you have multiple of. So like Queen Jack 3rd opposite King 9 5th, you would start by cashing the Queen, not by leading low to the King, for example. But in this case, if you cash the Ace of Clubs and North turns up with Jack 10 4th, you'll have given up a club trick that you otherwise didn't have to. And look at that. He heard me. Seguin, no. Hats off to you. Paying attention to his suit combinations. So club to the ace. Another heart comes. Declare might have a little bit of guesswork to do. If Lorenzini elects to duck this trick, he'll have to decide if hearts are 4-2 or 3-3, or if he should try and take the diamond finesse. It's all for over tricks, though. So there's a heart to the jack. It seems likely Declare is just going to cash 3 more rounds of clubs immediately, force the opponents to make some discards, and then he'll decide what to do. I take it all back. He decides to make things very easy on himself. Let's just play a heart. If the heart's split, then we can just claim. Otherwise, it was all just a 3rd over trick in our game contract. So 3 hearts makes 460. But yeah, a couple of opportunities for Fleischer. I mean, these have been some massive results for Basis and Lorenzini on some of these deals down the stretch. Board 29. 2 boards to play. And the other room's a little bit behind us, so make sure once we wrap up play here, head over there to see the exciting finish. So Baptiste passes in first seat. East opens a spade. This could be an exciting hand. I mean, East-West are going to get to a spade something game. And Lorenzini is going to have a chance to take a crack at it. And I think he absolutely will. Well, a spade 2 hearts might throw a wrench into this plan. East can raise hearts. 3 hearts, I think, is the most natural thing to do, and West will bid 3 spades, and then I think a lot of it's going to come down to whether East-West decide they want to play in the heart fit or the spade fit. I think if West was allowed to make the decision, West would pick spades, because West has the singleton ace of diamonds and ace small of trumps. So West knows that getting diamond ruffs in his hand is not only easily doable, but he's going to be ruffing with small trumps. So if his partner has like king, queen, fifth of spades over there, then that would basically be the ideal scenario. Whereas his king, jack, fifth of hearts, he doesn't really know about partner's heart suit. He also doesn't know if partner's short in clubs so that he can ruff clubs, or if it would be productive to do so. West tries 3 no. I guess some sort of non-serious try. East says no thank you. I guess I'm a little bit nervous for West here. He hasn't showed a spade fit yet. And I think 4 spades would be a Q bid in support of hearts. He might just have to pass. Which, you know, might work out great for East-West. They missed out on playing in the spade suit with the 5-0 split. And instead they get to the heart fit with excellent trumps. Oh! Well, exciting news, everyone. Board 27, 3 no trump was bid north-south in the other room. It went down. And Fleischer, for the first time since the first half of the match, has overtaken the lead. They're up by 1. Wow. So Overtricks could play a big role in the last few boards. But okay, first off, this 4-heart contract. I mean, Declare has not made it yet. They've dodged the bullet of avoiding the very poor spade break. I think Declare might hope to cash the ace, king of diamonds, the ace of spades, and potentially try and score 7 trump tricks. He can exit a club here. And the opponents will win and switch to trumps. But then his plan is probably going to be to win the ace of hearts, king of diamonds, pitch a spade, diamond ruff, cash the ace of spades at some point before cross-ruffing, which is not going to go the way that Declare hopes. I think he might go down here. And I actually don't know if he could make it, if given the chance, but I do suspect that he probably won't. Because this looks like a relatively strong line of play. Like, imagine South wins the ace of clubs here, switches to a heart, Declare wins the ace, king of diamonds, pitch a spade, diamond ruff with a low trump, club ruff with a low trump, diamond ruff with a low trump. I mean, at some point he's going to try and cash the spade ace, and it's going to fail. But at that point, if he can cash the ace of spades, he has a high cross ruff for 10 tricks. He would end up losing 2 clubs and a spade, basically. So I think that's a plan Declare is going to go with. The exact order of execution might be a little bit murky. But okay, Basis wins the king of clubs. He'll switch to trumps. If he doesn't, like, let's say North decides he wants to play another diamond, thinking, okay, he does switch to trumps. So yeah, I think we're going to see the ace or queen of hearts here, king of diamonds pitch a spade, diamond ruff low, club ruff, spade to the ace. And North can ruff and play another trump. So it's looking like down 1 to me. Now, could Declare make this? I guess that's an important question. If he divines the 5-0 spade split. I think the answer is yes at this point, given that North popped up with the king of clubs. I think Declare can strip South of, well, a couple of clubs by roughing 2 of them, and eventually just pull trumps and exit the jack of clubs, and South gets end played. That doesn't feel like a very realistic line to me. But if he does get some sort of soul read on the position, then he might be able to figure this out. But anyway, the cross-ref line seems relatively simple and straightforward. Well, speaking of overtricks coming into play, board 28, Team Fleischer did not bid the club slam, but they did manage to make 12 tricks and no trump. So they're currently ahead by 2. Alright, spade goes to the ace, North ruffs. North is just going to continue a trump. If Lorenzini really did play the 4 of spades, I absolutely appreciate him. Rather than the 8. I mean, there's no chance that Declare was going to stick in the 5, but it is so unnecessary. I also really hope that we don't see 27 undos later in the play, just to clarify that Lorenzini did play the 8 of spades. Okay, Basis is now fairly pausing to think. He just wants to make sure that he doesn't screw up this defense and allow the contract to make. Like, is it safe to play back the Queen of Diamonds? I'm pretty sure that's what he's considering right now. Because for all he knows, his partner has a diamond void. There's no guarantee that Declare is the one with the singleton. He led the 9, his partner played the jack at trick 1. So let's say Basis does play the Queen of Diamonds. Declare wins the king and the 7 falls. So he'll be able to pitch a spade. He can then cash the Ace of Hearts, pulling trumps. played the 8 of diamonds, pitching another spade, setting up the 6. It's not quite good enough, is it? Basis will just be able to win and switch to clubs. Declare can ruff, play the 6 of diamonds, pitching a club, but he'll still have a club to lose. So I think Tomas is probably going to take that line of defense. I mean, a trump continuation looks very natural, obviously, right? Prevent as many club ruffs as possible, but playing back the diamond queen would at least, it looks like, still also work out just fine. And in the off chance that his partner is the one with the diamond void instead of declare, they might end up just murdering this thing, because a queen of diamonds covered ruffed, king of spades, a spade ruff, that'll be 2 down. But we'll see what he ends up doing. I think maybe in a fast pairs game, he would have already just played a trump because, or maybe back in the round of 32, he would have just played a trump. But this is the finals, and every trick matters, especially when the match is this close. 2 imps difference after 58 boards. I think we very much did get the 2 best teams to the finals this time. What about a club? Could he be thinking about playing a club? All right. 9 of hearts lead. So declare wins the jack. And how many more tricks is declare actually losing from here? So you play a spade, ducked. But South can exit a diamond. I mean, South can and should exit a diamond. I mean, it also looks like South can exit the ace of clubs. But that'll just be down 1. So diamond comes back. I don't really know what the plan would be for declare. I suppose you pitch a spade, win, and play back the 8 of diamonds, forcing out the queen while pitching clubs. Looks like all roads lead to down 1. Club return, declare will definitely hop up with the jack. There's no way that North forgot to lead a club from ace-king. So it does feel as if maybe different choices in the defense could have led to this going down 2. I hear that the other room is also in 4 hearts. And if 4 hearts goes down 2 at the other table and only down 1 at this table, Masika will take the lead by 1 imp going into the last board. Yeah, the diamond comes back, but of course, if declare has been watching the diamond spots, North has to play the 10 on this trick, but then the 8 and 6 diamonds will be good enough to force out the remaining honor, and he escapes for 1 down. South could have cashed the king of spades for the same effect. Kind of the thinking about whether or not South should cash out the spade king. Obviously he could, and this would have been a road to beat the contract, and I think for a lot of players this is probably what I would recommend. Make sure you beat your contracts at imps. Don't mess around on hands like this. But for these guys, they have plenty of experience counting out the... Uh-oh. Oh, this works fine too. South gets end-played into leading a black suit. So Declare had multiple routes to down 1. But now Lorenzini's end-played. King of spades would set up the queen and dummy. A club switch sets up the jack. Yeah, finishing my thought is a Lorenzini can count tricks. So he knew that even if he played back a diamond and Declare's spade went away, he was going to get the trick back later. So it was absolutely not necessary to cash the spade king, but it would have come out to the same result. Last board, and this is the excitement we want to see on the last board of a very close match. I mean, it might peter out to North-South just getting to 4 hearts, but I do want to point out that I was going to say 6 clubs makes, but it looks like 6 hearts might be the only making slam. A heart opening lead against 6 clubs might be enough to defeat that contract. All in a fantasy. But let's see where North-South get. So South opens a club. He's got a really nice 18 count. And yeah, for a similar reason that 6 hearts makes and 6 clubs might make, 6 no trump would also be a making contract North-South, but a club, a heart by North, 2 diamonds, kind of South is making up a reverse. 3 hearts by North tends to be setting the trump suit. So I think this is natural and forcing. Oh boy. And now what does South think? Well, for starters, on the set, I think North-South probably have the feeling that the match is very close coming into this last board. So if South or North had the belief that they might still be behind by a game swing, I think that would tempt them a little bit more into leaning towards a slam on these cards as opposed to just trying to make the best bridge decision that they could. So if the set's close, yeah, South has a tricky rebid here after 3 hearts. I don't know if all bids are Q bids in support of hearts. What we would like to do as South is we would really like to bid 4 clubs. Natural, if possible. Because we have this excellent source of tricks and clubs, and 6 clubs might still be the right playable strain, as opposed to 6 hearts. Even though Partners has suggested he has an excellent heart suit, if we had this same sort of hand, but Dummy had the ace of diamonds instead of the queen, then we would very much want to play this hand in clubs. We could play a heart to the ace, ruff a heart, club to the jack, ruff a heart, pull the trumps, and then use the ace of diamonds to get back to the north hand to run the heart suit. So South does bid 4 clubs. I don't know if it actually shows this hand. I assume these guys have excellent agreements over their reverses, but this might be a little bit of uneven footing for them. All right, what does Lorenzini do over 4 hearts? I think one of the saving graces for South is that, in that I think he might end up passing this, his clubs aren't actually solid. The Singleton Jack of Clubs in North Hand is a huge card that South doesn't know about. So he does pass. If he had the Jack of Clubs, he would be a lot more tempted to move over 4 hearts, either towards 6 hearts or 6 clubs, I think. Well, depending on what happens on board 29, I mean, this is going to be a very close match. King of Spades opening lead. The play here is not going to take very long. Ace, King of Clubs, Shed of Spade, Heart to the Queen, Ace of Hearts, claim. 12 tricks, that is. Of course, Declare could have made 13. Yes, we could pull trumps and then run all the clubs. Not a realistic line of play. So, make sure you head on over to the other room. Watch the exciting finish to this match. I think it could go either way from here. But congratulations to both of these teams for making it here. And whoever wins, the French nationals are going to be celebrating tonight, of course. But the Risinger starts tomorrow. There's no VUGRAPH coverage for tomorrow's kind of qualifying set. On Saturday, there will be VUGRAPH coverage for the semifinals, but unfortunately, there's going to be no voice commentary for that. Same for Sunday for the Risinger finals, but you should be able to view the event on VUGRAPH here on BBO. So thanks so much to BBO for hosting the thing and the ACBL for the tournament. This has been a wonderful, wonderful event. Lots of awesome bridge. We had a few technical difficulties that all got sorted by the end. So very thankful for whoever ended up fixing all of the problems. But thanks to all the spectators, all my co-casters throughout the week. And hopefully everyone's enjoyed. All right, head to the other room. See you all next time. All right, chat, let's do this. What's going on over here? We're on to the last board, and Fleischer is up by 2. So it's all about whether or not they get to a slam. And I actually think this is a hand where the sponsor might do very well. Because, well, I think the sponsor might get them to the slam, because for a lot of them, it's really hard to get away from long suits. So especially when South shows this reverse, a lot of values, North is going to show hearts and hearts and hearts. They might end up in 6 hearts. They could end up in 6 clubs. Thanks for tuning in, y'all. All right, I'm getting very warm again. Let's unjacket for the last, 5 minutes of this. I don't know why today, all of a sudden, I'm getting warm. I have no idea where Craig ran off to. Yeah, South did the same reverse thing. I mean, you can't do anything else. You could open a club and rebid the 3 now. That's kind of the alternative to the reverse into 2 diamonds. I am thankful we finished very early. 3 clubs is not nearly enough with the South hand. That's the problem. Like 3 clubs is the bid that you would make without the club queen. Your hand has just so much trick-taking potential. The 6 club tricks, the ace of spades, an outside king. Like, you barely need anything for 3 no trump to be making. They get to 4 hearts. It is official. Unless Masika scores 5-10, then this is going to be a victory for Fleischer. Or maybe there was a scoring error. You never know. But yeah, it looks like Fleischer is going to win. Ace king of clubs pitching a spade. Heart finesse. Looks like 12 tricks. Wow. Kind of incredible. I really wanted to see them get to 6 clubs in the other room, and I wanted West to find the low heart lead. Or king of hearts, I mean, whatever. I think it's very findable. Because the auction is going to mark South with heart shortness and long clubs, but West is going to understand that that North doesn't have entries outside of hearts. So if you knock out the heart entry at trick 1, there's nothing Declare can do. Anyway, 480. Way to go, Fleischer, boys. So for the Risinger, looking at the schedule, right? Where is this thing? Saturday. Risinger on YouTube only. Wait, can everyone see this? Hold on. Let's just point this out. Where's the thing? Hello? Risinger. There it is. Dude, I can't find the thing. Here it is. Risinger. On YouTube only. I love it. But they're going to have... I think they're going to have a VU-graph of it. So we'll be able to have it on our channel. No, EPL, I'll be on Twitch. Don't you worry. I'm just reading what is said on the screen, which is so dumb. Yeah, I mean, just, what is this announcement? It's so crazy that, I don't know, I've said this before, I think I'm a broken record on it. Why would they want to not have broadcasts of their event? It's just so stupid. What a terrible organization. Okay, anyway. So I don't know if I will be back. These times are in Eastern, which is my time zone. So that would be 11:30 a.m. Eastern time on Saturday. Check the Discord to look for updates. I do need to get a lot of work done tonight and tomorrow before, and possibly Saturday, before I actually join the stream. But, yeah, Chess has done a much better job with this, and the ACBL... I mean, the American bridge organizations, ACBL and USBF, do not want bridge to become popular. I mean, that's ultimately the realization that I've come to. Because if they want it to be popular, they would promote streaming and other sorts of things to get more people involved on like the Twitch and YouTube community and whatever, but they just don't. They don't care about this, and they mostly try to silence me, which feels like a really weird decision because like I'm one of the few people that actually does these things, and people actually appreciate my commentary. And anyway, it's all just been very weird. Okay, on that note, yes, strange decisions by ACBL and USBF all around, but we are signing off. So check Discord to see if I plan on streaming Saturday, but we'll definitely be here on Sunday for the Risinger. It'll also be these start times in Eastern time zone. But thanks for tuning in, everyone. Have a great day, and I will see you over the weekend, but maybe sooner.